Descended from Dragons, an urban fantasy, Moonlight Dragon Book 1. Written by Trisha Owens. Narrated by Elizabeth Phillips. Chapter 1.
Anne Moody, you're cursed for all eternity. Anne Moody, you can never run away. Trapped. You're trapped. Anne Moody.
I rolled over in bed and yelled, "Shut up already!"
Never get away. You'll always be cursed.
The only thing more annoying than a blaring alarm clock was a dozen or so cameo jewelry pieces that refused to shut up. They were more obnoxious than a kitchen full of roaches, and just as impossible to get rid of.
Anne Moody, today you'll meet the love of your life. Too bad he'll try to kill you.
I groaned and opened my eyes. The shadows that streaked across the ceiling of my studio were already long. It was nearly 1 in the afternoon, yet I was still tired. I'd listened to footsteps on the roof for hours last night, until I'd finally fallen asleep, feeling delirious, sometime around 9 this morning.
Anne Moody.
Have mercy, I moaned. The cameos were a menace. Since they were cursed to harass whoever owned them, no one else could hear their voices except me. Wearing earplugs or listening to my iPod didn't block them out. Throwing them out was as pointless as tossing a working Ouija board in the trash. They showed up the next morning as though nothing had happened. The only way I could be rid of them was if someone willingly took them off my hands, and you'd better believe I'd fantasized about putting them on clearance in the shop. But if I did that, I'd need to be careful who I sold them to. That was bad karma any which way you looked at it. The shadows above me began to shift. I yawned and rubbed my eyes. Above me reared a dragon. I gasped and sat up quickly. But the shadow was cast by the limbs of the scraggly dead tree in the backyard. It wasn't a manifestation of my sorcery, which took the form of a Chinese dragon I called Lucky. Lucky was gold and sort of misty anyway, like clouds at sunset. Actually, Lucky was cloudy only as long as I had control over my sorcery. It was when he began to take on physical form that things got hairy, because that was a sign that my innate nature was coming through and that I was losing touch with my humanity. My innate nature wasn't pretty. It wasn't that I was rude or cruel or talked about people behind their backs. Think fully fleshed monster that could wreak the type of havoc that Godzilla would applaud. Guys complaining about bitchy girlfriends? They had nothing on me. Resigned to being awake, I rolled out of bed and shuffled over to my kitchenette. I didn't cook much in it, preferring to order delivery from the numerous small restaurants scattered throughout downtown Las Vegas. Vegas has a ton of restaurants, and I never lacked for choices, even if I chose not to eat from a casino or strip restaurant. Sometimes I had leftovers, or I got it into my head that I should eat more salads or vegetables or whatever, and played at being a vegetarian for a week. I had a microwave, a hot plate, and a George Foreman grill. Also a small fridge. But that fridge? Whew, boy. Cringing, I cracked the door open on it and peered inside. Damn it! As I'd feared, the can of Diet Coke I'd risked putting in there last night had exploded. Brown soda stalactites joined the thick crust of ice that rimmed the fridge. Together they formed a sort of picture frame around the ugly ice demon that glared back at me from the back of the appliance. Its eyes were blue with glowing red pupils, and it sported teeth that resembled icicles. Definitely not a character from Frozen. I slammed the door just as the demon began spitting ice chips at me. The stupid fridge was literally cursed, so some days it worked fine. Other days, like today, it was the mountains of madness. I was lucky the same didn't hold true of my air conditioning. Vegas regularly sat at triple digits during the summer, but no one needed snow in their home to survive it. Since there was nothing to do for the fridge except hope the demon went away long enough to allow the ice and soda to thaw, I set my electric kettle going for some coffee. Next up was a shower. A lesser mortal probably would have been put off by the blood dripping from the bathroom ceiling and the spattered walls which made the whole room look like a crime scene. But I didn't freak. I just blinked my eyes hard, and the vision of bloody walls and dripping ceiling vanished, replaced by the ugly seafoam green tiles that were only a minor improvement over the blood. There was another face in the mirror, too, overlaid on top of mine while I brushed my teeth. Today it was a woman in her 70s, with long, stringy white hair and lips stitched closed with black thread. Her skin looked like she'd spent too much time beside the Mandalay Bay pool without proper sunscreen. Those wrinkles were harsh. Living in a house that had been cursed wasn't as bad as it sounded, and I got that it sounded pretty bad. But the thing was, the hot water wasn't affected, the AC was okay, and none of my furniture moved around or spontaneously burst into flames. Sure, I had a bloody bathroom at least 3 days out of the week, an obsessed spirit entity that liked to pace on the roof whenever I went to bed, and quite a few objects in my shop gave me the willies when I touched them. But none of it could physically hurt me. I could prepare for another workday just fine so long as I didn't take any part of the curse seriously, which was probably easier for me to do being a sorceress and all. Actually, having grown up in a city like Las Vegas was likely what had jaded me to all things weird. Once you've people-watched on Las Vegas Boulevard at 3 a.m., you've pretty much seen everything that's wrong with the world. Supernatural weirdness was nothing special after that. Finally cleaned up and dressed, I passed through the beaded curtain that separated my living space from the selling floor of the Moonlight Pawn Shop. The place was mine by default because the original owner, my Uncle James, had disappeared 2 years ago. I don't think it's easy for people to empathize with a situation in which a loved one goes missing. These days, it's nearly impossible for a grown man to disappear. Thanks to Facebook and closed-circuit TV, someone who's MIA shows up eventually, dead or alive. But going on 2 years later, Uncle James still hadn't resurfaced. It was a hole not only in my life, but in my heart. I hadn't figured myself for abandonment issues, but lately I'd caught myself wondering if Uncle James hadn't just gone missing. Maybe he'd deliberately left to get away. From Moonlight Pawn. From me. It was a bitter pill to swallow, and it had been lodged in my throat a lot lately. What had I done wrong? Why hadn't I been enough? What if my dragon, my inner self, had pushed him away? With Uncle James gone, the shop was now mine. This was highly unfortunate because retail was not my thing at all. There were days when I wished I could ditch it all and go farm oysters in Nova Scotia, or become a dive master in the Caribbean, or sell fruit in Vietnam. Anything, really, then buy, sell, and trade a bunch of junk to desperate people with gambling addictions. But thanks to the curse on the shop, I couldn't sell or walk away from the place. It would be like handing someone the keys to a car that you knew had dodgy brakes and a steering wheel that tended to come off during turns. Some things you just don't do. Moonlight Pawn was located in downtown Vegas, just north of Fremont Street. Here, edgy, cool, and artistic began to give way to seedy and desperate. Picture a tattoo artist stumbling into the wrong alley at night, and you're on the money. The taut mix of danger and creativity held its charms for a certain demographic. Over the years, this had become a go-to neighborhood for unusual people looking to set up unusual businesses. My shop sat on a side street that had been zoned for both housing and commercial use, so around me were house conversions that also sold merchandise or offered services. Next door was a beef jerky store/palmist and tarot reader. Yeah, I don't even. Across the street from it was an art gallery where I heard someone had lost a hand. Seriously, they'd come out with just a stump. Beside the gallery was a used bookstore that I was confident would one day be the epicenter for something truly horrific. And directly opposite that was an exotic animals breeder. No way was I ever going in there to check out what they were breeding. It was the weirdest neighborhood ever, but there was a sort of comfort in being clustered together like the outcasts at a prom. We could at least dance with each other. I went outside, blinking in the intense sun that bounced off the rocks in my yard. I was about to deal with the wards when a Mexican food truck pulled up at the curb and my friend Melanie jumped out, holding a small white box. "A new cupcake recipe, Anne," she told me when I went out to the cracked sidewalk to meet her. "It's horchata flavor with so much cinnamon you'll scream." Is that supposed to be a selling point? Melanie's hair was 3 shades darker than the sky, so more of a powder blue, which didn't exactly go with her dark complexion, but try telling her that. She'd been into steampunk for the past 4 months, and today wore a bronze corset over a brown skirt made flouncy thanks to eyelet-lined petticoats. Brown stockings led to vintage-style spats and boots. She was a blue-haired Mexican steampunk girl. I've seen worse. "People go crazy for cinnamon, Anne. It bridges the gap between white people and Mexicans." I accepted a cupcake from her. "I thought Taco Bell did that." She pointed her finger at me ominously. I gave her a suitably apologetic look. Her family owned Todos Tortas, a food truck selling modernized Mexican sweets of all kinds, not just cakes. "I warned you not to bring that thing around here," I said, glaring at her truck, which featured cartoon cakes and cookies zooming around against a background of the cosmos. A sombrero-wearing planet Saturn drooled as it stared at a pink cake. "You're going to make me a diabetic."
"I'd be concerned, except you said that with your mouth full of my cupcake."
Melanie had already shoved half of her cupcake in her face, too.
Oh my God. So good, right, Anne?"
I mumbled something around the cake in my mouth. So maybe cinnamon was the magic rainbow bridge between cultures.
"Sorry, not sorry for bringing the truck around today. I had to pick up an extra shift because my pendejo brothers got drunk last night, and now they're all hungover. God, they're so stupid."
I grinned at the mention of her two brothers, who, like Melanie, were monkey shapeshifters. Once, and only once, I'd gone to a family dinner at her parents' place. The experience had been similar to visiting a zoo, complete with a food fight. Everyone in Melanie's family was easily excitable and talked a mile a minute. When they got really worked up, they shifted in and out of their monkey forms as though they couldn't help themselves. This led to a lot of monkey screeching and naked human skin, the latter which might have been okay if it hadn't included Melanie's beer-bellied dad. I'd been exhausted by the time I left, but armed with lots of great blackmail material. Melanie fanned her face with a hand smeared with frosting.
"Hurry up with the yard, Anne. It's hot as hell out here. Hurry!"
The front yard of Moonlight was surrounded by a black iron fence. That wasn't the real security, though. Like most yards in drought-stricken Vegas, the yard was comprised of nothing but rocks. Desert landscaping is what it was called, but mine was a bit more than that. The rocks in my yard were either white quartz or shiny black obsidian. As Melanie watched, hopping from foot to foot with impatience, I squinted against the sun's reflection and spent several seconds rearranging the rocks into a specific pattern that an ordinary person would think had been created by someone who'd dropped a tab of acid. But the moment I placed the final rock, the magical wards around the property vanished. While the wards had been up, ordinary people could have entered the yard just fine, albeit with that icky sensation you get when you drag your feet on the carpet and you just know you're about to be shocked by something. However, anyone magically inclined would have been rebuffed with a figurative hand to the face. It was a decent enough defense that had served me well so far, not that I had any reason to expect someone to want to do me harm. I kept my sorcery under the radar, which made me appear to be a non-threat to the magical community in the city. Melanie, being both a shapeshifter and not a fan of magical hands to the face, never dared enter the yard while the wards were up. Now that they were down, though, she sprinted into the shop, yelling about melting, and turned on the neon open sign that hung in the window.
"So, how was the date last night?"
she asked me while straddling an old rocking horse that rocked on its own sometimes, but apparently not today.
"Was he nice? Did you sleep with him?"
On a first date? I rearranged a pair of nutcrackers that were painted to look like zombies. One of them tried to bite my finger. Actually, I was too busy to go.
"What? You blew him off?"
I texted him first, okay? He wasn't waiting for me or anything.
"Come on, what really happened?"
I shrugged and came clean. I checked his profile one last time, just to double-check his interests so I could mention them in conversation. He'd just uploaded a new photo. In the bathroom. Melanie slapped both hands to her cheeks.
"Not a bathroom selfie."
He was shirtless, he was flexing, there was a toilet behind him. I paused. He hadn't flushed. Melanie moaned. "So I took a nap instead," I said.
"We've got to figure out a way to get you a man,"
Melanie said with determination.
"Maybe you need to change your search filters."
"Is there a filter for not gross?" I sighed. "I feel hopeless." I glanced apprehensively in the jewelry case at the cameos, expecting them to chime in with their opinions, but they were all silent, practicing their resting bitch faces. A few of them did give me sidelong dirty looks as though they couldn't help themselves. "I should quit the online dating," I declared. "It's a waste of everyone's time."
"Then how are you going to meet men? Anne, you're wasting away in here. All you meet are broke losers."
"I'll meet guys outside of here."
"Where?"
"Bars, malls, hiking, you know, places."
"What? Since when do you hike?"
"Since I got tired of being single. Get off my back, monkey." Melanie laughed because, you know, she was a monkey shapeshifter. I counted out the register till and then brushed errant sugar off my fingers. While I don't care so much about dating, you're right that I need to get out of this place. I'm pretty sure if I die here, I'm going to end up haunting it, and that is just too depressing for words.
Especially when they bulldoze the building and convert it into a casino and you end up haunting a Wheel of Fortune machine.
Can you just imagine how tired you'd be of hearing that theme song 100 times a day? You'd totally go insane. I shuddered. I don't know which would be worse, being a cat lady or a ghost haunting a dirty slot machine.
You'll always be alone, Anne Moody. Alone, alone, alone. Until he tries to murder you.
There they are. I sighed to the jewelry case. And here I thought you'd decided to clam up for good. Melanie adjusted her corset and studied her blouse, as if considering how a cameo would look pinned there. Don't even think about it, I warned her. She huffed. I can't believe those cameos are still talking to you. I thought the curse would expire by now. All they do is blab, blab, blab. What kind of curse is that? They should be, like, trying to bite your fingers off or flying at your face or something. Gee, thanks. Melanie shrugged. I should be a curse maker. I'd be the best at it. My curses would all be Mayan. Since when are you Mayan? Some Mexicans are Mayan. Really? As a matter of fact, all monkey shifters are descendants of the Mayan people. So take that. I had to admit, that was pretty cool. So do you perform human sacrifices? A shadow filled the front doorway. Did someone just mention human sacrifices? I thought this was a pawn shop. My comment about the two possibly being one and the same died a quick death when I got a look at who had asked the question. I'm not usually attracted to blondes, or to redheads, but this guy was a strawberry blonde, and somehow he made it work. I'm sure the fact that he had perfectly symmetrical features, just like a model, and bright blue eyes had something to do with it. Also, the perfect, charming grin. The height and the smoking bod didn't hurt either. Still, this was exactly the sort of guy who raised all my defenses. Yeah, this is a pawn shop, I said, trying to sound nonchalant and failing utterly. Anne! Anne! Melanie put her hand against her chest and pointed sideways at him urgently. The only way she could have been more subtle was if she'd yelled, Hey, Anne! A cute guy just walked in that you should try to date! Ah, great, he said, acting oblivious of her theatrics. He deserved at least a Tony Award for that. I was afraid I'd have to carry this around with me all day. I've been getting some weird looks. I doubt they've been weird looks, Melanie muttered, but she said it so loudly we all heard it. I felt myself go red. So, what have you got? I'd been too busy trying not to check him out to notice he had something charcoal gray beneath his arm that made his bicep bulge very impressively. He must work out. I don't know where else to unload this thing. He joined me at the glass counter and placed what he was carrying carefully on top. He patted it on the head. Ugly, huh? Ugly wasn't exactly the word I would have used for the 2.5-foot-high gargoyle statue he'd set down. Gargoyles were cool in a vintage take-me-to-Paris sort of way, and this one was no different. Its mouth was open in a snarl, and 2 topaz jewels that looked like real gemstones, not plastic or glass, stared back at me. It was a beautifully detailed statue. I could see striations of muscle and even veins in its wings. I didn't often care for the things customers brought in to pawn or sell. They were typically junk that no one wanted. However, this statue piqued my interest, though I couldn't say why. I didn't own my own knickknacks, not when I lived in the back of a shop that was chock full of them, nor did I collect anything. My only personal possession besides my clothes was a panda pin my mother had given me. Maybe I was due for something useless to call my own. It has its appeal, I hedged. I ran a finger along one stone wing. Though the statue looked like it had been formed from volcanic rock, it wasn't porous, just sort of bumpy, like how I imagined an elephant's skin to feel. I liked that it hadn't been cast out of plaster of Paris in a factory. It made me imagine an old French guy using his bare hands and a chisel to chip this thing out of a huge block of stone. Maybe he lived above a can-can show. Where'd you get it? My little sister likes to travel, and she picked this up for me in Europe. No idea where, though. And you're trying to sell it? I gave him a dubious look. Won't your sister be mad? He grinned carelessly. She won't even notice. She brings home so many souvenirs, I don't think she even remembers that she bought this for me. He patted the statue again. The way his arm momentarily blocked the sunlight made the topaz eyes seem to blaze brighter and then dim. This doesn't fit in at my place. A little too Hunchback of Notre Dame for my tastes. Doesn't match the whole retro thing I've got going on in my bachelor pad. He grinned, which made me think he'd mentioned the bachelor pad deliberately. Real smooth, buddy. I had to look at Melanie after he said that, and as I expected, she was giggling silently behind her hand. It was a miracle she wasn't sprouting her monkey ears. "Is there anything you want to trade it in for?" I motioned vaguely at the contents of the shop, though I figured if the gargoyle wasn't his thing, then not much in Moonlight would be either. Ever since I'd taken over running the place, the inventory had begun skewing toward the strange and unusual. Magic called to magic, apparently. Not that everything in here was related to magic. Tourists did manage to wander in here every few days and pawn their watches and empty money clips in exchange for more gambling money. He gave the inventory a cursory look and then shook his head. "I think it's best if I lighten my load. I'm kind of a minimalist." A little embarrassed, wondering if he thought the cluttered shelves of Moonlight reflected my personal tastes, like maybe he thought I might be a hoarder, I took another look at the gargoyle to determine what I'd pay for it. When I picked it up, I was surprised by its lack of weight. That made sense, since he'd said his sister had brought it home from her travels. I turned it over, but I didn't see any maker's mark on it to indicate who had made it or when. As I held the thing, I felt an itch along my shoulders. It wasn't exactly unease, but if I'd felt it in a dark alley, I would have called forth Lucky just in case. I put the gargoyle down, and the feeling went away. "I can give you 20 for it," I eventually told him. "This isn't exactly an in-demand item." He rubbed his chin. "How about 20, and you let me give you my digits?" Normally, a guy talking about digits would have put me off, but a glance at Melanie reminded me that online dating was so far proving to be a bust. Eventually, I was going to be 50 and wondering what had happened to my love life. "Okay," I said with a lopsided shrug that probably looked like I'd just experienced a seizure. "Be cool, Anne, be cool," I told myself as I withdrew a 20 from the till and wrote up the receipt. I could feel Melanie staring holes in the top of my head. "Hang on to this," I told him, handing the money and receipt to him. "In case you change your mind and want to buy it back. I'll charge you the same price I paid for it." He took the receipt. "I won't want it back. It's better with you." His grin made my palms sweat, though I wasn't sure if it was from nervousness or discomfort. I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear because I remembered reading somewhere that playing with your hair was a woman's way of projecting interest. It was probably an article written by a man, but whatever. "I'm Anne, by the way." "Christian," he said. "Do you mind if I add my number to your phone now?" "Oh, yeah." I pulled out my phone and pulled up the phone book. I looked up in surprise when he gently took it from me and winked. "Just in case you're shining me on," he teased as he began punching in his info. "I once had a girl order a pizza while she was pretending to be putting in my number. As much as I like pizza, I wouldn't have done that to you." He laughed. "Thanks, Anne." He handed my phone back. "Call me." I tried to smother my skepticism as he walked out, but I caught myself watching him through the front glass windows as he turned and headed in the direction of Fremont Street.
Holy hell,
Melanie said distinctly.
could that guy have been any sexier? I'll answer my own question. No!
"I don't like redheads," I muttered, but my gaze jumped to my phone, and my stomach flip-flopped at the sight of his name in my contacts list.
"You'll make an exception for this one or I'll smack you upside the head, Anne."
I smiled at my best friend's passion. Then my eyes fell on the gargoyle again.
"Anne Moody, today you'll meet the love of your life. Too bad he'll try to kill you."
The cameos in the case were all looking up at me from their velvet beds with nasty little smiles on their pretty Victorian faces. Mean girls, each and every one of them. But were they only being catty, or were they foretelling the future?
Huh, that's weird.
I looked to Melanie, who was staring at the gargoyle statue. "What's weird?" I asked. She pointed at the gargoyle.
"I could have sworn that thing just blinked."
Chapter 2. 13 hours later, I was still thinking about what Melanie had said. The gargoyle wasn't alive, of course. She and I had stared at it for a solid 30 minutes and only succeeded in drying out our eyeballs. But the feeling that had risen in me when she'd said that it had blinked still clung to me hours later. The sense that my life had just taken a strange turn. Not that anything was obvious so far. Moonlight had so far fielded the usual mix of curious tourists looking for bargains and dead-broke gamblers looking to sell. And then there were guys like the one who walked in the moment I yawned. He was an anomaly. "Give me something lucky," he demanded as he stopped on the other side of the counter. I didn't roll my eyes, even though I wanted to, because this was Vegas. Superstition was woven thickly into the magical fabric of the city. Good fortune could be as much about luck as it was the conscious aligning of magical energies. With the odds makers in control, Las Vegas was one of the most powerful magical cities in the world. The odds makers decided who won and who lost in gambling, sports, and, some claimed, the game of life. I smiled the vacant smile of retail. A lucky charm, you mean? The man nodded emphatically. His eyes were bloodshot, and he reeked of BO and cigarette smoke. It was a good guess that he'd just spent the previous 10 hours gambling in a table or on a slot machine. He also possessed that faint but unmistakable aura of desperation that told me he was losing his ass and had no idea how to pull himself out of the tailspin. No idea except shopping for a lucky charm, anyway. That's when you knew you've really hit bottom. "Fucking dealers are taking all my money," he muttered. "Casinos cheat, I tell you." Uh-huh. I'd heard variations before, and no amount of my insisting casinos wouldn't risk losing their gaming licenses could make a guy like this feel differently. Luckily for you, I said, my smile now mischievous, I happen to have quite a few lucky charms. There was another person in the shop, an older woman with light red hair, but she seemed content to browse. I led Mr. Big Shot Gambler to a glass display case that held all the junk that people pawned en masse when they'd run out of anything more substantial to sell. I looked over the collection of fountain pens, money clips, gold nugget keychains, and other gift items before opening the case and pulling out a black velvet tray. The man who brought this in only wanted to pawn it, not sell it, so it might not be here for long, I said as I picked up a silver-plated pen depicting a pair of wings with a skull in the center. The reason he wants it back, and the reason it's lucky, is because this survived both an airplane crash and a motorcycle accident. I turned it over. You can see on the back where the metal melted, right here. That's from the plane crash. The plane caught on fire. And this scratch here is from when the man was struck by a car while he was riding his motorcycle. He survived both incidents with only minor injuries. Mr. Big Shot Gambler looked skeptical. If it saved his life, why the hell did he pawn it? I guess he figured life might not be worth living if you owe 40 grand to bookies. He pawned just about everything he owned to pay off that debt. So this piece of garbage will save my life, but it's useless when it comes to gambling. Mr. Big Shot Gambler crossed his arms over his chest. Stop wasting my time. I didn't lose my smile. I had another ace up my sleeve. I replaced the pin and the tray in the case and reached for something else. I placed a pair of cheap plastic red die on the counter along with a bright yellow plastic disc with a dial that spun to show numbers in a small window. You want gambling luck? There you go. What's so lucky about dice? I can get them for $1 in every souvenir shop in town. He sneered at the plastic wheel. And where'd you get that? Out of a box of Lucky Charms? It was Captain Crunch, actually, but I doubted he'd appreciate the delicious differences. I called forth my magic. Lucky appeared in the shop, but only in his weakest incarnation, so that his passing felt like the air conditioning had just kicked on. Watch. I rolled the dice across the countertop. They came up double sixes. I rolled again. They came up a 4 and a 1. Normal, right? No tricks? When the man nodded, I handed him the wheel. Turn it to a number. Since the toy was designed for a child's fingers, he was awkward as he slid the dial so the 7 showed in the little window. I rolled the dice again, but this time with Lucky tagging along. He gave them a nudge. The dice turned up a 5 and a 2. Do another number, I said. He dialed an 8. I rolled 2 4s, with Lucky's help. Again, he ordered, moving the dial to 2. I rolled snake eyes, 1 and 1. I now had Mr. Big Shot Gambler's attention. How did you get this? The person who sold it to me turned religious and renounced gambling, but she wanted someone who was down on their luck to have it. Someone who needed it. Laying it on a bit thick there, but this guy wasn't the type to appreciate the subtle approach. I need it. He was already reaching for his wallet. The wheel is $200. I told him straight-faced. I'd seen the Tag Heuer watch on his wrist. He wasn't broke yet, just stupid. He hesitated, but not for long. You take Amex? I smiled. With ID? Absolutely. Once paid, he hustled out, plastic decoder wheel clutched in his hand, ready to bankrupt the nearest casino. I couldn't help laughing beneath my breath as I pictured him turning the little yellow wheel at a craps table. I had yet to see anyone behave rationally when it came to gambling. Come to think of it, that applied a lot to magic as well. I checked out my other customer, the red-haired woman. She was watching me. Had she overheard my sales pitch? I couldn't tell from her enigmatic smile. She said, "This is contaminated, you know. Or did you know?" Her condescending tone set my teeth on edge. I sighed beneath my breath before plastering a fake smile on my face. Contaminated, you say? I came out from behind the counter and joined the woman where she stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling shelves that I privately called the wannabe witch section. I considered witches and warlocks to be the chefs of the magical community. To perform magic, they followed a recipe, using all sorts of weird but natural ingredients. They were big shoppers at farmers markets and Whole Foods. Their method was to stir everything up, chant a bit, and then serve it, both magically and metaphorically. Without grimoires, cauldrons, magic stirring spoons, and the like, they were fairly normal people. They were good for sales. I made sure the wannabe witches section was always well-stocked with magical paraphernalia for them. Sort of like a mini Williams-Sonoma for witches. This here, she pointed at a mahogany-stained wicker dog bed that sat beside a 3-footed cauldron. The bed wasn't supposed to be in that section. Someone must have accidentally kicked it in front of the shelves. "It's a dog bed," I said helpfully. "It's a bed for a werewolf. However, a common dog has lain in it, which is why I said it's contaminated." She gave me a haughty stare, demanding an explanation. The woman was old enough to be my mother, but she'd had a lot of work done, and probably could have passed for my sister. My sister with the forehead that refused to move and who no longer possessed nasal labial folds. But I knew better than to write her off as rich and superficial. "I never said anything about a werewolf. Come now," the woman said, smiling indulgently at me. "You know and I know that it's the selling point of this mangy thing. It's why you've priced it at $100. It's why you sold that man a plastic toy for $200. I smiled and shrugged. She had me there. Werewolves were rare these days. Domesticated wolf-shifters were now the norm, so anything associated with them carried a nice price tag. The woman must indeed be a witch, or something magical, but I didn't like drawing attention to people like her, like us. Not only because it was rude, but because most tried to hide their identities from the odds makers. "There's not much I can do to remove the dog scent," I said. "This is a pawn shop, and, well, everything is understood to be sold as is." After some dramatic hemming and hawing, she eventually wrangled a 20% discount from me. I carried the werewolf bed to the counter, along with the doll I was super happy to get rid of, because every day I found it magically pinned to a different wall of the house, porcelain feet together and arms spread to the sides like it was being crucified. Creeped me out. "That's an adorable brooch," the woman remarked as I rang her up. I touched the enamel panda pin that I always kept sitting atop the register. "Thanks. My mom gave it to me when I was little." I treated it as a sort of good luck symbol to ward off would-be thieves and overly annoying customers. Clearly, it was a hit or miss on the latter. "You're descended from dragons." I felt my hackles rising at the casual comment. I studiously kept my eyes on what I was doing. "Don't worry, it's only obvious to me because my sister-in-law's from Shanghai," the woman went on. "I doubt most people could look at you and tell, though maybe the more sensitive sort can feel it." Don't worry? Like there was something wrong with being who I was? "Chill, Anne," I told myself. I took a deep breath, thought about waterfalls in Costa Rica. Better, Christian sliding down a waterfall in Costa Rica and accidentally losing his swim trunks. "That little trick you played on that man, you might want to be careful with that." The woman's smile was unreadable. "Some people might see it as boasting." I knew boasting wasn't the word she'd wanted to use. I wish I knew for certain what type of magical being she was and what her powers were. I'd assumed witch just because she'd been shopping in that section, but there were a dozen things she could have been. Whatever she was, it was definitely something old school. I only ever had trouble with people who'd been around a while in the magical community. People who hadn't adapted to modern attitudes and who rejected the new magical beings who'd recently revealed themselves, like pygmy centaurs. Who'd ever heard of them before 2002? I hadn't, but I wasn't about to deny them the right to exist like some beings did. "Thanks for your purchases," I said as I handed her the receipt and pretended like I had no idea what she was talking about. My smile felt as real as Cheese Whiz.
"Anne Moody is descended from failure. Shame is a dragon."
The woman couldn't hear the cameos, thank goodness. Otherwise, she undoubtedly would have perked at having discovered some allies in meanness. As it was, she shook her head as though she pitied me. Her gaze moved around the countertop, touching on the gargoyle and the zombie nutcrackers, before she gave a little laugh, like she thought the items were ludicrous, and so was I. "Have a nice night," she said pleasantly, and left the shop with her items. Good riddance. Still, I sighed with a touch of regret. Maybe I'd been rude. It was hard for me to tell when it came to my sorcery. Until recently, it had been a touchy subject for me. The Chinese people were said to have descended from dragons. Most people took that as a sort of folksy saying that was bound in mythology and cultural pride. But actually, it was grounded in truth. Dragon blood, magical and undetectable by modern medicine, really did run in our veins. Though I was only half Chinese, Asian magic was ancient and powerful enough to set me apart from other sorcerers. Apart was not necessarily good. Part of the problem was my dragon familiar, Lucky. When I threw down some serious sorcery, he was capable of incredible destruction. Not to mention he was showy, and the magical community absolutely did not approve of any action that drew attention to us. The greater problem was me. Calling forth Lucky was a temptation, like Melanie's cakes, only 1,000,000 times worse. When Lucky took shape, he called to the dragon in my blood, the dragon in my ancestry. But that dragon had no place in Vegas. That dragon wanted to burn the city to the ground and then stomp on its ashes, and nothing I could do would stop it. It was why dragon familiars and those who controlled them were routinely monitored by the odds makers. No one wanted a repeat of history when magical predators had created the stories that people nowadays believed were only fairy tales. My family had never abused our power. Uncle James was a warlock, and though he was currently missing, I knew that he'd been as boring and non-threatening as my mailman. My parents had died when I was 4, so I didn't know much about them, but as far as I knew, they and previous generations of our family hadn't done boo. Still, I knew the eyes of the odds makers were turned toward me because of the potential for me to lose control and go full dragon. Were they stereotyping? Sure. Were they prejudiced? Maybe. The odds makers were alleged to be some petty old dudes, and it wouldn't be a surprise if at least some of them were stick-in-the-muds. But there was a chance they could be right about me, and that was why that woman had treated me that way. Nothing like being a ticking time bomb.
"And Moody, you'll always be alone."
"Zip it," I muttered. I reached into the jewelry case and flicked the offending cameo with my finger. It gave an indignant squeak before the chorus chimed in.
"Curse you, Anne Moody! Curses! Curses!"
Christ. It was just after 4 a.m. I couldn't stop myself from yawning again. My busiest hours were from midnight to around 3. Magical beings were night owls, and ordinary people who needed to pawn things usually did so at the end of a bad streak of gambling, which typically occurred late at night. But I hadn't slept well the previous night, and I was beat. If someone needed to pawn something tonight, they'd have to hit up another shop. Moonlight was closed for business. Ignoring the still harping cameos, I turned off the open sign and headed out into the yard. The air was warm and dry, the way only the desert could be after dark. It was comforting, like an oven that had recently baked cookies, but it was also a reminder that life out here was nearly impossible without modern conveniences or Paiute Indian toughness and spirituality. The lights were on in the used bookstore across the street. Not surprising, since the owner specialized in occult books. Summoning demons was a much cooler thing to do at night, in my opinion. Next door to me, the Christmas lights were on in the window of the beef jerky palmist, because gamblers loved hearing that they were going to come into money no matter what time it was. The street was otherwise quiet, the only illumination coming from the glow rising into the sky from Fremont Street. I tried to find a star in the sky, but all I could see was a smear of rainbow-colored clouds. Music from Fremont Street floated on the air, as light and insubstantial as dust motes. A pinprick of loneliness struck in my chest, no doubt spurred by my encounter earlier that evening. I didn't want to surrender to it, but it was easy to feel lonely when you were standing by yourself in the desert. Who cares if you're all alone? I asked myself. You've still got friends. Great friends. They're as much your family as Mom and Dad or Uncle James. I wanted to believe it, but real family was different. When you didn't have parents, you missed out on a lot of experiences that most people took for granted. It was Uncle James who'd taken me to my Girl Scout meetings. In the 3rd grade, I addressed my Mother's and Father's Day cards to imaginary people. I resented TV commercials that portrayed complete families eating breakfast together, and on it went. I'd always felt like a partial person, a unique snowflake with an emphasis on the negative spaces. Now, my last link to my heritage, Uncle James, was gone too. Gold medal for the most pathetic thoughts ever, I muttered. I mentally shook it off. Let's hope you get hit by a meteor and spare the world anymore. I began rearranging the rocks in the yard, forming a new pattern. When the last 2 rocks were placed, I felt the hum as the wards kicked in around the property. I should have felt safer. Not that I felt particularly threatened by anything, but tonight I was unsettled. It wasn't the encounter with the snobby woman that bothered me. Something had been left unresolved, but I didn't know what it could be. Back inside Moonlight, I took a look around. The place was cluttered like an old person's garage with junk that had gone out of style 5 years ago. For ordinary people, the place simply appeared kitschy and quirky, but for someone like me, the energy in the shop was palpable, and not all of it came from being cursed. My gaze touched on a few things that unnerved me. The taxidermic snow owl that followed me with its eyes everywhere I went, the landscape painting depicting a family picnicking beside an English lake, which would have been beautiful, except every 50 minutes they were attacked by a painted figure carrying an axe who hacked at them for 10 seconds before the scene reset to idyllic bliss. Then there was the stone gargoyle that Christian had sold me, which continued to crouch on the counter while I tried to figure out where best to display it. I locked the till, turned off the lights, and entered my studio. The ice demon had gone, so I cleaned up the fridge and tentatively placed a bottle of water inside it and crossed my fingers I'd be able to drink it tomorrow. I was in my pajamas and in bed 15 minutes later. Immediately, the roof creaked with the rhythmic sounds of footsteps. 8 steps back and forth in a slow, deliberate pace. I didn't know who the spirit had been, or why it was so restless. Was it a former owner, like me? Would my spirit one day join it, pacing and enjoying a view of the spring mountains from our rooftop perch? In a way, ghosts were much like Vegas itself. Every few years, an iconic casino was imploded to make way for a new, shinier, bigger casino, with no thought for the history lost or the particular flavor that the casino had lent to the city which we'd no longer taste. Ghosts, too, were fading memories, never again to make an impact upon the living, unless, apparently, they had an obnoxiously heavy tread. Usually the pacing irritated me and kept me awake until the sunrise. This time, I was too pooped to care about the spirit's otherworldly angst. I was unconscious before it completed its 3rd circuit. I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling. Shoot me now, I sighed. I knew I'd been asleep because my eyes were sore, but I was still too tired to have woken up naturally. I fumbled for my phone and checked the time. I'd been asleep for a little over 2 hours. What the hell? Why was I awake? Then I heard it. The tick-tick-tick of claws over a hard surface, like glass or metal. I slid out of bed and reluctantly summoned Lucky. The pale gauzy clouds swam around me, just a streak of gold for now, like my own atmosphere orbiting me. But in seconds I saw Lucky's dragon head beginning to form, and the gauziness took on the long, sinuous shape of a Chinese dragon. It wasn't often that I fed him enough energy to be visible like this. Usually I got by using sorcery that was very basic and didn't require Lucky materializing. But I told myself better safe than sorry, even though the sorry part could very well come from me losing control. I sent him ahead of me and into the shop. After silently parting the bead curtain, I paused just at the threshold, listening. The shop was spooky enough without the lights on, thanks to all the strange silhouettes, but knowing that half the objects were also cursed gave me another reason to shiver as I panned my gaze over the place. Tick, tick, tick. I sent Lucky toward the sound. My dragon flew a loose circle around the left side of the room. That narrowed it down a bit, not that I felt comfortable putting my back to everything that was on the other side of the room. I displayed a few katanas and items that could be used as weapons there, but thankfully none of them were cursed with movement. At least, I hope not. I guess I'd find out for certain when a spear pierced my back. A fluttering sound, like the flapping of thick canvas, made me instinctively drop into a crouch. Lucky reared up, ready to attack, but nothing flew overhead. Breathing shallowly, I crawled toward the counter. I'd feel safer behind it and with a wall at my back. As I rounded the counter, I realized I knew what had made the noise. The only new thing in my inventory was the gargoyle statue. When I raised my eyes above the countertop, The gargoyle was gone from where it had sat. The cameos were quick to offer their opinions.
You met the love of your life today. He'll try to kill you, Anne Moody. The cursed shall pay, Anne Moody.
Yep, the damn gargoyle statue had come to life and was flying around moonlight. Definitely a way to make me remember you, Christian. Cringing, I fed more energy to Lucky now that I knew he faced something with physical substance and wasn't just a pesky ghost or spirit. The pull on my life energy was minimal. The danger lay in the tickle that ran across my skin, as though thousands of invisible scales had just rippled. Lucky called to the dragon in me, but I had no intention of answering. With the infusion of energy, Lucky became more opaque. His teeth could now sink in and make a rude impression, though a witch or sorcerer would be able to break the bite with a spike of power. A human would be able to shake him off with some effort. I wasn't worried about a human foe, however, just a bit of carved stone. Something smacked me in the side of the head, hard enough to knock me against the stool I kept behind the counter. Dazed, I looked up as something dark with widespread wings made a loop and then dive-bombed me again. Bright topaz eyes gleamed with malice. Lucky crashed into the gargoyle, and the two creatures tumbled through the air and hit a shelf full of Egyptian canopic jars. Thankfully, the organ jars were empty because they disintegrated instantly, raining crumbled pottery on the floor. I willed Lucky to pursue the gargoyle. The two creatures zoomed through the shop, hunter and hunted. I rose into a crouch, wincing and rubbing at my knee where it had hit the metal leg of the stool. Lucky and the gargoyle were engaged in a Snoopy versus the Red Baron-style aerial dogfight. Lucky was guided by my will. He existed because of me. But sorcery and familiars were weird. I thought I could feel the stretch and pull of my muscles as Lucky battled the gargoyle. I caught myself twisting in sync with Lucky, as though my body movements guided his. My fingers on the countertop curled into claws. No, I told myself anxiously, growing slightly panicked. I forced my fingers to lay flat atop the glass. Mentally, I took a giant step back. The gargoyle spun free. It caught sight of me with its topaz eyes and made a beeline for me. Its thick, leathery wings beat furiously to propel it. Its fangs opened wide. Lucky surged forward and snapped its jaws around the gargoyle's hindquarters. I ordered Lucky down, and both bodies smashed to the floor with heavy thuds. Lucky pinned his foe down with a bite around the throat. The gargoyle hissed and flailed with its clawed feet. Its limbs were muscular, and I could feel the resistance as it fought Lucky. My dragon tightened his jaws and shook the gargoyle like a dog with its favorite chew toy. I quickly snapped the shop lights on and carefully approached the struggling pair of creatures. Lucky's golden body curled around the gargoyle like a giant boa constrictor. Cold radiated off of my magical familiar in billows, like someone had opened a freezer and was swinging the door back and forth. Within Lucky's chilly grasp, the gargoyle snarled and trembled with apparent fury. When I drew close enough, it noticed me and turned its muscular head in my direction. Its gem eyes blazed with fire. "Help me," I heard in my head. It wasn't the voice of a cameo. No, it was anger, rage, fury, hatred. It all slammed into my brain like a mallet, and appropriately enough, I dropped like I'd just been hit by one. Someone slapped me. I would have sicked Lucky on the offender, except I couldn't remember exactly how to do that. Panicked, I went with my backup plan, flailing like a wounded duck. No, Anne, calm down. You're safe now." I recognized the voice of Celestina, no last name, just like Rihanna, my fortune-teller friend from next door. My eyes weren't closed. There was something covering them. I reached up and dragged the damp, folded towel off my face. I was lying in bed with Celestina sitting on the edge. She held my left hand in both of hers and was studying my palm. "You're not going to charge me for that, are you?" I asked. She smiled faintly, but didn't look up from her inspection. "I should, to cover the money I lost when I had to shove my client out the door so I could come here." She patted my hand before setting it atop my stomach. "You have an interesting future. Also, you're a lousy neighbor." Celestina was in her full get-up, which was as ridiculous as it was flattering on her. Her grandparents had immigrated to America from Santo Domingo, near the border with Haiti. But though she looked and played the part of a voodoo mambo, Celestina was a former Huntington Beach surfing champion. I sat up with a groan. "Sorry about that, Celestina. I don't know what happened." I eyed her warily. "What did you hear? Or see?" "Lots of crashing noises. I was hoping that was just you getting some action." Celestina looked regretful. I've got bad news. Your front window is gone. Oh, great. I didn't want to begin to wonder how much that would cost me to replace. Then I sat up straighter. How did you get over here? The wards hurt like a son of a bitch. Celestina grimaced and rubbed her temples. They work maybe too well. They bounced me back into the street like I'd got worked by a monster wave. I had to go to Orlaton for help. Whoa. I looked at her with new respect. He doesn't like to leave the store. I know, but what was my alternative? I was worried. Anyway, he didn't leave his shop, big surprise. He told me how to break down your wards and then slammed the door in my face. I didn't like that. I'll need to talk to him about how he managed that. Good idea, Celestina agreed. Anyway, I reached through the broken window and unlocked the door. You were unconscious on the floor. She paused. I didn't see your familiar anywhere. No, Lucky is out when I'm out. Same with sleeping, which made Lucky useless as a guard dog. Or make that guard dragon. You didn't, happen to see anything moving around in the shop, did you? She gave me a wry look before tucking a long braid of dark hair beneath her headscarf. Something like a scary stone monster? She turned and yelled, Lev! Vasklev, her on-again, off-again wolf-shifter boyfriend, trotted through the bead curtain and up to the edge of the bed. He sat down, tongue lolling happily as his blue eyes focused intently on Celestina. Lev was a beautiful wolf, with midnight black fur and those pale blue eyes, but the man loved being in the form too much. He needed to go to Shapeshifters Anonymous and break his addiction to transformation. Celestina, in a rare display of frustration, had one day confided in me that she had problems convincing Lev to shift back into human form long enough for them to have a meaningful relationship. She felt like she was dating a dog. I was pretty sure Lev was the reason Celestina's palmistry and tarot reading shop also sold beef jerky. Lev, tell Anne about the stone monster. The wolf whined and danced around a bit. He chuffed the way dogs do, and then let out a frustrated-sounding howl. Celestina wasn't moved. She crossed her bangle-covered arms and waited. With a sigh, I'd had no idea wolves could sigh. Lev transformed, limbs elongating, hair dissolving. It was a disconcerting sight, kind of like watching your friend undergoing drastic time-lapse plastic surgery. I had to look away a couple of times until he was done. And when he was done... Whoa! I flung a hand up to cover my eyes. Ah, yeah, sorry about that, Celestina said, though she sounded suspiciously as though she were trying not to laugh. Here, Lev, cover yourself so you don't burn Anne's virgin eyes. Hardly virgin, I muttered, but I was glad to hear the sound of rustling fabric. I tentatively lowered my hand and found Lev standing there naked but for Celestina's multicolored headscarf wrapped loosely, disturbingly loosely, around his waist. The Serbian wolf-shifter still had much of the wolf about his face, a feral, scruffy quality that reminded me of Wolverine from the X-Men. But that body? No complaints here. Which brought me back to my last encounter with an attractive guy. So, the gargoyle? I prompted. I came when Celestina called, Lev said with a wink for his girlfriend. And when I got here, there was thing flying all around, attacking her. Not bird or bat, some strong thing. I not see thing like this before. Very strange. Nightmare thing. Celestina waved her hand for him to get on with it. He just grinned, which made her roll her eyes, but I saw her smile a little too. I guess when you were wolf-like and half-naked, you could get away with a lot. I wanted to chase it. The wolf did, Lev clarified. But Celestina said be careful, so I only bite it. Then I hold it down, and Celestina put it in a box. It's in a box? That seemed too simple, like I must have been an idiot not to have done as much myself. Instead, I had a broken front window and useless wards. I slid off the bed. I need to see this thing. Lev and Celestina had draped one of her sheets over my window to cover it, which made Moonlight resemble a head shop thanks to the quasi-hippie tie-dye job on the sheet. But I appreciated the thought, and said as much. The box trapping the gargoyle was easy enough to spot. It was the box for a home dehydrator kit, the kind you use to make jerky in your kitchen. My friends had stacked a variety of flat objects on top, such as a set of gold cutlery in an ornate wooden box, and 2 sets of poker chips in their briefcase-like carrying cases. I thought about asking Orlaton for some heavy books to weigh it down, but he was in a bad mood by then. Celestina confessed. It's fine. I took the cases off one by one, summoning Lucky as I did so. Well, that's interesting, Celestina murmured. I looked up. She and Lev were gaping at the sight of Lucky flying lazily around the room. Oops, I'd forgotten that I rarely used my magic in front of other people. Only Melanie had seen Lucky. One day early in our friendship, I'd been delirious with fever and had accidentally called him up while she was taking care of me. She'd spilled chicken noodle soup all over my bed in her surprise. I hadn't ever intended to show her, but once the cat was out of the bag, I stopped hiding it from her. He's harmless, I told them, trying not to sound defensive. Not many sorcerers use big predators for familiars, Celestina murmured, her dark eyes watching me. When you told me you had one, I assumed it was a bird. I tensed, but I kept my tone casual. Well, it wasn't really a choice. Dragon familiars run in my family. There, it was out. I was dangerous business. Better dragon than chicken, Lev said with a shrug. Celestina flashed a white grin. Too true. I wanted to hug them for being so understanding. Celestina waved at the box. Well, go on. Let's deal with this. I called Lucky to hover over my shoulder as I prepared to lift the box. This thing is pretty vicious, so be ready, I warned my friends. I'm going on 3. 1, 2, 3. I yanked the box away. The gargoyle sat there, licking one of its forepaws. It looked up, startled, its topaz eyes wide, but did nothing more threatening than flutter its leathery wings. Well, that's different, I said, sitting back on my heels. It was like a rabid animal earlier. It's still dangerous, Celestina said. Something doesn't have all that muscle for no reason. I agreed with her. The gargoyle was the size of a small gorilla and just as muscular. I had Lucky at the ready in case the creature pulled a Jekyll and Hyde on us. It smells different, Lev said. He leaned closer and sniffed the air. Not same. Help me, sorceress. I looked to my friends. Did you hear that? Yes, Lev said. It came from monster. I tell you, it is different. I'm no monster. Not all of me. There's something fishy going on here. I jumped to my feet. You guys okay with watching it for a second? Lev shifted into his wolf and chuffed his agreement. Celestina snatched up her discarded headscarf and rewrapped it around her braids. Don't take too long. I can read the future, not do karate. I dashed over to the other side of the shop and peered over the shelves. Geez, I sold a lot of crap. Why did I have all this inventory? Hockey pads? Who played hockey in Vegas? A life jacket? Some kind of knitting machine? Gotcha! I reached past a tabletop slot machine and pulled out a heavy hand mirror with a peculiar dull glass. Back in front of the gargoyle, I aimed the mirror at the thing, its topaz gaze fixed on the glass curiously. You're going to make it feel bad by showing it how ugly it is? Celestina asked mildly. This is a Chinese magic mirror, I explained. It's made of bronze, and when you tilt it just right, you can see what's hidden behind glamours. The trick is getting the angle right. There! But my triumph trailed off into bewilderment as I stared at the image reflected in the magic mirror. My, Celestina said. I did not expect that. Me neither. Chapter 3. I called Melanie because I just had to. I figured once she saw what was up, she'd forgive me for dragging her out of bed so early in the morning. To my surprise, she arrived at Moonlight with her makeup on, her hair straightened, and her numerous accessories, steampunk sure required a lot of add-ons, all in one place. What? She said when she saw my expression as she jumped out of her car. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get up. Now the day can be even longer. It's great. Why couldn't you sleep? I asked her, though I had a feeling I already knew the answer. Christian, she replied with a dirty little smirk. Oh, and that statue. I had a dream that it was chasing me. Monkeys are pretty fast, but boy, this thing was right on my ass the whole time. You never told me you're a shapeshifter and you can read the future. See what? I pulled her into the shop. Holy cow, what happened to your window, Anne? And handed her the Chinese mirror. Pointed at the gargoyle, I said, steering her toward it. You may have to fiddle with the angle. It remained sitting on the floor, uncovered, and if I didn't already know it was alive, I would have thought it was a statue. It didn't move at all as Melanie kneeled before it. This isn't a prank, is it? She asked, looking up at me. This isn't a trick mirror that's going to show myself all gory or zombified, is it? Because I'll totally scream, Anne, and I might pee in my pants, too. The bead curtains parted, and Celestina and Lev came out. Lev had gone back to Celestina's and put on some clothes he had left there. Jeans and a tight t-shirt tamed the wolf a bit, but he was still someone you'd give a wide berth to if you passed him on the sidewalk. "It's not a trick, little monkey," Celestina said, shaking her head in amusement. "Use the mirror." "Everybody staring at me is making me nervous." But Melanie obediently raised the mirror and followed my instructions on how to aim it at the gargoyle. As soon as she saw what we wanted her to see, she gasped and dropped the mirror. "Oh my God!" "Hey, don't break it," I said, rushing to pick up the mirror and check that it was okay. It was a piece of merchandise someone had pawned to my uncle years ago. It felt like a connection to him, even though I never had a reason to use it before. Melanie grabbed my arm. "That isn't a statue." "No," I grinned. "It's a shifter." "It's a gargoyle," I corrected. "A genuine, old-fashioned gargoyle." I couldn't help holding my breath as I aimed the mirror at it again, wondering if I would see something different this time. It was like looking through a hole in a wall. On the other side of it sat a guy with his arms wrapped around his knees. He was probably my age, mid to late 20s, dressed in jeans and a dark hoodie over a dark shirt. His hair was dark too, and sort of wavy, spilling over his forehead and into his dark eyes. The look of utter hopelessness on his face drew me to him with an intensity I couldn't explain. "I think he's trapped in there," I said softly. I didn't know if the magic mirror worked both ways and he could see me too, but I imagined that he was looking back at me with those soulful dark eyes. It made my cheeks grow warm, but I couldn't look away. "I'm trapped in this form, and I'm not alone." The hopelessness on his face gave way to a flash of anger and fear. Melanie scooted back. "Nuh-uh! I don't like the sound of that." She glanced at the broken window, still covered with Celestina's tie-dye monstrosity. "I'm guessing he did that, or rather whoever's in there with him. Oh God, what is it?" "It's a demon." The announcement was as welcome as a demon would have been. A wave of dread washed over me that was so powerful it made me sway on my feet. I surreptitiously wiped away the sweat that had beaded instantly on my forehead. I had a thing about demons, a history with them. I would have preferred 100 jerk ex-boyfriends to the demonic baggage that I carried. "Oh, hell no!" Melanie jumped to her feet. "Anne, we don't want anything to do with this. Tell me you agree." I lowered the mirror so I wouldn't have to see the expression on Hopeless's face as we discussed the matter. I couldn't believe my own words as I said, "What's the alternative? Leave the poor guy in there with it?" "It attacked you," Celestina motioned at the window. "Whether it did that on its own or because the demon forced it to, this is like a possession. The demon needs to be expelled. Who has the power to do that?" "None of us do!" Melanie grabbed my arm. "Seriously, this is super dangerous, and we don't know for sure that that guy in there is completely good either. He's just telling us there's a demon in there, but what if he's lying? What if it's him who's the monster? He's a gargoyle. What does that even mean? This could be a total disaster." I looked back at Hopeless. "What can a gargoyle do? You're not a shifter, right?" "My ancestors were created centuries ago by a curse. By day I turn to stone. By night I am free to assume either my creature form or my human form. The choice is mine. I can switch easily between the two. Usually, not now. Now I'm trapped with this demon." "Gargoyles are no good," Celestina said. Her expression, as they say, spoke volumes. "Even if you manage to expel the demon—" She leaned close to me and murmured, "Anne, you have to be careful. They're malicious and sneaky. No one's ever befriended a gargoyle, and for good reason." In the mirror, I caught a flicker of something on Hopeless's face. He'd heard her. His expression reached into my chest and tugged. It had nothing to do with romance, and everything to do with injustice. "We're helping him," I stated. Celestina just shook her head, but my best friend was vocal in her disapproval. "Anne!" "He's not a threat, Melanie. The gargoyle was going for the jugular earlier, but when I was unconscious and completely helpless, he didn't hurt me." That made her pause, as I'd known it would. Melanie could really get going when she was worked up, but she wasn't unreasonable. In a calming voice, I said to my friends, "I do think there are 2 souls in there. However," I added when Celestina opened her mouth to argue, "I'm not an expert on demon possessions. We need someone who is to confirm it." "Oh no," Melanie groaned. "I know where this is going." Even Celestina didn't look too enthused. "He won't appreciate being bothered twice in 24 hours. "He is not good man," Lev added with a grim expression. They were all correct, of course. When it came to Orlaton, asking him for help would be like asking him to French kiss me during a zombie apocalypse which had been caused by oral herpes. I was amazed he'd help Celestina get past my wards. That wasn't like him at all. But the guy knew things, lots of things, and I wasn't intimidated by him, even if most people believed I should be. "What the hell?" I said cheerfully. "Let's pay him a visit." The sign above the door said only tomes. I was fairly certain Orlaton would have foregone a sign and drawn a seal in blood on the sidewalk if he could have gotten away with it. Tomes, like Moonlight Pawn, was situated inside a residence, albeit a much bigger one. Rumors said Orlaton had had the original house gutted and rebuilt with secret passageways, trapdoors, dungeons, and every other goofball thing you'd find in a haunted house. I didn't know if the rumor was merely the fallout from Orlaton's reputation, but the shop sure didn't look like your friendly neighborhood Barnes & Noble. Greek Revival, complete with a dome and a pair of columns out front, didn't belong in a neighborhood like mine. Vegas had a couple of weird houses like this, where people went Liberace with the outdoor bronze statues and fake columns, but Tomes was the only one that made you worry it might become the next Amityville Horror. According to a second metal sign which hung beside the doorbell, the bookseller allowed entrance by appointment only. But as Celestina had proved, the elusive Orlaton could be summoned when the mood struck. I hoped the mood was striking him in the ass right now. We needed his help. Celestina and Lev had returned to her shop at daybreak since she was still open for business, and she felt it her duty to be available to any astrologically distressed clients. Only Melanie was with me as I repeatedly pressed the doorbell. I had half expected to hear the sound of an organ playing or maybe a theatrical scream each time I pressed the button, but the doorbell sounded normal and pleasant. I was kind of disappointed by that.
"You're sure this thing won't suddenly come to life and claw my face off?"
Melanie asked. She held the gargoyle statue away from her body as though it were a squirming eel.
"I happen to like my face, Anne. People say it's cute, and I kinda agree with them."
"Not sure of anything, really," I replied. "But ever since the sun came up, it's been stone like that. I think you're okay for now."
"Oh, good. As long as you think so."
Melanie stuck her tongue out at me. It was good timing, because a slot in the door slid open just like in a speakeasy. A pair of large, deep-set blue eyes that were shielded behind wire-rimmed glasses stared at Melanie's extended tongue. The eyes slowly blinked. "Go away." "Hey, Orlaton, we need your help," I said quickly before he could slide the slot closed. "It's something serious."
"Very serious,"
Melanie chimed in grimly. She held up the statue.
"You will never believe what's in this thing. Seriously."
Orlaton glanced at the gargoyle and appeared unimpressed. "You don't have an appointment." "Celestina didn't have one either, and you helped her," I said. Hooded lids slid over the eyes. "She threatened to have her wolf defecate on my porch. I had no choice." "So if I threatened to do the same, would you let me in?" I grinned, but I wasn't yet sure if I was only teasing. A demon wasn't something I could just put on the back burner and deal with later. I was in a bind. "If you weren't so dangerous, I would make an enemy of you, Miss Moody." Thanks?" I looked at Melanie, who shrugged. I heard a sigh from the other side of the door. "Go away, please. I have clients in the building. This is way more important than selling some books, Orlaton." I stepped closer and lowered my voice, because you never knew what magical eavesdroppers might be around. We'd all heard stories of the odds makers employing pixies when they wanted the dirt on someone. "It involves a demon," I told him. "Not interested." "What?" I gaped at him. "But this is right up your alley." "You think it is, but what you believe to be a demon is most likely something far less interesting, much like you." "Hey now." I glared at the pair of eyeballs. "You said it yourself. I'm dangerous." I was talking big, with nothing behind it, of course. What was I going to do? Have Lucky set fire to his house? Ram down his front door? He had me by the girl balls, and he knew it. "There is a demon in that thing," I said before he could call my bluff. I pointed at the gargoyle statue. "Either you help us get rid of it, or I'm going to attempt a half-assed exorcism right here on your porch. It won't be pretty." There, that got a twitch out of his left eye. I didn't let my satisfaction show because a guy like Orlaton needed to believe he always had the upper hand. "What do you want?" he asked finally. take a look at this thing and help us get rid of the demon inside it. I will examine it. I promise nothing more. However, you'll have to wait while my other businesses concludes. Your timing couldn't have been worse, Miss Moody. Yeah? Well, next time I'll tell any demons who want to bug me to make sure they clear their schedule with you first. Anne, don't push him, Melanie said, cringing, but she pricked up instantly at the sound of numerous locks opening on the other side of the door. Oh, cool! Again, to my disappointment, the door didn't open with the creaking and groaning of hinges. It simply swung open soundlessly. In the doorway stood Orlaton, which, for people who hadn't seen him before, might also have been a disappointment. He was 17. He deliberately talked like he was a crusty old professor, and I'm sure he got a kick out of fooling people over the phone. But the truth was that he wasn't yet a legal adult. He was my height, which was not tall for a guy, and extremely skinny. His head seemed too big for his body, and his pale, slick-back hair made him appear bald under certain lights. Oversized, watery blue eyes and a small mouth also contributed to the impression he was a living bobblehead doll. Today, or maybe every day, he wore jeans and a maroon grandpa cardigan. And of course, he wore a bow tie. I mean, it was standard for such a cultivated look, right? His was red and blue plaid. It wasn't crooked. Are you coming in, or aren't you? He asked, still trying to sound imperious, and mostly succeeding. It was a kind of tone, at least, that would discourage you from making fun of the hush-puppy loafers he wore. As Melanie and I stepped inside the shop and Orlaton simply walked away as though he couldn't care less what became of us, I thought about how many of his eccentricities had developed because of a need to impress his clientele. Everyone he conducted business with was older, sometimes centuries older. Important magical beings in the city depended upon him. They expected him to be weird and defy categorization because the old-time occultists were like that. Too many brushes with the dark side had warped them. So, in a strange way, it comforted them that Orlaton was twisted too. It was expected. Though Orlaton hadn't yet been exposed to enough black magic to truly be warped, I knew better than to write him off because of his youth. There was no way to ask, hey, are you a genius or what? But I was pretty sure Orlaton was, and a genius mind paired with an obsessive interest in the occult equaled someone you didn't want to turn your back on. Though I could still get a kick out of inviting him to a bar, knowing he wouldn't be able to order anything except a Coke. The inside of Tomes was appropriately dark and gloomy. I chose to give Orlaton the benefit of the doubt and assumed the lighting helped prevent deterioration of what must be some seriously old books. In truth, he probably kept it that way just for the atmosphere. It was claustrophobic, with floor-to-ceiling shelves burdened so heavily with hard-bound books that you figured a loud sneeze or fart would bring everything down on top of you. It also smelled. Like old books, sure, but also herbaceous and smoky, bringing to mind pagan rituals in a forest, which made sense. Orlaton not only provided books to his occult-minded clientele, he also provided them with a venue in which to perform their dubious activities. One of which was happening now. Melanie and I edged past the bookstacks into a rotunda in the middle of the shop where it was extra dark, like someone had curtained off all the light. I didn't see any curtains, but I did see a heck of a lot of shadows that were just a little too dark to be ordinary shadows. These were more like clouds of unconsciousness. You fell into one, and you were irrevocably lost. They hovered all stormy-like around the 6 robed people in the center of the room, who were holding hands and quietly chanting. Braziers drizzled smoke from the north and south points of the circle. A single candle burned in the center. This kind of magic wasn't my thing. I didn't look down on it or anything, I just didn't know anything about it. Lucky came from me. He was a manifestation of a power I couldn't get rid of, even if I tried. To use magic, the only effort required of me was to keep myself from becoming power-drunk. Occult activity, like I saw now, was similar in my mind to doing research for a term paper. I still had nightmares about college that were worse than any that a horror movie could inflict on me. Essays and rituals both required you to read boring, dry text in search of a few relevant sentences, which you then had to figure out how to apply in modern terms. No thanks. There was a reason I dropped out of college. As I hung back with Melanie, the pair of us partially concealed by the pools of darkness, Orlaton walked to one of the robed figures in the circle who wore a sort of parchment talisman on a string around their neck. He murmured something to them. The person nodded, and the group chanting ended. Orlaton stepped back. He was as grave and watchful as a headmaster overseeing corporal punishment, 17, going on 52. The other occultist began to speak. "We call forth Sven Berkland," intoned the figure wearing the talisman. It was a woman, though her voice was so low and monotone that I couldn't guess her age without seeing her face. Sven Berklind, come forth. Answer to us, Sven Berklind. She broke the circle formed with the other occultists to walk forward. After yanking the paper talisman from her neck, she held the slip of paper over the candle that sat in the center. The parchment incinerated instantly in a flash of green light. The woman stepped back and reformed the human circle. The air didn't smell of burned paper, but of blood, or something similarly earthy and coppery. Melanie edged closer to me and hugged the gargoyle statue tighter to her chest, apparently forgetting that it had once been a vicious creature. The darkness around us began to spread like spilled ink on paper. The air felt thicker, as though the oxygen levels were out of whack. Sven Berklind, answer to us! We all felt it simultaneously, an unnatural chill that crept in insidiously, caressing bare flesh and slipping beneath our clothing to raise the hairs on our arms. I shivered. Melanie gasped with dismay. Orlaton's brows drew down, making him resemble a grumpy old professor. Are you the spirit named Sven Berklind? The robed woman called out. A blast of arctic wind put me back on my heels. The robes of the occultists flapped violently around their legs. I glimpsed painted toenails and ankle bracelets. Sven Berklind! A deep, disembodied voice replied, sending fingers of dread dancing up my spine. I wasn't well versed in the occult, but I knew the voice of a dead guy when I heard it. Melanie and I were the unwitting observers of an act of necromancy.
Jeg savrer til ingen kvin.
Here we speak in English, the woman said, and so shall you. After a long pause, the voice spoke again. Anger chilled every syllable.
I answer to no woman.
You will answer to us because we have summoned you, the woman replied in a commanding voice. The temperature in the room dropped even further. Our breaths fogged the air. I was about ready to duck out because I hated being cold.
No woman has the power to command me.
Sven!
I will hack you in twain. I will rend the limbs from your body.
Charming guy, I whispered to Melanie, but I was spooked. This Sven guy sounded psychotic. Sven Berklind!
I answer to no woman.
Abruptly, the chill in the room vanished. The dark shadows hovering around us brightened to the murky charcoal of normal shadows, and the sense of dread I'd felt melted away. What an asshole. The woman who'd been speaking pushed back the hood of her robe, revealing her scowling expression. Is it me, or did he sound like he was throwing a temper tantrum? Who was he? I dared to ask. The woman blinked in surprise at seeing me and Melanie, but quickly got over it. We believe he was the first serial killer in Norway back in the early 1900s. 8 women with ties to him were murdered within the span of 2 months. Today is the anniversary of the first murder. What? Why in the world would you want to contact someone like that? Melanie wondered aloud. Because we're attempting to learn where he buried his victims so we can bring peace to those women's spirits. Orlaton snapped, making it sound like Melanie and I were morons for not guessing that. Now, please be quiet and let the adults converse. I nearly grabbed the gargoyle statue and hurled it at his head, but I was too afraid of hurting Hopeless. I settled with grinding my teeth as Orlaton joined the group of occultists and began discussing what had gone wrong. He's not going to help us, Melanie said with a sigh. She raised the gargoyle and spoke directly to its frozen, snarling face. Sorry, whoever's in there. Orlaton is an idiota. Chances are you're going to have a nasty demon roommate for the rest of your life. Orlaton will know something, I insisted, but I didn't know who I was trying to convince, Melanie or me. After 10 minutes or so of deep discussion, the occult group finally broke up and began shedding their robes. They were all women, and they all looked normal, as in you'd pass them on the street and have no idea that they spent their afternoons brainstorming ways to raise serial killers from the dead. 2 of the younger girls wore UNLV tank tops. They looked relaxed, maybe a tad hungry. Maybe they were now going to head to Celestina's and have their tarot cards read while noshing on some jerky. No, Orlaton said with a long-suffering sigh that suggested he'd rather be buried 2 miles beneath the Earth's surface than deal with us. What's all this about a demon? Melanie shoved the statue at him. You tell us. With a distasteful expression on his face, Orlaton accepted the statue with his fingertips. He began studying it from several angles. What's the provenance? When I stared at him blankly, he sighed again. Where did you get this? A customer brought it in. He said his sister bought it for him in Europe. He didn't say anything about it coming to life or attacking him. Do you think my shop's energy set it off? Activated it, maybe? Your shop. Orlaton shook his head but didn't elaborate. I had a good idea what was on his mind, though. Who wanted to be neighbors with a cursed business like mine? Curses could be fickle and begin to spread or transfer. If you thought herpes was bad, wait until you picked up a curse that shriveled your private parts and turned them into tiny mice, while still attached to you. Not that I thought Moonlight was afflicted with any curse that was quite so personal. After a few more minutes of looking at the gargoyle, he said, Are you aware that gargoyles are cold-blooded? Is that something someone was supposed to tell us at some point? Snakes, lizards, gargoyles. Typically, they're the vessels of demons. He was trying my patience big time. That's what we said. There's a demon inside with him. And I'm saying that gargoyles are a cursed species that typically contain the hearts of demons and nothing and no one else. Your so-called victim shouldn't be in there. It makes me wonder. Orlaton pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. It was such a dramatic, thoughtful look that I wouldn't put it past him to have actually practiced it in a mirror. Whoever's in here claiming they need help may not be someone you should befriend, he said. Have you considered the possibility that he's trying to mislead you for his own nefarious purposes? Of course I hadn't. Hopeless didn't look evil. I knew evil. I'd held its gaze. The guy inside this gargoyle could be a real jerk, but he wasn't evil. Not how I defined it. Orlaton's warning did give me pause, though not for the reason he meant. I wasn't worried about Hopeless. I was worried about the fact that everyone seemed ready to burn him at the stake when he hadn't done anything to anyone. Careful, Aeon. I took a deep breath. When I perceived that someone was being bullied, I naturally wanted to defend them. That was all well and good if the situation was as it appeared to be, but did I have a legitimate reason to intervene? Or was I giving someone I didn't know too much of the benefit of the doubt? What if the gargoyle really wasn't anything I should be messing around with? What if Orlaton was right, and Hopeless was a sneaky manipulator? He seems fine to me, I said carefully. When he was in control, he didn't try to hurt me. I got the impression that the gargoyle only attacks when the demon seizes control, but he can fight it and push it down. Whether he's fighting the demon for possession rights is beside the point. A gargoyle is not an ally, it's a potential enemy. You're only assuming that. We won't know until we get that demon out of there. I had to take a stand, otherwise nothing would get done. I planted my hands on my hips, my turn to look imperious. Can you exercise it or not? The mood in the room instantly began to change, and not in a good way. Orlaton wasn't magical, but I could have sworn the walls were somehow creeping inward, the bookcases looming over me, the ceiling sinking down. Do not take that attitude with me, Orlaton said softly, his bug-like blue eyes suddenly no longer goofy behind their lenses, but intense and piercing. Spooky. Though he was only a teenager, I felt a chill move across my skin. I nearly took a step away from him. I was reminded that Orlaton and psychopaths had far too much in common for me to ever feel at ease around him. Sometimes being too smart was a very bad thing. You came to me for assistance, he whispered, and I am giving it to you. But I could just as easily rescind the offer and watch you succumb to the demon you're entangled with. This is important, I said, allowing apology to shade my voice, though I couldn't bring myself to outright say that I was sorry. If Orlaton respected anything, it would be backbone. In his own way, Orlaton was a predator. Someone's life may be at stake. I only want to help him, but I need you, Orlaton. Please, can you do anything? Seconds passed. Finally, the sense of encroachment eased, and I could breathe easier. I need to know more about its origins, Orlaton muttered. So you can't do anything now? I said I need to know more about where it came from. Who sold it to you? His name is Christian. I have his number. I shook my head, disgusted with myself. I should have called him right away about this. I pulled out my phone, but when I tried ringing him, I got a recording telling me the number could not be completed as dialed. What's going on? I muttered. I tried again. Same results. Did he input the number wrong? Melanie asked. I've done that, just totally got the number wrong. One time I did that for like 2 months. I thought no one liked me anymore since no one called. How would I know if he did? But she got me thinking. I pulled up Christian's entry and checked the number. Damn it. I let my head fall back. 6 digits. He added a phone number with only 6 digits. A wave of humiliation rushed over me, but I didn't surf it for long. Anger and suspicion rose up to replace it. Christian hadn't needed to give me a fake number. He hadn't needed to give me a number at all. So why give me 6 digits? I suspect it wasn't an accident, Orlaton said, barely able to control his smirk. I wanted to smack it right off his bobblehead face. I consoled myself with the knowledge that he'd probably never received a phone number from someone who wasn't a cultist of Cthulhu. Can't we just throw the statue in a pentagram and compel the demon out of there? I asked as I motioned toward the rotunda, where I would have bet good money lots of unsavory rituals had occurred. Why does this have to be so complicated? Orlaton looked offended by my suggestion. This isn't The Exorcist. A bit of chanting and holy water won't magically solve your problem. This is complicated. It becomes magnitudes less complicated when one is provided with information about why and how this demon came to co-inhabit this gargoyle. He straightened his bow tie. I refuse to do anything further without such information. The risks I take are carefully measured, and in this case, the danger runneth over. The danger runneth over? This guy needed a girlfriend, stat. What exactly do you need, Orlaton? Spell it out, and we'll come back with it. The name of the gargoyle, for one. I can look it up in my guides and see if its history provides any solutions or complications. I can't imagine there are more than a few dozen living gargoyles in the world, so it should be easy enough to identify. I need to know which demon we're dealing with, and I want to know who's responsible for placing it in there and how, if possible. Orlaton handed the statue to me. Learn all of that, and I'll try to squeeze you into my schedule. I turned to go, but I paused and looked back. What happens if we can't get you the information? Are you going to let the demon take over this gargoyle? Let it run rampant through Las Vegas and draw attention to our community? Bring down the wrath of the odds makers? He went very still. Do not lay this on me, Miss Moody. Someone sold it to you. You should have done your due diligence before accepting it, just as I would have done. He was right, but only to a point. The nature of Moonlight meant I accepted all sorts of weird items. How was I to vet everything that came through my door? I should have let it go, but his superior attitude plucked my last nerve. Come on, Orlaton, I said, like we were buddies. You're telling me that with all these books and grimoires in here, you didn't once accidentally buy or trade one that was cursed? Because I find that very hard to believe, knowing how possessive and secretive most witches and warlocks are. They don't believe in sharing, either their knowledge or their tools, not outside their covens. A shift of the eyes to the left. I followed Orlaton's line of sight to a riveted metal trunk that sat on the floor at the base of one of the bookshelves. Like a pirate's chest, it was sealed closed by a large, ancient padlock. The padlock was probably only window dressing. The real locks were magical, and they would hurt you if you tried to break them, if not outright kill you. I've made my mistake. I will never make it again. Orlaton murmured. His cheeks were white. His shoulders had hunched. As I looked at him, dread crawled up my spine like a spider. There had been horror in his voice, a wretched sort of anguish still bound up in fear. I looked at the chest again. It didn't look so simple anymore. Now it looked like someone's nightmare. What's inside it? I asked, reluctant to hear the answer. His eyes shimmered behind their lenses. Do you really want to know? Orlaton had taken this somewhere darker than I'd intended this conversation to go. I wanted to back away from the haunted knowledge in his eyes, even as a part of me wanted to defend him. Orlaton was no wounded bird, but something in that trunk had hurt him, badly. I couldn't begin to imagine how terrible, how wickedly devious it must have been to have slipped beneath his guard. I couldn't begin to imagine what it had done to him before he had managed to stop it. I suggest you don't do what I did, he warned in a voice that trembled. He aimed a meaningful look at the gargoyle statue. Some magics linger. Some magics destroy you when you least expect them to. I'll get help, I promised him. A name came to mind, one I hadn't thought of in years. His mouth thinned into the smile of a ghost. I'd wish you luck, but it won't help you. Chapter 4. I stood in the bloody bathroom and stared at the woman beside me. She was older than me by at least a decade, but still beautiful. Her hair was as dark as mine, but hung in beautiful ringlets around her heart-shaped face. She smiled at me, but I couldn't smile back. She had no eyes. They'd been gouged out. I didn't know if she was the ghost of someone who had once lived in this house, which was doubtful since Vegas hadn't been around that long, and this house couldn't have held the hundreds of spirits I'd seen reflected in this mirror over the years, or if she was a creation of the curse, an amalgam of images that the curse thought I would find horrific. I did find her horrific, but also saddening. When the curse did things like this, I felt alienated, as if I were homeless and crashing each night on a different person's sofa, and they resented me for it. Uncle James had gone missing just over 2 years ago. He'd become my world when I was 4, after my parents were killed when they drove off a cliff in Utah. It was he who'd entertained me with dancing dolls that I hadn't known at the time were moving because of his magic. It was he who'd explained why I won so many stuffed animals from the carnival games at Circus Circus. I was using sorcery to improve my odds. He soon stopped me from doing that, of course, since the odds makers would have frowned upon it, even if it was a child doing the manipulation. But it was he who taught me what it meant to be descended from dragons. Out in the Valley of Fire, just outside of Vegas, I created blobs of glass and obliterated rock formations as I struggled to get a handle on Lucky. It was Uncle James who'd sat me down as the sun cast a red glow over the Indian petroglyphs and warned me how careful I needed to be when I walked the line between using my sorcery and succumbing to it. He and I gasped together as I made Lucky form a giant dust devil. As red sandstone spiraled into the sky like a blooming desert poppy, Uncle James made me promise to always view my sorcery as a gift that needed to be tended carefully, wisely. For the most part, I was able to keep that promise. But maybe he'd anticipated that I would break it, and that was why he'd left. Moonlight Pawn had been Uncle James's baby, his only interest outside of me. Knowing that, I couldn't turn it over to someone else when I didn't know when or if he'd come back. But the shop felt like a shackle. It contributed to a sense that something was wrong with my life, though I didn't know what. Did I need a career? A family? Was it time to get a pet goldfish? Or was it fear that was gnawing at my gut? Fear of another demon. As I continued looking at this eyeless woman in the bathroom mirror, I fantasized about walking away from all things magical, away from everything horrifying and unmentionable. Too bad the concept was so alien to me that I could barely imagine leaving Las Vegas. I was trapped here with the good and the bad, so I'd better make the best of it. If I could, I told the woman in the mirror, I would sell you some seriously kick-ass sunglasses. The light coming through the backsliding glass doors was orange-red and edging into purple as night descended, signaling it was time to get a move on. First, though, I took a look around inside Moonlight. Before we left to Mint Tomes, Orlaton had reluctantly given me a suggestion on how to strengthen my wards. I'd tried it out before lying down for a nap. Normally, when I took a nap, I was down for the count, but for some reason I'd woken up. I'd lain there, convinced I'd felt the magical twang that accompanied someone trying to breach the wards, but the sensation hadn't repeated itself, and I'd gone back to sleep, telling myself it must have been part of a dream. Looking around now, I agreed with my sleepy assessment. Nothing appeared to be disturbed within the shop. Be careful about growing paranoid, Anne, I said to myself. Only half the world is out to get you. The woman who might be able to help me get the information Orlaton wanted had a day job. She wouldn't be available to me until 6, which was coming up soon. Good timing, since the gargoyle was as useful as a doorstop until the sun went down. I'd placed the statue back in the box and weighted it down again while I slept. I left the open sign dark as I walked to the box and squatted before it. Gargoyles weren't like puppies, apparently. They didn't whine and scratch to indicate they wanted to be set free. If the gargoyle had transformed, it was sitting beneath the box obediently, perhaps waiting for my attention. Perhaps waiting to tear my throat out. Just in case, I called out Lucky. He hovered over my shoulder as I lifted the box. The gargoyle crouched and hissed at us. Not good, I muttered as I hastily backtracked across the shop floor. Just wait. It was hopeless. His voice sounded warm and soothing in my mind, not like the bitchy screeching of the cameos. Would his real voice sound the same? Would I ever hear it? Lucky and I watched warily as the gargoyle spat and clawed the floor like a bull preparing to charge. Its wings were extended to either side, I guess to make it look larger and more threatening. Not that it was necessary after the bulging muscles and the vicious fangs, but maybe even gargoyles could feel inadequate at times. As I watched, it shuddered and strained its head to one side in apparent distress. It clawed the floor a few more times, and then it abruptly sat upright and folded its wings against its back. Its bright topaz eyes blinked at me. It wasn't exactly cute, but I no longer feared for my life. "Hello?" "I've controlled it for now." I tucked a strand of hair behind my ears. I felt a tad foolish to be talking to the thing, because in the back of my mind lingered the suspicion the demon wasn't really gone and was just fucking with me. Or, as Orlaton had warned, Hopeless wasn't all that he appeared to be, which at this point was simply, well, hopeless. "My name is Anne," I told the thing. "Anne Moody. I run this shop." "Anne Moody." He dragged it out, like he was tasting the name. It made me shiver a little, and then want to smack myself in the face for acting like such an idiot. The demon liked to taste names, too, right before they ate it along with your soul and a nice Chianti. "Who are you?" I asked. "No, wait. Hold on." I reached over and snagged the Chinese magic mirror from the low shelf where I'd placed it in anticipation of this. I held it up, wanting to see the expression on Hopeless's face in case I would be able to tell if he lied to me. As the mirror brought up his image, I felt my heart beat a little faster. It wasn't that he was attractive. I'd seen plenty of hot guys in Las Vegas, and for the most part, a good-looking guy indicated to me that he was probably self-absorbed and too high maintenance. It was the impression I'd gotten from Christian. My interest in this particular guy had little to do with his looks. There was something about his steady but subdued gaze, his stubborn-looking chin, and his quiet intensity that intrigued me. Gargoyles were ancient, which meant that this guy had been around and seen everything. I could sense that through the mirror. He possessed a sense of gravitas and appreciation for what was truly important in life. This guy was the absolute opposite of shallow. "My name is Vale Morgan." "Vale is a cool name," I said. I smiled just to see if he'd respond. He only stared back with his dark eyes, which had the peculiar ability to make me sit up taller and try to appear just a little bit more sophisticated. "Listen, I took you to see my friend, who's sort of an expert on demons and the occult," I told him. "His name's Orlaton. He said gargoyles typically possess the hearts of demons." Vale said nothing, but I noticed that he tightened his grip around his knees very slightly. "He says most of them are dangerous," I continued, still fishing. "Aren't you dangerous, Moody?" I startled, not just at him calling me by my last name, but at the question. I eyed him warily. "What are you talking about?" One corner of his mouth curled. "You're descended from dragons. Your familiar is a dragon. Sorcerers like you were once magically castrated for being too aggressive and too ambitious. Your kind views other magical beings as prey." "Maybe 1,000 years ago," I retorted. I heard the anger in my voice, the bitterness, but I couldn't do anything to stop myself. "My family and I have never hurt anyone with our dragons." "How would you know?" My mouth moved, but nothing came out. "Was your parents' death really an accident, or was it an act of revenge for something they'd done?" I stared at him, shocked more at what he was implying than at the fact that he knew my parents were dead. "Screw you!" I chucked the mirror onto the shelf again. I didn't care if it broke. In fact, I would have been better off if it had. I jumped to my feet and reached for the box. "Wait, Moody." "Sorry, can't think of a reason why I should." "I apologize if I've hurt you." "You can't hurt me," I bit out. "You're just a statue. Pretty soon, you won't even be that when the demon eats you." I felt bad as soon as I said it. No matter what he'd said to hurt me, he didn't deserve the fate he faced if I turned my back on him. "Moody, I'm sorry." "I'm fine." "You're not." I sighed. "Moody, I need you to not hate me." "Hate you?" My brows rose in surprise. "I couldn't hate you." Growing up, I'd always detested bullies, probably because I'd been a frequent target of them. Using my magical heritage against me, as Vale had done, was no different than someone pulling their eyes sideways and calling me a slant eye. But he'd had his reason, just as those kids had had theirs. Hopefully his was one I could understand. I don't know how you know about my parents, but you know nothing about what kinds of people they were. I told him. You know nothing about me either, so maybe you shouldn't be so quick to judge. Moody, I'm sorry. I'm under stress, but that's no excuse. I shouldn't have said those things to you. No? I breathed as I stared sightlessly into the darkness of the shop, hoping he would give me what I wanted from him. You shouldn't have. Lucky hovered, a faint streak of gold in the corner of my vision. I sent him away, not because I was ashamed of him or of me, but because this was a battle I didn't need him for. Finally, I don't know how much longer I can keep the demon at bay. Please help me. I'm worried that I'm not strong enough to do it on my own. There it was. I understood fear, even if what I'd felt wasn't the same tenor that Vale was experiencing now. I knew the fear caused by abandonment, the fear that arose from being different. Another downside to being picked on by bullies was that you became empathetic and you yearned to help those who couldn't help themselves. You hated seeing someone be afraid. Vale knew exactly how to tear down my defenses. Yet I didn't resent him for it. I liked him more for being honest, especially with him being an ancient gargoyle that probably rarely had to ask for help with anything. I looked down at the gargoyle. It blinked up at me. Its lizard-like tail swept the floor and formed a little curl. Again, not cute at all. Not much. Do you know how this happened to you? Or who did it? I asked. I wasn't conscious at the time. I wish I could tell you more. Are you in pain? I'm not. Thank you for asking, Moody. I shrugged it off. I don't know what you're going through. I'm trying to figure it out, though, so I can help you. If anyone can help me, I believe it is you. That caught my interest. Why me? Dragon sorcerers are powerful. Whatever happened to me won't be easy to reverse. Believe me, Moody, when I say that I'm grateful to be in your care. Now you're just blowing sunshine, I muttered, but I was pleased. Hell, I felt special, even if Vale was feeding me nothing but lines. On that note, just in case, give me your word that you aren't evil. It was a ridiculous demand. Vale would say whatever I wanted him to. But when he said, I promise you, Moody, I believed him. I've got a plan, I told him. No guarantees that it'll work, but I think it's worth a shot. I trust you. I grabbed a large pet carrier from off the shelves and dropped it on the floor. It'll be a little cramped, but it's the best I can offer. The gargoyle crawled in tentatively and allowed me to shut and lock the door. Holy moly, you weigh a ton, I grunted as I lifted the thing. I liked you better when you were stone. But I regretted saying it, even though Vale remained silent. I pictured him crouched within the gargoyle, trapped in stone, trapped with a demon. A memory of horror shivered through me. I crossed my fingers and hoped that I could be the sorceress he needed me to be.
Orlaton is like the Mozart of occultists,
Melanie said as she parked her car in the lot of a strip mall on Industrial Road.
He's a child genius who's probably going to be eaten by a demon. But you know what? I think he's got a crush on you. Can you believe it?
I think I'd rather date my fridge demon. I popped my seatbelt and twisted around to look back at the pet carrier. A pair of topaz eyes peered back at me through the door. All right back there? We're here. I'm fine.
Oh, yes, you are,
Melanie murmured beneath her breath before breaking into giggles. I rolled my eyes. Behave. But when I thought Vale wasn't looking, I winked at her. Melanie cleared her throat and acted serious.
So tell me about this friend of yours. Why do we have to meet her in an alley behind a strip club? This feels so shady. I love it.
It's because she's a stripper. Well, I think they prefer to be called exotic dancers, actually.
Seriously? She is? That's so awesome.
Melanie tapped her chin thoughtfully.
I've thought about dancing. What an easy way to make a fortune, huh? People throwing money at you? Who wouldn't want that?
Especially if you're a succubus like Liliana. I shouldn't admire her, but she really had a racket going, and who couldn't appreciate an enterprising woman? Not only does she absorb the sexual energy from men, she makes them pay her for the privilege. It's genius. Suddenly, all my monkey can think about is how fun it would be to swing on that pole. Melanie was wide-eyed at the prospect. I have the feeling if I got up on stage, they might not be able to pull me off it. The mental image of Melanie in her monkey form swinging on a stripper pole was awesome. It reminded me of the time she'd revealed her shifter form to me. It had been about a week after we'd met when she'd sold me a mango cake with lime buttercream frosting. The lime frosting is good, but you really need to make it spicy to make it awesome, she'd told me with authority after handing me the small cake from behind the service counter of Todos Tortas. What does that mean? I'd asked, trying to be polite and listen to her and not just shove the entire cake in my mouth like I wanted to. You should sprinkle some Tabasco or Tapatio sauce on it. I flinched. On a cake? What? You don't like different stuff? Out of the normal? I could sense she was talking about more than the cake. Magical beings could cruise other magical beings the way gay guys cruised each other in clubs. There were certain phrases and a look. You just knew something was up. I love all that stuff, I told her. She studied my face for a long moment. You want to see something funny? Here we go, I thought. No sooner had I nodded than she'd vanished, seemingly into thin air. I'd been on the verge of jumping into the truck to see if she'd fainted, when a monkey jumped up onto the counter and began dancing some crazy monkey dance. I'd been so surprised I'd tossed my mango cake over my head. Her amused chatter had made me laugh at myself, too. I'd still made her replace the cake, though. You'd better sign up for one of those pole dancing exercise classes and see if you're any good, I said in the car.
Oh, Anne, we both should!
Melanie's excitement was infectious, but we really were there for a reason, not just to fantasize about our future careers as strippers. After I dragged the pet carrier out of the back seat, she and I made our way across the lot, keeping beneath the street lamps as much as possible. Industrial Road wasn't exactly shady, but when you had a bunch of strip joints and liquor stores lined up along a road, you tended to attract a certain kind of loiterer. I didn't call lucky just yet, preferring to be optimistic, but I kept my eye on the scattered groups of men who were either urinating as a team or dealing and purchasing drugs.
What can a succubus do that will help us?
Melanie asked as she continually scanned the area around us. She looked like she was ready to jump out of her skin. I'd suggested we park farther away at the mall instead of in the strip club's lot, thinking it would be better to avoid the club's security cameras. But I was rethinking that decision because of the dubiousness of the area and because Vale's weight threatened to pull my arms out of their sockets. Liliana is multi-talented, I replied. She sucks up sexual energy, obviously, but she also can form impressions of people from touching things they've handled.
So what? You want her to hold the gargoyle? Rub him like an oil lamp?
Melanie cackled. Not quite. We were in the alley now, which was bordered by the freeway noise reduction wall on one side and the long side of the strip club on the other. The bouncer at the front of the club had eyed us until we'd moved out of sight, and I worried that he might send someone back here to see what we were up to. At the back entrance, I set down the carrier and pulled out my phone. I'll text her and let her know we're here. She works the day shift because she goes out at night and hits the clubs. She should be finishing up any time now.
Vegas must be full of succubi,
Melanie marveled as she leaned back against the club and kicked up a boot.
Probably most of the escorts and hookers are. Heck, the entire city must be made up of sex demons. It'd explain why we have so much trouble getting dates.
I'm not so sure sex demons are the problem, I said. But yeah, Vegas is full of magical beings. I bet we don't know what half of them are. It was both a comforting thought and an alarming one. Many of my friends were shifters, with the odd succubus and incubus thrown in. I was also acquaintances with witches and warlocks, a couple of sorcerers, and a handful of people who were something, though I couldn't quite figure out what. Nonetheless, with perhaps the exception of one of the sorcerers, no one I knew could command the power that I could, which made me believe I was an anomaly. That was good, because it meant I didn't feel threatened. It was bad, because it meant I stood out to the odds-makers. One year, 2 days after New Year's Day, a homeless guy had walked into the Tropicana Casino and gone on the win streak of a lifetime, turning $100 into nearly $2.5 million. It wasn't the first time someone had become a millionaire in the city overnight, but it was the first time someone had started their run with such a small bankroll. It had been the talk of the town for a week. Later, we in the magical community learned that the homeless guy had actually been an out-of-town warlock. A month prior, he had stumbled upon a Cambodian luck spell that he'd immediately thought to use on the blackjack tables. His punishment for drawing so much attention to himself? Well, none of us really knew. But for a few weeks afterward, there had been a spot out in the desert on the way to the secret and notorious Air Force Base, Area 51, that had glowed with magical energy. No one had dared gone out to investigate, but it was assumed that it wasn't an alien corpse that was buried out there. The odds makers didn't tolerate the indiscreet use of magic, no matter who you were or what your intentions. The key to survival with them was not to be noticed at all. If I wanted to continue to live, I needed to fly beneath their radar. Too bad events of late were conspiring against that plan. As I was putting my phone away, I heard the sound of rubber scuffing over asphalt. Melanie and I shared a nervous look. I'd hoped to keep this quiet, but luck was rarely on my side. Except when I made it so. I called forth my dragon, but subtly, so he was only a cool breeze looping through the alley as two men emerged from the shadows. They were big bruiser types. I assumed, perhaps uncharitably, that they possessed more attitude than brains. "What are you ladies doing back here?" the bald one asked. He smiled, but I didn't believe it for a second. "Employees only," said the one with the goatee. Both of them wore leather jackets and motorcycle boots, not the expected attire of security men, and it increased my nervousness. "We're waiting for a friend who works here," I said, trying to sound bored and like this was something Melanie and I did every night, just chillin' behind strip clubs. No biggie. "She'll be right out." "What's in there?" Baldy pointed at the carrier. I smiled at him. "My dog. I'd be careful," I warned when the guy started to lean down and look into the carrier. "Fluffy's kind of a meanie." "I'll take my chances," he said. He grabbed the handle of the carrier. "Hey!" Melanie yelled, but I was already infusing Lucky with energy. He flared like an enormous golden fan above my head. I expected the two guys to freak out at the sight of a golden dragon, but the one with the goatee simply reached inside his jacket and pulled out a gun. Crap. It wasn't a gun. It was a wand. "Move!" I shouted as I shoved Melanie to the side. Sparks traced the path of Goatee's magic as it shot down the alley toward me. I flipped backward, aided by a flick of Lucky's tail. Goatee's magic buzzed across my back like someone had zapped me with a low-volt taser. I landed shakily, no perfect score for me, but at least I was on my feet. In an instant, I sent Lucky lashing out in retaliation. My dragon hurtled forward, jaws open in a soundless roar. Goatee cursed and staggered backward, his wand out in front of him, spitting sparks. Blasts of magic hit Lucky in the snout, but he barely flinched. He snapped his teeth over Goatee's shoulder, and the guy let out a girly shriek before blasting Lucky off him with a complicated wave of his wand. Something dashed through my peripheral vision. It was Melanie, shifted into her monkey form. She leaped nimbly off the wall and onto the back of Baldy, who still held the pet carrier containing Vale. She was small in her monkey form, but she could be annoying as hell. With her tail wrapped around Baldy's throat, she pulled at his ears and hair. The man yelled and tried to bat her off with his free hand. He staggered back and forth, hampered by the shifting weight of Vale and the pet carrier. When he suddenly dropped the carrier and reached both hands up to try to dislodge Melanie, I sprinted forward and grabbed it, dragging the heavy thing toward the door of the strip club. Before I got there, however, sparks ricocheted off the side of the building and blasted me in the ribs. It felt like I'd been sucker punched. I dropped the carrier and staggered backward on wobbly legs. They buckled beneath me, dumping me to the pavement. Oof! I looked down at myself. My clothes were scorched on my left side, and I could see angry red skin peeking through the burned holes. Who knew I'd need to wear a bulletproof vest to visit a strip club? Grimacing, I turned to look back at the fight. Lucky was dodging Goatee's wand strikes, but my dragon wasn't strong enough to do more than drag the guy off balance. I knew escalation would be a bad idea for a variety of reasons. It was something Uncle James had instilled in me. Don't push the dragon within me. There was also the matter of defying my plan to lay low, but Melanie and I couldn't afford to lose this fight. The men would take Vale and do who knew what to him, not to mention there was a demon involved who could take over and then all hell would break loose. I didn't think a demon had ever run free in Las Vegas. I definitely didn't want to be the one to make it finally happen. It would be no defense if the odds makers decided to drag me in front of them for using magic in public. But what choice did I have? Easy. I had no choice. I had to maintain control of that demon at all costs. I funneled more energy to Lucky. My dragon swelled in size. He grew to over 40 feet of pure muscle. His teeth caught the street lamps, and they were wicked. I was on my feet, though I couldn't remember standing. Lucky continued radiating supernatural coldness. I was the opposite. I was burning up inside. A warning came to mind, something I had heard from Uncle James, maybe, or my parents before they died. You know you've gone too far when your chest fills with hot coals. It was a literal warning, not some hokey Chinese saying. I hadn't gone too far. Not yet, but the tickle was there in my chest, the compulsion to breathe out in a long streamer of pain and power and mark my territory. Strange thoughts began to coalesce in my head. Thoughts of twisting and turning and winding and diving and biting and breathing fire upon my enemies. Holy hell, I heard myself say, but my voice was far away from my body. My body. Was this my true form? This pitiful bipedal form? This weak bag of pale flesh? No, I was destruction and defiler, dragon of doom. I peered out at Lucky from behind a haze of red. Lucky was huge and golden, as bright as the sun, but I was beginning to glow too, casting long shadows ahead of me and down the alley. Soon, my shadow would match Lucky's. Goatee seemed to realize things had taken a bad turn, for he blindly shot magic down the alley in my direction. I tried a graceful leap aside, but I was not a dragon yet. I stumbled and tripped, and then rolled across the ground, accidentally kicking the pet carrier. Sharp arrowheads of concrete spat in my face and stung the backs of my hands as Goatee's magic bounced and ricocheted off every hard surface. His urgency told me he was beginning to suspect that he needed to take me down now, while I was still human. Not for long, buddy. Through the maelstrom of Goatee's magic, I counterattacked with Lucky. Fire blazed from my dragon's throat. Goatee shrieked and aimed a torrent of magic at Lucky, knocking the dragon back. I sent Lucky at him again. As I did so, I bared my own teeth. A roar shrieked from my throat. I clawed the air and Lucky shredded Goatee's leather jacket down one arm. Cursing, Goatee blasted magic down the alley again, hoping to hit me. One shot struck the carrier and sent it flipping end over end across the concrete. "Vale!" I yelled. I was startled by my human voice. Was that me? It cut through the madness filling my head, reminded me who I was. "Be careful, Anne. You're riding the edge." Vale didn't respond to my cry. I couldn't see inside the carrier because the door end was facing away from me. I wanted to check on him, but that stupid Baldy, he pulled out his wand too. Great. 2 warlocks. Since when did I warrant such attention? It wasn't me, though. It was Vale they wanted. Well, they were going to have to go through a pesky dragon to get him. Lucky reared up, and he was an awesome sight. Tendrils of golden energy whipping around his serpentine body, wings spread, and his long fangs glinting. My ancestral blood demanded that I give him more of my energy, that I feed him with my own life. I wouldn't die. I would become something else. Something greater. Something powerful. I opened my mouth wide, my teeth bared. Lucky's jaws yawned open in concert. He spat curls of red and gold flames. Goatee put up a magical shield to defend himself, but Lucky's fire ate away at it until the warlock's hair and clothes began to smoke. Goatee raised his wand at Lucky as if gearing up for something big. Then he seemed to think twice. That's right, I thought as I stood there, panting and on fire, at least in my mind. You can't defeat us. We are dragons. He must have read my mind, because he turned and bolted down the alley. Despite having a crazy monkey on his head, Baldy noticed his friend ditching him. He managed to unwind Melanie's tail from around his neck, and then flung her off him as though he were chucking an alien facehugger. Melanie landed nimbly on her feet and chattered what I assumed were monkey insults at Baldy as he sprinted down the alley and out of sight. Lucky reared up again. He was strong now. He slashed his tiger claws through the air and fanned his numerous fins in a display of dominance. The entire alley blazed with golden light, hurting my eyes. If I didn't rein him in, someone on the freeway was going to notice something and call the cops. Controlling Lucky at this point was easier said than done, though. He was me, and I was him, and together we were free and monstrous. Deep down, I knew I was riding a slippery slope. My shoulders itched where wings wanted to burst free. Wings weren't traditional Chinese, but I was only half Asian, so I was a hybrid dragon. My wings were right there, pressing against my skin like fingers poking plastic cling wrap. With just a little push, they'd break free, and I'd be free. Or would I? This was how the stories began. This was how my ancestors had come to be known as predators. They'd given in to their dragons, and the dragons had defeated them. They'd become dragons. If I gave in too, I would lose Moonlight. I would lose my friends. The demon would eat Vale's soul. No. I began to pull Lucky in. It was like trying to reel in Jaws. He fought me, teeth snapping and body corkscrewing in the air like a windsock. To anyone else watching, it would have been a beautiful sight, sort of like watching a real-life dragon dance at the Chinese New Year's parade. But it frickin' hurt. Imagine having 100 tiny fishhooks embedded in your skin and attached to a kite that was whipping about in a hurricane. Now try to walk backward. Agony to the nth degree. But if I wanted to remain human, I had to do this. So I bore down and pulled him in. It helped that reabsorbing my energy from him dulled the pain from my burn injury. A little. Kind of. "Come on," I gritted out. "Come on, you bad dragon." He fought. I lost ground. Don't be the thing everyone accuses you of being. Hell no. I fought back. By the time I'd reined Lucky in completely, I was sweating like an Inuit visiting Vegas on the 4th of July. Pain blazed behind my eyes. With a groan, I collapsed back onto my elbows. Melanie danced over to me and pawed me with her soft, tiny hands. When she discovered my wound, she let out a screech of dismay. "I'm okay," I muttered, one arm flung over my eyes. "It's fine if it scars. I'll tell everyone I crashed my Ducati, the red one." Her monkey hands plucked at my burnt clothing for a bit, maybe trying to see if it was salvageable. Or maybe she was grooming me. I lowered my arm and studied her cute little face, which was black with dark eyes. The rest of her body was covered with reddish-brown hair, all except the top of her head, which was dyed blue, just like her human form. She was one punky monkey. As I watched, she hopped away to where her clothes lay in a puddle on the ground. The good thing about shifting into something smaller than a human was that you never ruined your clothes. She shifted back into her human form, a transition as quick as blinking your eyes, and redressed.
"Anne, you got cooked like carne asada,"
she said as she relaced her boots.
"We need to go to my parents' home and pick up Tepes Coite bark. My mom swears by it. It's like crazy Mayan magic, only not magic."
Dressed, she returned to me and studied me with a strained expression on her face.
"That was seriously bad. Do you know what you did?"
I sighed heavily. "I know." I abruptly twisted around, ignoring the lightning bolt of pain that radiated out from my burn, and said, "We have to check Vale." Melanie and I hurried over to the pet carrier. There was a big dent in the side that faced us, which was the roof of the thing. I started to carefully tip it right side up when the cage's door swung open. "Oh no," I said before I peered inside and confirmed what I'd feared. "He's gone."
"But why would he leave? We're the only ones who can help him."
"I don't know about that, but I'm guessing he felt like a sitting duck inside this thing. I don't blame him for getting out of it. But where is he now?" I looked hopelessly down each end of the alley. "How are your tracking abilities?"
"We'd be better off using Lev for that,"
Melanie admitted.
"My monkey's sense of smell is only slightly better than yours. Ack, how come I can smell my brother's stinky feet, but I can't smell a gargoyle?"
"Those warlocks were after Vale," I said. "How did they know we had him? Only Orlaton, Celestina, and Lev knew that."
"Someone at Orlaton's? There was that cult there."
"Maybe, but I didn't think so. The cultists hadn't heard us mention that the gargoyle statue contained a demon, and nothing about the statue had hinted that it was magical. Damn it, I feel like I let him down. I stank of burned fabric and my own singed flesh, but I was so frustrated I couldn't care. Let's talk to Liliana and see if she has any suggestions." Melanie touched my arm.
"It really bothers you that he's gone, huh?"
I shrugged, trying to play off her comment, but I realized she was right. The thought of Vale trapped in an endless battle with a demon who wanted to eat his soul, it made my wound throb. I didn't know anything about him except his name, and yet I wanted to know more. He was a guy who I could see holding my interest even with his clothes on. That sounded shallow of me, but it was the truth. Most of the guys I'd attempted to date, I'd chosen because of their looks. Nothing had held my interest after that. Vale was different. He seemed like he had stories to tell, a deep life to share. After being trapped by moonlight, I saw in him a way for me to travel beyond the shop's walls and experience the world. Or maybe I was just a sucker for brunettes. Maybe Liliana can find him, I said, instead of directly answering my friend's question.
You're crazy powerful,
Melanie said as we headed for the back door of the strip club with the battered carrier in tow. She gave me a pointed look.
You seriously need to be careful. Like, go on the super down low.
I know, I said, grim. I hadn't expected to go that far.
It's just there's such an awful history.
I know, Melly. She flinched. I felt awful. I don't plan on using Lucky again, I said more softly. But thanks for worrying about me. She bumped shoulders with me.
Aw, you don't need to thank me. You're my best customer. My family can't afford to lose such a valuable source of income. Why do you think I'm your bodyguard?
Bodyguard? No way, biatch. I'm your bodyguard. Melanie grinned.
No, you listen, biatch.
You're both bitches, said a new voice. I froze and looked up. Liliana was draped across the open doorway of the strip club like a piece of lingerie. Her smile was a flash of lightning through a dark sky. I don't typically like bitches, she went on. I prefer dealing with delicious men, but you've gone and stirred up trouble, and now I have to do something about it. She narrowed her dark eyes at us. A pair of sharp fangs slid from her mouth and over her bottom lip. Melanie squeezed my arm and gave a squeak of fright. Oh, quit it, Lily, I said. You're scaring my friend. Liliana broke into a husky laugh that gave me goosebumps. If I were a man, I probably would have been on my knees already, begging to kiss her feet. Liliana could be potent stuff. You're no fun, Anne. Liliana sniffed the air and cocked an eyebrow. Come in for now. We have an audience. I spun around, fearing the oddsmaker's pixies, or perhaps more warlocks, but all I saw were shadows. Come in, Liliana insisted. The compulsion in her voice tugged, but I didn't need much incentive to follow her inside. Like it or not, I needed help from a succubus stripper. Chapter 5. I'd never been inside the back rooms of a strip club before, but from what I'd seen in movies about strippers, it wasn't normal for one dancer to have her own dressing room. Liliana, however, was no ordinary stripper. Doubtless, she had influenced the owner to treat her differently than the rest. As Melanie and I tried not to look too awkward as we stood inside a room filled with racks of bikinis and underwear, Liliana, wearing a pale green silk yukata, arranged herself artfully in her chair before her makeup mirror. She was stunning, with skin nearly black and equally dark hair that she'd curled into waves that spilled down her back. Her eyes were gray, and it was hard not to stare at their contrasting color. She was a towering ebony goddess of Namibia, except that she wasn't. She leaned back in her chair and stretched her long, smooth legs along the vanity table. Her shoes were silver stilettos. They looked deadly. Before any of us could speak, there was a knock on the door, and it opened before Liliana could respond. I was slightly shocked until a middle-aged guy with a thick blonde mustache barged in. He was breathing heavily and was red in the face. One look at him, and I knew he must be the manager of the club. He had a wad of folded bills peeking out of the pocket on his black shirt. The outermost bill was 100. "What the hell are you doing back here?" he demanded, ignoring Melanie and me to glare at Liliana. "Darling," she said, clearly unfazed by the rude entrance, "you're interrupting my time with my girls." "You're still on shift. I want you back on the floor doing dances now, Lily." Melanie sucked in her breath and looked anxiously at Liliana, probably expecting her to respond by tearing the guy's face off. I knew better. Liliana was otherworldly, but she wasn't a beast. Only once had I seen her rattled, and it wasn't by a measly human. She curled her finger at the manager as if beckoning him for a lap dance. "Come here," He didn't stand a chance. It was fascinating to watch, sort of like witnessing a mesmerized mouse staggering up to a cobra. The manager walked stiffly across the room, the growing lump in his pants leading the way, until he stopped beside Liliana's feet. "You're making me unhappy," she purred at him. "You don't want to make me unhappy, do you?" "No," he gasped. "God, no. I'll do anything to make you happy. Anything. Please, tell me." His knees buckled and he fell to the floor. "Liliana, let me worship you." She caressed his cheek and he shuddered. "You're a foul little man, aren't you?" He moaned. "Yes, I am. Please." She sat back and lifted one foot and placed the sole of her shoe against his groin. He moaned loudly and then began to pant. The air between them began to shimmer like the air above the asphalt during the summer. This wasn't a heat mirage, however. Liliana was sucking his sexual energy from the man, feeding from him like a sort of vampire. He moaned again as she rubbed her shoe against him. He obviously felt no pain as he swayed toward her. Liliana was unique in that she was actually beautiful. Even without her succubus power, she could have won the attention of nearly any man. I knew of other succubi and incubi who had to rely heavily on their power to coax their food to them. Watching them suck the energy from a person wouldn't have been nearly as titillating as watching her doing it now. After about 10 seconds of this, she used her foot to push him away. He whimpered, disappointed, and I felt a bit embarrassed for him. Liliana smacked her lips as though she'd just enjoyed a delicious meal. "That's enough for now, darling. We'll do this again later. Stand up and run along now." "Yes, Liliana. Thank you, Liliana." The man climbed to his feet and staggered out of the room. He closed the door behind him gently, as if to apologize for his earlier brusque entrance. Though Melanie continued to gape, Liliana was over it. She waved her hand as though clearing the air of a nasty stench. "Anne Moody, why are you darkening my doorstep with warlocks and shapeshifters?" Her voice made me sway toward her, but again it was something I could resist since I was the wrong gender. "I came to ask for your help," I said. But obviously we were attacked before I got the chance. I felt it through the walls. It distracted me from my work, as you've just heard. "I'm sorry for that." Liliana waved her finger at me. "Best watch out for that dragon of yours. It loves the spotlight." "I know." She studied my burned side with idle curiosity. "Magic scars will never heal if left untreated." I shrugged, though the action hurt. "I'll be fine. Come here." I really, really didn't want to, especially after the scene with the manager, but since I needed to remain on Liliana's good side, I reluctantly walked forward until I was within her reach. She extended a long-fingered hand that was tipped with silver fingernails. "Closer." The air began to shimmer, much as it had earlier. I glanced at Melanie. Her eyes looked ready to pop out of their sockets. She was perched on the edge of her chair, ready to fling the monkey at Liliana, even though she wouldn't have stood a chance against a succubus. But whatever the manager had felt, it wasn't this. Instead of irresistible lust, I felt a cool relief spread over my injured side. When I pulled aside the burned edges of my clothing, I could see that my skin was perfectly healed. Now that was a handy skill I wish that I possessed. In truth, I could heal myself if I gave in fully to the dragon. In that situation, my human injury would be insignificant to a dragon, but too many negatives outweighed that benefit. Better to be a vulnerable human. "Thank you, Lily." Her smile was a slow, sensual stretch of the lips. "My pleasure." I got the uncomfortable feeling that it really was her pleasure. Probably anything she did, from clipping her toenails to sautéing shrimp, gave her some weird succubus pleasure. I reached into the pocket of my jeans and pulled out my phone. "This is mine, but someone else handled it recently. Can you sense anything about him from this?" Her lips curled. "I'm not a psychic." "I'm aware of that, and I realize this is beneath you, but it's tied to the gargoyle you sensed outside. We're trying to help him." "He's yummy," Liliana purred. "You haven't seen him." She licked a finger, pretty much filleting it, and held it up as if testing for a breeze. "I don't need to. I've tasted him on the air. He's strong, and he's dark." He's delectable. Her comments irritated me, though I didn't want to think about why. He's going to be dead soon if I don't find him. He's having issues with a demon. I smelled that too, darling. Liliana pursed her lips and blew out a streamer of smoke. There was no cigarette in sight. I tried not to be wigged out. Succubi or demons? A person learning that might have been afraid of Liliana, but in truth there was a whole catalog of demons, each presenting varying degrees of danger, similar to how Daddy Longlegs and Black Widows were both spiders, but only one kind was a concern to you. Condemning all demons as bad was incorrect, but I understood how the uninformed could make that mistake. A succubus, though more like a Daddy Longleg than a Black Widow in terms of threat, was still a demon who possessed demonic powers. Liliana evidently wanted to remind me of that. I said to her, "Then you're aware that the demon possessing him is not like you are. It's—" I struggled for the appropriate word. "Barbaric." I could see that she liked that. She held out her hand. "Barbaric demons make life more difficult for sophisticated ones like me," she said as she closed her fingers over my phone. Her gaze held mine. I sincerely hoped she was sensing something from the phone and not engaging me in a staring contest. He's a magic user. Delicious as well. I probably shouldn't have been surprised to learn that Christian was magical, but I was. I hadn't sensed anything from him. What is he? When Liliana grinned, her fangs were fully extended. He's a water fae. I nearly choked on my tongue as I immediately pictured red-haired Ariel from The Little Mermaid.
Why would a water fae live in the desert?
Melanie asked while I pulled my tongue out of my throat.
That makes no sense at all.
One would imagine he lives in a home with a very nice backyard pool, Liliana replied. That doesn't explain why he would move out here in the first place, I said, dogged. His kind will always yearn for naturally formed bodies of water. Maybe you should ask him, but I'd be careful if I were you. He carries the taint of brimstone. I exchanged a look with Melanie, who had slapped both hands against her cheeks. You only ever smelled brimstone when you were in hell or when you were dealing with demons. Vegas could feel as hot as hell sometimes, but my money was on the demons. So Christian is the one who locked the demon in the gargoyle statue with Vale. Now I really didn't like redheads. However, I still couldn't figure out one thing. Say he dumped the statue with me in the hopes that some tourist would buy it. It would be an easy way to get it far away from him, but if that was his plan, why give me his number? I pointed at the phone Liliana still held. Why give me the chance to trace everything back to him? She opened her hand and studied the background of my phone. It featured a photo of me and Melanie with raccoon eyes, while the rest of our faces was covered with the white dirt of the playa at Burning Man. Cute, she said. When she smiled, I got a little wobbly in the knees. I have no idea, Anne. She handed me back the phone. I slumped. There went my hope for a last-minute come-from-behind epiphany. Okay, well, thanks for trying. You're a friend, and I hate to see you leave here unhappy. Liliana unwound herself and stood. With her heels, she was well over 6 feet tall. She was striking and intimidating, and I couldn't wait to get out of there, friends or no. Come along, my bitches. I laughed before I could stop myself. It was a good release of tension, and Melanie seemed to appreciate it too. She mouthed "wow" at me as we followed Liliana out of her dressing room and down a hallway to the back entrance of the club. Muffled music followed us out. I made a mental note to catch Liliana performing one day. Hers must literally be the most entrancing show in the city. Out in the alley again, I looked for signs that our earlier skirmish had caught the attention of the authorities, but all seemed quiet. Liliana remained framed within the doorway, her eyes on the shadows farther down the alley. I once attended Burning Man, she told me, surprising me. Her smile was fond and slightly wistful. It was the most human expression I'd ever seen her wear. I met a human there who was obsessed with fire. For 4 days, he kept a pyre of wood burning and danced around it. I danced around his fire, too. We danced together. You fell in love with him, I thought, amazed. I'd thought succubi were impervious to the emotion, subsisting only on desire and lust. Liliana shook her head, and the dreamy expression faded from her face, replaced with a look of cunning. This is only temporary, she warned me. She stared out at the shadows. You'll need to find a permanent solution soon, or else he'll revert. But just for this little while, I think you will appreciate this. She extended her hand and curled her finger in a come-hither motion. Come along, darling. Don't be shy. I hastily scanned the shadows, afraid of another ambush. A second attention-grabbing battle with the baddies wasn't ideal, so I called Lucky to me only in his weakest form. However, nothing moved out in the alley that I could see. But you're a strong one, aren't you? Liliana sounded delighted. Her voice changed, growing softer, huskier. She was seducing someone, and I was damn glad it wasn't me, because I would have tossed aside all shame and done whatever she'd asked of me. Stop resisting me, darling. I don't want to take a bite of you. Not just yet. I need you to come out for Anne's sake. Then, the sound of a halting footstep. The moment I heard the hesitance in it, I knew whose it was. Vale, I breathed. The shadows took on a shape. Then he separated from them, entering the light of a street lamp. He appeared exactly as he had when I'd viewed him through the magic mirror, although I hadn't anticipated how tall he would be, and that he would still be wearing clothes. Trying to figure out why he hadn't shifted into a naked state like Lev always did when he transformed from wolf to man would destroy my brain. Or maybe just the image of Vale naked would. Regardless, there were too many magics involved for me to make sense of them. Yummy, Liliana cooed. I didn't like her perving on him. Vale wasn't mine, but she was a succubus. I wouldn't have wanted to see any friend of mine unfairly influenced by her. Still, her power was what had pulled him out of his gargoyle form, so I couldn't exactly throw a fit. Come along, darling. Liliana hummed approval as Vale, head slightly down, moved closer. As I said, Anne, this is only temporary. I have the power to call out the man from within the gargoyle, but he's still bound to the form. His nature will want to revert to that, especially with the curse on him.
Will he turn to stone when the sun comes up?
Melanie asked worriedly. He's a gargoyle. It's what he does. I can do nothing for you after that. Watching Vale closely, I asked, And the demon? Oh, it's still there. I detected a touch of distaste in Liliana's voice. He's possessed by it, which is why I'm able to do this. He doesn't have the strength to fight both me and the demon at the same time. He's just powerful enough to keep the demon suppressed. But the clock is ticking, darling. Not even a deliciously strong gargoyle like this one can keep this up for much longer. We had until sunrise, so maybe 10 hours. As Vale's face came into view, and I saw how hard he tried to resist Liliana, only to fail because he was weakened from his struggle against the demon, I vowed to banish the demon inside him if it was the last thing I did. This was breaking Vale's pride. I wanted it to stop. He came to a stop before us, his hands curled and uncurled by his sides, expressing his inner battle against the demon. I've pulled you out. Liliana purred at him. Are you all right to stand on your own 2 feet now? Yes, he gritted out. He sounded better than he had in my head, his voice warmer and deeper. He took a deep breath. His scowl cleared. Thank you. Oh, it's my pleasure. Though not my complete pleasure. Vale eyed her warily, which pleased me. Most guys would be groveling at her feet for a chance to polish her shoes with their tongues, much like the club manager had. You're not putting your hands on him, Lily, I said, which earned me Vale's guarded approval. She shrugged, unrepentant. I have an addiction. What am I to do? Melanie snorted and then laughed. Are you okay to walk to our car? I asked Vale. Though our discussion while he'd been trapped in his gargoyle form had been G-rated, I felt self-conscious now, like I was meeting a stranger with whom I'd been talking dirty to over the phone. He narrowed his eyes at me. I'm not a child. I guess he'd reached his limit of being pushed around. I held up both hands. It was just a question. I turned to Liliana. Thank you for your help, Lily. I owe you, Anne. This won't pay off my debt, but it's a start, I nodded, ignoring Melanie, who was giving me a questioning look. My history with Liliana was a story for a day that didn't involve cursed gargoyles and demon possessions. Liliana's grin was blinding. Ta-ta, darlings. I hope you get your pesky demons sorted. You two make a luscious couple. Cheeks hot, I began walking in the direction of Melanie's car. She hurried to fall into step with me. I'll tell you later, I said, warding off her curiosity.
You'd better.
She glanced back at Vale.
He seems a little ungrateful, don't you think?
I guess I can't blame him. What have we done for him, really? He's out of his gargoyle form, but so what? He's still possessed.
But Orlaton may be able to help him.
Hopefully. I was learning not to expect too much anymore. I looked back over my shoulder to see if Vale was still following. The shadows seemed to love him, curling around his body like tailored garments. An effect of being a gargoyle, or of being possessed by a demon? Someone named Christian did this to you, I told him as we walked. Do you know him? Vale stopped in his tracks, pulling Melanie and me up short too. Christian did this? Vale rubbed at his forehead as if a headache was building. That doesn't make sense.
Who is he to you?
Melanie asked. A friend. But Vale sounded as though he were currently questioning that status thanks to our revelation. You sure about that? I said, just to get a reaction out of him. He's my best friend, Vale said fiercely, dropping his hand to glare at me. He would never have done this to me. Best friend? That put a new twist on things. Lily, my friend you met back there, said Christian smelled of brimstone. How would she know that? I pulled out my phone. She sensed it from this. Christian inputted his phone number. He snatched it from my hand so quickly, I realized that had he wanted to hurt me, he could have done so at any time. It sobered me. He might have been helpless while he was trapped, but he wasn't helpless now. What is this? He asked after he'd pulled up Christian's entry. I made a face, unable to stop myself. Well, I thought he was giving me his number. It's a code. Vale cut me off.
Numerology,
Melanie blurted. She gave me a sheepish-looking smile.
I was sort of thinking it might be that, but I was afraid to say anything in case it sounded dumb.
Dork, you should have said something. I was excited now. What does it mean? I asked Vale. It's not numerology, he muttered. I need to use this. I watched him close out the phone book. You're not going to text Europe, are you? Because my plan won't cover that. He accessed the browser and the search engine. Christian's hobby is writing cipher codes. He uses it to write insulting Facebook posts without offending the person he's insulting. I only just stopped myself from laughing. Maybe I was giving Christian an unfairly bad rap. He might have written this for me, Vale went on. But if he did, he would have made it simple enough for me to figure out. He glanced up from beneath his fringe and shot me a crooked smile. I'll still need help. I nodded, being cool, not letting him know my heart was beating 1,000,000 miles a minute thanks to that little smile. Melanie elbowed me, though, and smirked. She could see right through me. Here we go. Melanie and I crowded around Vale as he accessed a website called Cyber Sleuthing. There was a form field consisting of 2 text boxes. You entered text in one side, and it came out encrypted in the other, and vice versa, which was the function we needed. Each number represents a letter in the alphabet. Melanie scrunched up her nose. What do you mean? I don't get it. The number 1 equals the letter A, 2 equals the letter B, and so on, I explained. But obviously you have to try a couple of variants when you've got 2 numbers together that could form letters both separately and together, like this 1 and a 4, which could also be 14. Vale nodded, already punching in numbers and clicking the encrypt button. A bunch of gibberish appeared in the second box. He tried another variant, and this one worked. Diana, Melanie read aloud. Why would he encrypt that? He must have thought someone might follow him to you, Vale said. Diana is his mother's name. Your best friend's mother cursed you? Yikes, some friend, I said. Or he's telling me that she'll be able to help me. Vale ran a hand across his eyes. I noticed that his fingers trembled. It worried me. Liliana's magic would keep him from reverting to his gargoyle form until sunrise, but would he be able to hold off the demon for that long? Signs weren't looking so hot. Why don't you try calling him? I suggested. He pursed his lips, as if inwardly berating himself for not thinking of that first. I knew exactly how he felt, but like me, he found no success when he dialed the number from memory. His phone is off or is out of range, which makes no sense. He handed me mine back. Something's wrong. This was turning into a mystery, and I wasn't a big fan of them. They tended to make me feel stupid. Do you know where he lives? I asked, because I had to admit, I was curious to see what kind of pool a water fae in Las Vegas rocked. I pictured a water park that sported an underwater Atlantis and a family of dolphins that Christian addressed individually by name. Yes, I'll need your car. Vale held out his hands for the keys, his expression stern. I was just barely able to contain my laughter. Look, you're not going to ditch us after all we've gone through to try to help you. If Christian left his message with me, that meant he expected me to free you. He wanted me to get involved. I thought about that for a second. Why would he think to bring you to me? He doesn't even know me. He knows of your family, Vale muttered, glancing away. Ah, just like Vale, who knew about my parents' accident. That's interesting. You have an interesting family. I'll have to take your word for it, I said a bit testily. I'm not letting you get more involved in this, Moody. He glared at me with those dark eyes of his. They were potent, those eyes, but unfortunately for him, I'd built up a resistance to pretty boys like him. Sorry, I told him, but I get killed on self-employment taxes every year, which means you must not be the boss of me. If this Diana woman, or Christian for that matter, turns out to be less than happy to see you, you're going to need us. A monkey shifter and a sorceress who wields a deadly dragon. He sounded anything but thrilled. Against a merman and his mom, I retorted. Something like amusement softened his gaze. He's not a merman. Close enough. Shaking his head, he said, You're pretty tough. Of course I am. I used to wait tables. I had to look away when he began to smile, which left me looking at some shady guys who were standing at a street corner, staring at us. We were attacked, I blurted. Liliana's and Vale's appearances had made me forget about the fight in the alley. Those two guys knew we were bringing you here. How did they fit into this? And they were warlocks, Vale added darkly, which means someone from our community sent them. It wouldn't have been Christian or his mother, so someone else is involved. Someone who's likely responsible for what was done to me. Christian encrypted his message because of them. We need to go. We'd been lollygagging like we had all the time in the world and didn't have magical goons ready to pounce on us. Only when we were back in Melanie's car did I feel safer. I turned in my seat. First, tell Melanie how to get to Christian's place. Vale didn't look too pleased by my ordering him around, but he obligingly gave her an address which she punched into her phone's GPS. As we pulled off Industrial Road and onto the 95 freeway, I said to Vale, The obvious question is, do you have any enemies? His sliver of a smile hinted at stories best untold. I'm a gargoyle. I doubt I'm universally appreciated. Recalling what Orlaton had warned us about gargoyles normally being inhabited by demons, I could understand why. Anyone specific come to mind? I pressed. Vale looked away out the side window. I watched the pulse beat and the strong curve of his neck. I found it interesting that he had stubble. For some reason, I couldn't picture a gargoyle with a beard. I've had run-ins with a fringe group that claims they work in the best interests of all shifting creatures, as long as you aren't a cold-blooded one with 3 forms. He met my gaze again. But I dealt with them. They're no longer a threat to me. That could be interpreted in a variety of ways, but of course I pictured all the worst and most violent options. Maybe I was completely off base. Maybe Vale had merely arranged for a restraining order, and maybe Lucky was actually a dragonfly.
But someone obviously doesn't like you,
Melanie insisted as she glanced in the rearview mirror at him.
I mean, you say you have no idea who could want to do this to you, but possessing someone with the demon sounds like too much hard work to waste on a stranger. You have to have an enemy somewhere. You just have to.
Vale narrowed his eyes at her. He didn't like what she'd said, which meant what she'd said was probably true. He did have enemies that he didn't want to talk about. We're all on the same team here, right? I asked, uneasy. My gut told me someone was toying with the idea of becoming a free agent. Vale settled slowly against the back seat, all suppressed energy. His restraint was impressive for someone racing against time to exorcise a demon before the sun came up. "We're on the same team, Moody. I give you my word that I don't know who did this to me." "Not even a guess?" He shook his head while a muscle jumped in his jaw. "Then maybe you weren't the intended target." I mused aloud, trying to recall the plots of the most recent thriller movies I'd seen. "Do you have a brother who's up to no good?" "I have a brother. He's not the type to get into trouble." "Twin?" I wanted to ask, but only because my mind immediately jumped there like the perv I was. "Is your girlfriend the daughter of a mob boss?" I asked with a grin. Pretty sure Vale saw right through that. At least that's what the twitch of his mouth suggested. "No, Moody," he said quietly. "I don't have a girlfriend." I nodded, all casual, like I'd just checked the option off on a mental list and wasn't inwardly doing a fist pump. "Do you have a boyfriend who's the son of a mob boss?" he asked me. The car accelerated, making me clutch my seat for balance. When the speed leveled again, I glared at Melanie. She laughed breathlessly. "Oops! Haha! My foot slipped. I wasn't eavesdropping or anything either." Actually, I was glad for her goofiness because it broke the tension between me and Vale. "Nope, no boyfriend," I told him offhandedly. A pity, too, because I could really use a bouncer named Vinny in my shop every so often. Vale arched a brow. "Vinny Bag of Donuts?" "Who else?" He nodded. "I've heard good things." "Do not jump into the back seat with him, Anne. Do not." I made myself turn around in my seat and face forward. As we continued driving north in silence, following the instructions on Melanie's phone, I didn't relax and take a nap. I tried to figure out who could have known that A, Vale was possessed by a demon, and B, he could be found by locating me. The list was pretty short, comprised solely of my friends, which threatened to make me completely paranoid and mistrustful of both my judgment and the people I knew, except that I refused to allow that to happen. I trusted my friends. They were the only family I had these days, and more importantly, they were family I had chosen. None of them would have betrayed me, and even if they had, impossible, but for the sake of debate, let's say they had, who would they have betrayed me to? Celestina and Lev had no dealings with anyone besides gullible tourists, and a bribe would offend them, especially Lev. Orlaton wouldn't sell me out simply because he'd find the offer of money insulting and threats to be annoying, and my bestie Melanie was with me here in the thick of it. So how had Vale's whereabouts leaked out to the bad guys? A touch to my side nearly made me jump out of my seat. "Sorry," Vale said, though his lips twitched suspiciously. He pointed at my burned clothes. "I just noticed your injury. I didn't know you were hurt back there." There was guilt in his voice, and I appreciated it, not that I needed it. I wasn't doing any of this for the thanks. I was cooked to a perfect medium well, but Lily healed me just fine. I pulled the gaping hole in my shirt wider to show him my unmarred skin, and then belatedly realized I was giving him a great shot of my stomach and the underside of my bra. I yanked the hole closed again. "You're incredibly powerful," he said after a moment. He added in a lower voice that Melanie wouldn't hear, "I watched you from the shadows." I shivered, not from dread or fear, but because his words affected me as a woman. Instinctively, I wanted to resist him, because he was good-looking, and I'd had my fill of hot guys who thought they ruled the world. But Vale wasn't like them, and he wasn't an easy hookup. In his own way, he was dangerous like me. Gargoyles weren't large, but they were strong. They could fly, and they had those nasty claws and teeth. He'd also hinted at having secrets and a volatile past. Did I want to attract the attention of someone like him? Someone who could not only break my heart, but my body? Or was I reading him completely wrong, which, unfortunately, wouldn't be the first time I'd thought a guy was interested in me when he wasn't? Hello, Christian, anyone? There was a very real chance Vale was only using me just as Christian had, or was trying to manipulate me as Orlaton had warned. So I said cautiously, "I may look cool when I use my sorcery, but you and I know the truth. We're both vying for least popular magical being in the Las Vegas Valley. So far, I'm leading in the polls, but you may catch up soon." "When I said those things to you about your dragon and your family, it wasn't out of disapproval, Moody." Vale averted his gaze. "I agree with you. We're two of a kind. We're both mistrusted through no fault of our own. I know exactly how you feel. I share your frustration." His words lured me to him. I didn't believe in soulmates, but wasn't this the sort of connection that everyone rhapsodized about? Someone who truly got you? I shifted in my seat, a little embarrassed, a little pleased. My name's Anne, you know. Don't you think it's kind of weird that you call me by my last name? He looked up at me. His expression was intent. I don't think it's weird at all. I like calling you Moody. It's mine. I grew warm and fuzzy. It's mine. Focus. Right. Fantasizing was all well and good, but there was a time and place for it. Probably I should focus on making sure Vale didn't remain possessed by a demon. A third wheel would be a real downer if we began dating. I opened my mouth to say something flippant that would diffuse the impact of what he'd just said, but he spoke before I could. I'm glad to have you at my back, Moody. He lightly touched my shoulder. You're better than Vinny any day. He sat back and lapsed into silence while I tried not to obsess over how warm his fingers had felt on my skin. Beside me, Melanie vibrated in her seat. I refused to look at her. If I had to be tortured, so did she. After following the 95 north through the desert past Nellis Air Force Base, a GPS guided us to turn east along the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. I hadn't known paved roads existed east of the speedway, but Melanie followed directions deep into the shadow of the muddy mountains. Time seemed to fly faster the farther we drove from the city. Though the sky outside the windows remained dark, I was convinced that sunrise would begin at any minute. I was sweating it by the time we pulled into a brand-new but also abandoned-looking tract neighborhood called Mountain Oasis. The lack of cars on the streets or in the driveways and the dismal front yards turned out a rock garden could look noticeably unkempt, all contributed to the sense that everyone here had packed up and bailed out of Dodge. It gave me an uncomfortable feeling in my chest that grew stronger as we drove. You feel that? Melanie murmured unhappily. I rubbed my chest. I thought it was only me. No way. It's magic. Someone's driven out all the residents. I think we're feeling the residue of an old spell. What an icky feeling, yeah? Like I ate too much too fast. Vale sat forward to lean between our seats. It's Diana's work. She cast it as soon as she and Christian moved here, though she's insisted to us that she didn't. Vale closed his eyes and rubbed at his temples. She's very protective of him. Then why is she letting him live in a desert when he's a water fae? I asked, genuinely mystified. Shades of amusement touched his voice. Because it's the perfect hiding place for a being that everyone knows craves the water. It made sense, but it also led to more questions. Who are they hiding from? I'm not sure it's anyone specific, Vale said evasively. Diana is just an overprotective mother, as the lack of neighbors can attest. Despite my attraction to him, I didn't believe him. Was it because his answers were too blasé? Was it because he was a gargoyle and everyone's negative attitude toward the species had rubbed off on me? I didn't like mistrusting him, but I wasn't stupid. I couldn't let a pretty face distract me from the warnings I heard in my head. Is Diana a water fae too? I asked. No, a witch. Christian's father was a water fae, but he died after a run-in with a group of fishermen in Punta Arenas in Argentina. That's where they lived before moving here. I didn't know Argentinians could have red hair. Obviously, they're not from there. Christian's father moved them there for some work. He piloted cruise ships that docked at the port there. After his death, Diana became extremely possessive of Christian. He's all she has left now. Though moving to Las Vegas from Argentina seemed extreme, it would certainly be the last place I'd look for a water fae. I wondered about the overly protective mother bit, though. What did a run-in with fishermen really mean? Had they hooked Christian's father like a fish and he died from the injuries? Or was there a malicious angle to the story that explained the behavior of the mom? After 2 years of running Moonlight Pawn and listening to the sob stories of my customers as they tried to convince me to pay them more for their items, I'd come to learn something. Magical beings were shady. It was bad to generalize, and I tried my best not to stereotype anyone, but it was something I had begun to accept as fact. Magical beings weren't all tricksters, but because the majority of them were in hiding or were using their magic to survive in a human's world, they'd learned to exaggerate and lie for their own benefit. Their tall tales were as high as the Empire State Building. The fish that got away was Moby Dick, Christian and his alleged world-traveling sister being a perfect example of this. Usually these stories were harmless, but sometimes they weren't. Sometimes beings tried to trick me into believing a false reality, so I would sympathize with their plights at the risk of doing harm to myself or to Moonlight. I felt like Vale was doing that now by weaving a story about himself, Christian, and Diana that left out all the ugly parts and highlighted how innocent and benign they all were. I didn't feel threatened, but I was beginning to think that bad luck didn't just fall on someone. It was drawn there by invisible leads, like those photographs of trees sending positive energy streamers up to bolts of lightning. Vale, Christian, and Diana. At least one of them must have done something to cause Vale to be possessed. Whether they were aware of that action was another matter.
Ooh, there it is,
Melanie said, pointing ahead. She pulled into the driveway of a cookie-cutter Pueblo-style house that was all the rage in Vegas. The rocks in its yard were all neatly contained within its boundaries. That and the lack of weeds were the only signs that someone regularly visited the place and kept it up. Melanie and I followed Vale up the path to the front door. I wasn't sure how I felt about the fact that I could glimpse light seeping through the blinds in the windows. I quickly pulled out my phone. I had 3 bars, which meant there was a cell phone tower near enough to give me a signal. If the light indicated that Christian was home, why hadn't he answered his phone? Were we walking into a trap? Vale, either not noticing the light or not concerned by it, didn't bother knocking on the front door. He simply put his hand on the knob and turned it. "It's magically keyed for me," he explained as he opened the door. We stepped inside and were greeted by a puff of cool air via AC, another sign that someone might be home. Immediately to our left was a shadowed, sunken, formal living room with only a pool table for furniture. 2 pool cues rested on the felt. A framed black-and-white photograph of downtown Las Vegas during what looked like the late 60s hung on one wall, opposite another framed black-and-white photograph of the old Lady Luck sign. A pair of wide archways led to what looked like it might be a kitchen in a larger room. It was from the unseen room that the light appeared to be coming. It was also from where the smell was emanating. Vale stood frozen in the doorway, his face bloodless. I sympathized with his fear, but we couldn't stand there all day. I summoned Lucky and stepped past him. My heart was in my throat as I crept deeper inside Christian's house. Chapter 6. I felt right at home, which was not a good thing. Christian's family room looked like an extension of my cursed bathroom, except it wasn't a hallucination that disappeared when I blinked hard enough. It was decorated the way you'd expect a single guy would do it, with oversized black leather sofas, a big, ugly wooden coffee table capable of holding plenty of beer cans and big gulp cups, and a gigantic entertainment system on which the majority of Christian's decorating budget undoubtedly had been spent. Surrounding the enormous flat-screen TV were all sorts of expensive-looking electronics like Blu-ray DVD players, receivers, and various portable stereo systems. The floor was white tile. The tiles would be the easiest to clean of all the blood. Stick an M80 firecracker inside a balloon filled with blood, and you'd get the scene I was looking at. Blood was spattered everywhere. Arterial-type spray had painted the blades of the inert ceiling fan, dripped down the sliding glass doors, and was speckled along the ceiling molding. The thickest concentration of blood was on the coffee table, where a large puddle suggested it was the epicenter of the carnage. The leather sofas were probably also drenched, but the black color hid most of the evidence. I still wouldn't sit down on them for $1,000,000.
This is stranger than it looks, guys.
Melanie tiptoed as close as she could to the sofas without stepping in any splotches of blood. She sniffed the air.
Yeah, way stranger.
The only way this could be stranger than it looks was if you told me I'm actually looking at a sriracha hot sauce fight gone wrong.
Huh, it's definitely not sriracha.
She leaned down and sniffed the back of the sofa. I felt Vale's presence before he entered my vision from the corner of my eye. He'd regained his color, but he wore the expression of someone who is approaching a familiar car smashed in the midst of a 10-car pile-up. I understood his dread. But something was nagging at me, and it became apparent a second later. "There aren't any drag marks," I said. "A body that's lost this much blood isn't walking away from this. It's not even standing. So how did it move? Did someone else carry it away?"
"Someone did carry it away, and it probably wasn't that difficult."
Melanie hopscotched back to us.
"The blood didn't come from a human. It's goat blood."
Learning we were looking at the scene of a ritual sacrifice was only marginally better. I couldn't bring myself to feel relieved. "I guess that explains the brimstone smell on Christian," I said, though I was sorry I had to when I saw Vale's expression.
He wouldn't have attempted to summon a demon,
he said softly, but in a way that revealed how extremely pissed he was.
Whatever this is, it's not what it looks like.
Are you sure? I persisted, because he so far hadn't exactly been forthcoming. Rituals aren't always for evil purposes, you know. He could have been, I don't know, attempting to summon the perfect girlfriend, or influence the odds on an upcoming baseball game. I could see him struggling to find an explanation.
Or it could be a setup to make him look like he's dabbling in black magic.
I frowned and looked over the mess. I guess it could be, but who would do that, and why? And where is Christian? I looked for anything else in the room that could provide a clue as to what had happened here. I quickly found one. Guys, did anyone else notice that the blood is still fresh? It's only barely beginning to coagulate. A bad feeling swept over my shoulders. Just how big is this house, Vale?
Large enough,
he muttered, just as the three of us heard the sound of a door opening from the other end of the house. The garage door was to our right, just past the dining room, but to get there we'd have to run through all the blood, and we'd leave a trail as apparent as a neon arrow. I pointed.
The back door!
We all darted for it. Vale had just slid the door closed behind us when the first shadows fell across the white tiles in the living room. He ducked back and shoved Melanie and me away from the doors. Christian's backyard was huge and was shaped like a rectangle. Beyond the covered patio, directly in the middle of the yard, sat an Olympic-sized pool. No water slides or dolphins, damn it. However, the yard contained the most grass I'd seen outside of a Las Vegas park. Diana must have been responsible for that bit of witchcraft, because I was pretty sure homeowners were allotted about a cup of water a week for landscaping. A huge brick oven, shaped like a gnome hat, sat several yards from the edge of the patio, and it was to this that we all sprinted. Vale grabbed me by the upper arm and dragged me next to him beside the oven, which smelled like burnt pizza. No way could I be hungry, though, after seeing that bloodbath inside. The three of us crouched there with a clear view through the glass back doors into the living room. 3 people in black robes entered the room from the hallway. Their hoods were thrown back, allowing us to see their faces. Not that we'd be going to the cops with any of this anytime soon. It was our old friends Baldy and Goatee, trading in the motorcycle duds for cleric wear. Leading them was a third man I'd never seen before, and definitely would have remembered if I had. He was tall and commanding, and had a shaved head covered with cornrow-like lines of tattoos that could have been elvish poetry or choice passages from the Necronomicon. My money was on the latter. He gave me the willies. Though I couldn't hear anything that the men said, the obsequious body language of Baldy and Goatee told me that Mr. Tattoo was their leader. He directed the other two to begin setting out black candles throughout the spattered room.
"They're in the early stages of a dark ritual. Para nada."
Melanie squeezed my hand until my fingertips turned white.
"Anne, are we going to sit here while they try to summon a demon in Christian's living room? Because I'm thinking this is one time I don't want front row seats."
"We can stop them," I said confidently. 4 more robed figures entered the room. "Okay, maybe we can stop them."
"It doesn't matter how many there are,"
Vale snarled. He was furious, the veins standing out in his neck. He was one of those guys who looked incredibly sexy when they were angry, like he'd tear your clothes off and throw you to the bed and you'd love every second of it. And it was so not the time for that kind of imagery.
"I'm not letting them go through with this,"
he declared. "Let's not kid ourselves," I said. "They're in there summoning a demon. What if the ritual pulls at the demon inside you?" I didn't flinch from the ferocity of Vale's gaze when he turned it on me. "You're not in this alone. You've got a demonic hitchhiker inside you who's eager to grab any opportunity it can to boot you out of the car and take over the wheel. You can't risk it, Vale."
"This is Christian's home. I can't let them desecrate it like this."
"You may be too late." I was sorry to say as much, but Christian's living room was already an abattoir, and I doubted the 1-2 punch of Febreze and Mr. Clean would be enough to return it to normal.
"Oh my God!"
Melanie jerked on my arm, pulling me off balance and onto my ass. But I didn't complain when I saw what she was pointing at. I gasped. In the grass, on the other side of the brick oven, framed by moonlight, lay a naked man. He'd been staked out like an animal pelt.
"Christian!"
Vale scrambled around the back of the oven and to his friend's side. The strawberry blonde hunk appeared to be unconscious. though he was naked, I had no desire to ogle the poor guy. His skin was an angry red, and nearly every inch was blistered from the rays of the intense Vegas sun. He must have been staked out here all day, maybe longer. In addition to his burns, his skin was curiously wrinkled, practically shriveled, making him look years older than I believed him to be. Vale lightly slapped his friend's cheek.
Christian, wake up. Open your eyes.
Melanie clutched my hand. I don't see any injuries on him, do you? I shook my head, but I had a feeling I knew why the occultist hadn't needed to hurt him with violence.
Vale, we need to get him into the pool, like now.
He looked up at me blankly, too stressed to comprehend what I'd said.
He's a water fae. Look at him, he's drying up.
Jesus. Vale choked in horror. With a curse, he yanked up the stake binding Christian's right wrist to the grass.
Help me!
Melanie and I quickly worked on the stakes, pinning his ankles down. The treatment he'd received was truly awful, and I was relieved when the three of us finally freed him. Vale hefted his friend up and began dragging him to the pool. I glanced back at the sliding doors. Something green glowed from inside the room, but the robed figures blocked the source of the eerie light. Keep low, but hurry, I urged. Since it was a lap pool, there weren't any steps. Vale sat down and hopped off the edge and into the water, fully clothed. Melanie and I helped roll Christian's dead weight into Vale's waiting arms. I glanced at the sliding glass doors. Still okay. Weird green glow, but no one was paying any attention to the shenanigans happening in the backyard.
Christian, wake up.
Vale gently splashed water over the other man's face. He rubbed more of it over his friend's throat, trying to rehydrate his skin.
Come on, don't force me to give you a full body massage in front of the girls. Wake up and open your eyes.
I counted the minutes we were exposed by the pool, and there were far too many of them. I was also worried about the pallor of Vale's skin, which I didn't attribute to his concern over Christian. The demon rite happening inside the house was rousing the demon inside him, just as I'd feared. How long would he be able to hold out against it? Vale abruptly jerked and tried to peer down into the water as if he'd felt something brush against his feet. In his arms, Christian began to stir. Melanie and I watched, our breaths held, as Vale cautiously released his friend. Christian bobbed in the water on his back for a moment, and then sank beneath the surface in a slow descent as though someone were pulling on his legs from beneath, or as though he had a giant fin that was easing him backwards until he was fully submerged. So cool, Melanie said, awed, as we watched Christian's form make a slow, groggy loop beneath the water. He reminded me of a fish that had been released back into the water after being hooked. The lights were on in the pool, and they glinted off his red-gold hair, which complemented the pale reddish hue of his dolphin-like tail. He could have passed for Aquaman's cousin. Looking at Christian, a connection tried to form in my head, but it couldn't quite cross the gap. Though a handsome water fae was an awe-inspiring sight, I'm pretty sure no red-blooded woman or gay man would have blamed me for casting a sneaky glance at Vale as he climbed out of the pool. His clothes were plastered lovingly to his body. He absently ran a hand through his unruly hair, slicking it back off his forehead as he watched his friend recover in the pool. When he smiled with clear affection for Christian, I felt bad for staring and looked away. Almost as an afterthought, I glanced back at the house. Mr. Tattoo stood at the glass doors, staring out at us. Jesus! I reached forward and began slapping the surface of the water. Christian, get out! When Vale and Melanie saw what had freaked me out, they too began slapping the surface. Melanie began yelling. Beneath the water, Christian paused, his attention caught by all the commotion. He quickly swam back to us. Vale! He blurted upon breaking the surface and seeing his friend at the pool's edge. His smile of relief suggested he wasn't completely in the dark about past events. Get out of the water, Christian. We have to get out of here. Vale pointed at his house. They're summoning a demon. That's not good, Christian muttered. He easily heaved himself out of the water using his upper body. The scales on his enormous tail turned iridescent as they caught the moonlight. It appeared as though his lower body were carved from opal. But the effect was short-lived. With the shimmer, his tail separated and transformed back into two very sunburned human legs. When he tried to stand on them, he immediately collapsed. Vale and Melanie helped him back to his feet while I turned to face the house. Mr. Tattoo had been joined by a second hooded figure whose features I couldn't make out. Whoever Mr. Tattoo or his buddy was didn't matter. What I'd experienced told me enough about how this had to go. Simply running, unfortunately, wouldn't help us. You guys take him to the car, I told my friends.
Moody, don't be crazy.
Vale panted angrily. I looked back at him. I was worried by what I saw. He was visibly on the edge of his control, shaking like a junkie in need of a fix. I figured it was a matter of minutes before he lost the fight to the demon inside him that was being energized by the nearby ritual. You have to go. They'll catch us unless I slow them down. You're going to stand up against all of them? I gave him a dry smile. Me and my little friend. He opened his mouth to argue, but then thought better of it. He gave a brisk, unhappy nod. A thought occurred to me. Christian, do you own this place? He was blistered and sunburned, but he still managed to look endearing as he puzzled over my question.
I do? So what?
You've got insurance? I flashed him a slanted, desperate smile. His eyes widened.
I've got plenty.
Okay, go then. Hurry, before Vale's demon gets out. But this time it was Melanie who held them up, her expression stony. She knew what I was risking, which was more than just a face-off against these cultists.
Anne, they'll know for sure if you do this.
I nodded firmly. Hopefully, if the odds makers are as powerful and all-knowing as everyone says they are, they'll understand why. She snorted.
And if they don't?
Then I was heading for the Guantanamo of magic.
It doesn't matter, Melly. We're in big trouble now, and we don't have a choice, so please, go!
She scowled, and I loved her for it, but I was glad that she eventually conceded the point. Sometimes situations just sucked, and this was one of them. As she and a struggling Vale dragged Christian to the side gate, I told myself not to think about the consequences of my upcoming actions and just do them. I reached into that rumbling core inside me where Lucky slept and woke him up. He roared to life, flush with a generous helping of energy. I needed big and bad, and I needed it yesterday. Lucky obliged, posing above my head like a golden god of, well, Chinese dragons. He would have looked awesome sitting on the roof of a noodle house. But he was mine, and I wanted to put some major fear into these demon-summoning bozos so they'd leave us alone. I envisioned fire like bolts of orange and yellow silk streaming through the air. Lucky obligingly blasted flames at the house. They flowed over the covered patio and roof and coiled and boiled against the glass doors, heating them until they began to warp and melt. The green glow inside the living room blinked out, but I didn't know if that was because Mr. Tattoo and his pals had succeeded in summoning a demon, or because I'd distracted them and threw off their mojo. Just in case, I had Lucky blast the house with fire again, creating a shimmering bubble around it. As the air grew superheated, I rubbed my arms anxiously, experiencing again that sensation of scales erupting across my skin as my ancestral blood began to sing. I coughed, trying to expel the burning sensation that was building in my lungs. My body wanted to breathe fire just as Lucky was doing. It wanted to lift into the air and burn down the front of the house while he took care of the back. Our fire would meet in the middle, and it would swirl together into a mad tornado of flames that would feel so good, but not as good as if I opened my mouth and bit into the roof while my claws dug up. No, no, no. I had to remain in control. I couldn't give in to the fantasy of letting my wings burst free, or of roaring so that every house in the neighborhood shook on their foundations, and all the predators in the desert became aware that a true predator was in town. And they quailed in fear of my dragon and what I could do. Oh, what I could do if I just let out the fire and burn it all. Stop, I whispered, horrified by my manic thoughts. I shook out the rising tension in my shoulders, alarmed by how close I was to my dragon nature. It would be madness to succumb to the urge, even all the way out here in the boonies, but my nature was knocking. It was right there, poised to take over and wreak havoc. Lucky belched more fire. The patio cover blackened, and the outer walls spidered before crumbling to the ground in smoking piles of plaster. The sliding doors cracked and collapsed inward, sending the robed figures scurrying to the other side of the room. Lucky was gaining his head. I was definitely right behind him. The skin around my eyes felt hot, like the orbs were glowing with otherworldly fire. My hands by my sides were curled into such rigid claws that I wasn't sure I'd be able to straighten my fingers out again later. Would there be a later? It was high time to rein my dragon in before we both built up too much momentum and razed this entire neighborhood to the ground. As soon as I made that decision and mentally braced myself for the pain of pulling Lucky back in, I was punched in the chest by magic. It hurtled me backwards through the air like I was a stunt woman in a movie. I smashed into the water in the pool with a loud smack and immediately began to sink. Salt water poured into my mouth. I choked, regained the sense to spit it out. My solar plexus felt crushed. I couldn't draw enough air to inflate my lungs. I floundered in the water, trying desperately to keep my head above the surface. I was a decent enough swimmer, but losing the ability to breathe affected the coordination in my entire body. I breathed in more salt water, gagged, choked it up. My head slipped beneath the surface again, stayed there longer. I was going to die. I knew the truth of it in my heart, and I was afraid. Occasionally, during difficult nights, I'd prayed for a reunion with my parents. Especially now, with Uncle James having apparently abandoned me, I fell into pits of self-pity and wondered what was the point of going on if I was going to do it alone. Now, on the verge of death, I understood the point of going on. I had friends who loved me. I wanted to grow old with them. I wanted to spoil their children. And I was pissed that some guy with ugly tattoos was going to get the better of me. It wasn't fair. I didn't deserve this. No way was I letting it happen. I called for my dragon, the part of myself that one day could very well destroy me. Lucky dove into the pool with a massive splash and slid beneath me. My feet found slippery purchase on his back. I willed him to rise. Like a gymnast on a balance beam, I teetered on Lucky in the rocking water until my head broke the surface and I could take a huge breath of air. Someone slapped me across the face.
Oops, sorry.
It was Melanie, my wonderful blue-haired best friend, backlit by flames. She leaned farther over the edge of the pool.
Grab my hand, Anne.
Lucky pushed up. Melanie heaved. Thanks to their combined efforts, I managed to flop over the edge of the pool and then roll onto the concrete, where I promptly hacked up a lung.
We have to go, Anne.
Melanie, as small as she was, found her own inner monkey strength and hauled me to my feet, even though all I wanted to do was lay there and try to breathe something other than water. But I understood her urgency. Christian's house was an inferno, and worse, 2 figures stood at the other side of the fire, gazing out at us through the smoke and flames. One of them was Mr. Tattoo, and he was grinning, which told me that it was his magic that had punched me into the pool. He was no ordinary occultist, if such a thing existed. He was a magical being, and he was strong. Freak me out strong. Beside him, the second-robed figure had lowered their hood. It was a woman with light red hair. Bingo! The nebulous connection my brain had been trying to make when I saw Christian again snapped into place. This was the same woman who'd purchased the werewolf bed from Moonlight and who had chided me for using magic with Mr. Big Shot Gambler. Judging by the color of her hair, she was Diana, Christian's mother. It all made such stupid sense now. It was she who'd seen the gargoyle statue in my shop. Likely she'd followed her son and witnessed him selling it to me. That still left questions unanswered, such as why Christian had had possession of the statue in the first place, and why did his mother want it back, and why was she trying to help summon a demon in Christian's living room? But those answers could wait. Melanie and I needed to boogie.
The boys are a mess,
Melanie said, breathing hard as she helped me hobble out of the backyard. Sparks and flames lit the sky above our heads. No neighbors came out to investigate the conflagration, though. Diana did one thing right by driving them all away.
Christian still needs to rehydrate. He's all wrinkly, and Vale is losing the fight with his demon. Oh my God, Anne, I hope they both don't die.
It'll be okay, I said, because I was a vision to inspire confidence at that moment. When we got to Melanie's car, the guys were slumped together in the back seat. I opened the back door and said, "Hose before bros, guys. Christian, move to the passenger seat. If that demon takes over Vale, you'll want me back here to deal with it." I wasn't bragging. Christian was a water fae. What could he do when faced with a demon? Slap it with his fishtail? Fortunately, he didn't argue and quickly changed seats, allowing me to slide in beside Vale. He didn't look good. He was pale and was pressing both fists to his forehead, like Bruce Banner holding off the Hulk. "Sorry about the wet kids in the back," I said with a weak smile to Melanie. She gunned it out of the driveway.
At least neither of you is a wolf shifter. I can't stand the smell of wet dog. So gross.
Christian twisted around in his seat and watched through the back window for anyone following us. He grimaced slightly when he saw the black funnel of smoke rising from his house. "You weren't kidding about the insurance, were you?" "My dragon likes to go big." I coughed more pool water from my chest. I saw your mom back there. Christian went pale beneath his awful sunburn.
Was she all right?
I'd expected him to have a different reaction, such as anger or surprise that she was helping those creeps. Why was she helping them summon a demon? I demanded. A pained look crossed his face.
She never wanted to, especially not twice.
My eyes widened. She summoned the demon that's in Vale?
Not alone, but yeah, she helped them do it.
He looked to Vale, who hadn't moved since we'd left the house. He remained hunched and miserable-looking. Christian's expression of guilt couldn't have been faked as he looked at his suffering friend.
We're new to Las Vegas, he began, and my mom has been feeling isolated. It was my fault in the end. I suggested she find a new coven here. I thought it would make her feel better.
That's not unusual, I said. Witches are social. They like to get together and have spellcasting parties. Not like sorcerers, who are super suspicious of each other. I'd even come up with my own admittedly lame joke. What do you call a gathering of sorcerers? By his first name.
Well, you're right,
Christian went on.
Except the coven began to change. There were a lot of men in the group, but I knew they weren't warlocks. When I asked my mom about it, she brushed it off, said they were groupies. She didn't want to hear anything bad about the group because she really liked its leader.
He thumbed absently at a blister on his chin.
She asked me if the coven could hold a gathering in my place while I was out. They liked my home because of how far from the city it is, and because of the banishment spell my mom won't admit she put on the neighborhood. I said yes. I didn't see anything wrong with it. What a mistake.
He closed his eyes and shuddered, as if recalling a bad memory.
I lost track of the days, and I ended up being home when they arrived. I was in the middle of downloading some movies in my bedroom. They didn't know that I was home, and I figured as long as I remained quiet and out of sight, they'd never know. I had no idea they were going to do a ritual. Neither did my mom. When she realized they'd called forth a demon, she summoned shadows to distract everyone while she tried to banish the demon to the closest object she could find. That's the easiest way to control a demon and refuse it entry to our world. You put it in something you can destroy. In this case, it was supposed to be the mirror behind the front door.
Christian looked bleakly at his friend.
But Vale walked into the house like he always does without knocking. Maybe nothing would have happened had it been anyone else. But with him being a gargoyle and having 3 forms, something went really wrong. My mom sent the demon into him instead of the mirror.
He swallowed.
He was knocked into a statue form and had no idea what had happened. I know now,
Vale gritted out, lowering his fist to his thighs. The dark circles around his eyes made him look like he'd been punched. I didn't know if he was still wet from the pool or because he was streaming sweat.
Keep going. The occultists were in chaos,
Christian went on, flinching at his friend's appearance.
I heard them screaming, so I came out to find out what was going on. They didn't realize at first what my mom had done. They thought they'd screwed up and the demon was loose. While they were shouting each other down, my mom confessed to me what she'd done. I knew right away that I had to hide Vale from them. I didn't know who to turn to until I remembered what we were talking about last week. About Anne and her family.
I eyed Vale. Why were you two talking about me?
It doesn't matter,
he muttered, but my BS meter was buzzing.
I grabbed you and took you to Anne's shop,
Christian told him.
I'd hoped she would have the resources to help, that she'd be like... Well, it doesn't matter now. I was right, thank God.
If your mom did this by accident, why did she track Vale to Moonlight? I asked. What was she going to do with him? And for that matter, why send those goons after us to try to steal Vale back?
Because she had no choice. That guy with the tattoos on his head, he's called Bagasso, but I don't think that's his true name.
Because you think he's a demon, I gasped. My voice sounded calm, but inside I was sick with a rising terror. I had to stomp it down, otherwise I would have thrown up all over myself. Christian winced like I'd just said the name Voldemort.
He's not a demon, but he's something inhuman. I don't know what he is, and I sure as hell would rather not find out. He has a plan to overthrow the odds makers and siphon the valley's magic. It's something he came up with after he found a grimoire that contains rituals to bind specific demons to him. He figures with enough demons behind him, he can take over Vegas.
There's a lot of energy here, that's for sure, Melanie said as she broke the speeding limit on the way to the freeway. The chance magic alone is through the charts. That's what Celestina told me anyway. She says whoever controls the chance magic here can take over the world. Why go to all the trouble of tracking Vale down when they can just summon another demon? I asked.
You just saw them try it and fail. Vegaso needs a specific rank of demon to form the basis for his army, one that's difficult to summon from hell. It's easier to just remove the one that's in Vale. It's already made it through the gates.
Christian sighed in apparent defeat.
As soon as he learned that I'd escaped with the demon, Vegaso sent others to search for me. His goons grabbed me a few hours after I dropped off the statue at your shop. I didn't tell them where you were,
Christian said to Vale.
So they staked me out in the backyard. I thought I was going to die there.
I'll take you to my parents' home, Melanie told him. They've got a humongous jacuzzi tub and big bags of salt that they use in their water softener. And I'll put lime slices on you. You'll be okay, I promise. He smiled at her with cracked lips.
I'd appreciate that.
How did they learn Vale was in Moonlight if you didn't tell them? I pressed, still not satisfied with what he'd told us. Christian's shoulders slumped.
Vegaso told my mom that he'd set me free and let us both leave if she found Vale. She used a bloodkin tracker and followed my footsteps to your shop, where I guess she saw the statue.
I turned over everything Christian had said. I decided it made sense, and it also scared the crap out of me. Vegaso wouldn't let Vale go. He needed the demon inside him for his world domination spell or whatever. Megalomaniacs were such assholes. Right on cue, Vale stiffened in his seat. His hands flew to his throat and he began choking himself. Christian shouted as Vale's face began turning red. I tried with all my strength to peel Vale's fingers away from his throat, but they were like steel bands.
Vale, fight it!
I yelled at him. Christian continued yelling, and then Melanie yelled too, just because she couldn't tell what was going on behind her. The car swerved on the road, throwing us from side to side. It was a madhouse. I wasn't worried that Vale would die. He couldn't actually choke himself to death this way, but he could choke himself into unconsciousness, which would allow the demon to fully come through. If that happened in the close confines of Melanie's car, I'd have to call up Lucky full blast. The car would be torn apart, my friends would hurtle into the freeway, and I'd undoubtedly lose myself to my nature. All of that was undeniably awful, but what drove a knife through my heart was the fear that people who depended upon me would die because I let them down. I was the strongest magical being in that car. I was beholden to stop this demon from taking over, no matter what was required of me. So I caught Vale's face between my hands, and I kissed him. It wasn't true love's kiss or any of that nonsense. Vale made horrible gagging noises throughout, and getting a mouthful of his tongue only because he was choking to death was also a major turnoff. But I kissed him. I kissed the hell out of him. After several tense seconds, he stiffened beneath my lips. I quickly raised my head, afraid he was going to go for my throat, but his hands abruptly dropped into his lap, and his head lolled against the headrest. His chest rose and fell with a deep breath, and his lashes fluttered. I wanted to stroke his cheek, tenderness rising in me, but I sat back instead, conscious of Christian staring at me and Melanie yelling to know what the hell had just happened. When Vale finally opened his eyes, he blinked them twice, sleepily, and then he turned his head on the headrest to look at me.
You kissed me.
Well, you're a guy, I mumbled, feeling myself blush. His brows crossed in bewilderment.
So?
Nothing calls out a guy faster than the prospect of getting some action. It sounded so stupid when I said it, but Vale awkwardly found my hand and squeezed it.
Thank you, Moody.
I squeezed back, feeling both bashful and proud. Since he didn't let go, I didn't either.
Where to next?
Christian asked, trying and failing not to glance at our clasped hands. I dreaded it, but it had to be done. Next, we go to Orleton's, I declared, and boot this freeloader out of Vale once and for all. Chapter 7. Melanie drove us all the way back to Moonlight Pawn. Even though she speeded, it took us way longer than I felt comfortable with. Sunrise was racing toward us faster than a Californian driving into Vegas for a weekend of hookers and blow. Back on my street, the houses and businesses were quiet as usual, with the usual suspects also apparently awake. I shot an apprehensive look at Tomes, whose windows glowed like the eyes of a jack-o'-lantern. You two should go, I insisted as I began removing the wards on the yard. With rocks in my hands, I made a shooing motion at Melanie and Christian. Go on, we don't need you for this part, and no offense, but Christian, you make me wince every time I look at you. Please tell me you'll pour a gallon of aloe vera gel over yourself as soon as you can. Christian, who stood leaning against the car, wasn't fazed by my discomfort.
This involves my mom. I need to be there.
I shook my head. It may not involve her at all. Once we get the demon out of Vale and banish it back to hell, I'm hoping that'll be the end of it.
You know it won't be that easy,
he said stubbornly.
Vegaso is going to come for the demon. He'll bring the others with him, including my mom.
Then we'll deal with them without hurting her. I could sense that Christian's insistence on joining us was driven in part by shame. I didn't know how I'd feel if it were my mom who'd invited a soul-sucking demon into the world. Once, I'd invited 2 friends who I hadn't known were fighting out to lunch, but the worst that could have happened from that ill-advised invite was a catfight, not the literal end of humanity. Though, come to think of it, by the end of that tense lunch, I wouldn't have minded being swallowed up by a hole in the earth. I promise I won't hurt her, I repeated for his sake.
My mom isn't evil, I swear to you.
He smiled wanly.
Overbearing, sure, but she never intended to summon a demon. She was just too trusting.
I shrugged. On the bright side, you get to chastise her for hanging out with the wrong crowd. Melanie bounced outside the yard gate, wanting to touch me but unable to pass the wards that were still up. Anne, you really have to be careful about Lucky. She shot anxious looks at Vale and Christian, as if unsure how much she could trust them. The last time a sorcerer used power the way you have been lately, the odds makers neutralized his magic and exiled him. They could do that to you, too. You'd lose Lucky. She sucked in her breath. And I'd lose you. I didn't tell her that I expected a worse fate than exile. Trust me that I'd rather not call up Lucky at all, I replied, and I meant it. I'd figured the odds makers would have nabbed me by now. I felt like I'd gotten away with murder twice and had the paranoia to prove it. But I'm not about to let Vegaso take this demon and run with it. What he could do with it would be 100 times worse than anything that Lucky and I could do. Hell, he could literally bring about the end of the world if he's nutty enough and ambitious enough. I wasn't spouting hyperbole either. I'd never experienced magic as strong as what had smacked me into the pool. It made my heart race just to remember it. I'd rather face a giant man-eating tarantula than Vegaso again. But you know what? I said to my friends, because at this point I had to count the guys on my side. I'll worry about Vegaso later. Right now, my focus is on Vale and getting rid of his demon. We've got about 3 hours to exorcise the demon before Vale reverts to his stone form again. I have the feeling if we don't free him by then, Vegaso and company will hit us hard and try to steal him back.
She's right,
Vale said.
Christian, go on with Melanie. Recover your strength. We may need you later.
Christian slumped against the car, looking as sad and pink as a boiled shrimp. To my surprise, Melanie curled an arm gently around his waist and said softly, "It'll be okay, Christian." Melanie didn't normally do soft anything. Her personality was closely connected to her monkey nature. She was the last person you wanted to bring with you to, say, a thoughtful period drama. She bounced in her seat and talked back to the screen continuously. So to hear her showing this calm, tender side was a real shock to me. But Christian seemed to respond well to it, for the smile he turned on her held considerably less sadness than it had before. "So that's settled? Now go," I urged. "Once Christian is feeling stronger, we'll come to Orletan's," Melanie told me, jabbing a finger at me for emphasis. "We want to help kick some butt." "I won't have all the fun without you," I promised with a wink. She winked back, and then turned into a Mexican Florence Nightingale as she helped Christian into her car before jumping behind the wheel again. I heard her cooing to him as she put on her seatbelt. "I'll take care of you, poor baby. My mom has all sorts of Mayan remedies that will make you feel better. Do you like tamales? She makes mean tamales." My good mood dimmed as I watched them drive off. Melanie was a good partner to have, and I trusted her to have my back. We'd been through a lot together in the few years we'd known each other. My gaze moved to Vale, who gave me a thin smile as if he knew what I was thinking.
"Two outcasts against the world?" he asked archly. "How bad could the odds be?"
"Bad enough that I'd prefer to play bingo instead." I glanced at his clothes and mine, which were dripping on the sidewalk. "Let's dry off first. It might be cold where we're going." I placed the last rocks to lower the wards and led the way to my shop. Once inside Moonlight, I left the lights off to avoid attracting the attention of potential customers. Of course, as soon as I moved through the shop, the cameos started up.
"Anne Moody, the end times are upon you. Woe to Anne Moody. Woe, for the end is nigh."
I smacked my hand on the counter above them to shut them up. That's when I noticed that the panda pin that my mother had given me was missing. It normally sat on top of the register as a de facto lucky charm. For a second, I ludicrously thought the cameos had found a way to throw it away, knowing that it would hurt me. But no, a customer had to have stolen it. Damn it, I whispered to myself. A sense of despair washed over me. The panda pin was the only thing I had left of my parents besides photos. Without that physical connection, all I had were stories told to me by my uncle. My grief grew, morphing into hopelessness. How the hell were we going to defeat a demon and Vegaso? It was impossible. Everything in here looks a lot smaller now that I'm a 6-foot-tall man and not a gargoyle or a statue, Vale murmured from somewhere behind me. In becoming a man, I've sacrificed the strength of my gargoyle form. All I've got now are my wits, which, against a demon, aren't much of a weapon. If you've changed your mind about this, Moody, I'd understand. This is nothing but suicide. I blinked away the burn in my eyes. I couldn't give up and let him and maybe all of Las Vegas be hurt. It was just a plain shitty thing to do. Maybe I was all alone in the world now. But in that moment, I knew that no one else in Las Vegas would be able to take my place. If I didn't pick up the thrown gauntlet and do this, we were all screwed. My missing pin hurt me, but it wasn't the end of the world. The end of the world was doing nothing while Vegaso acted. I haven't changed my mind, I said quietly, firmly. This is my problem too. As consolation, I promised myself that when everything was over and all the demons were locked away where they should be, I'd find a way to put a tracking spell on that pin. I'd hunt down the thief and make them regret their unfortunate interest in my panda pin. Maybe I'd make them regret being born, too. I don't know. It all depended on my mood at the time. Hang on, I told Vale. I passed through the bead curtain to my studio. Just my luck, my bathroom was a bloody disaster, which gave me an unwelcome flashback to Christian's place. I shuddered as I glanced in the mirror. At first, I thought another hideous spirit stared back, but it was only me. It surprised a laugh out of me. How come in movies the heroine always looks hot during the finale? I asked my reflection. Mirror me had no answer, just winced as salt water dripped into my eye. I grabbed a couple of towels for Vale and me and then ducked out. Back in the shop, I tossed him one as I dried my wrecked hair with mine. "Hotel Allison?" he asked, showing me the stitching on the end of his towel and looking at me with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, haha, just a souvenir from my one and only trip to Paris." Damn, now he'd think I was a cheapskate and a thief. "Wish I'd known you were there," he said casually as he began rubbing his hair with the towel. "I'm a great tour guide." I'll just bet you are, I thought. Maybe I needed to make a second trip to Paris. I draped my towel around my head to hide my heated cheeks as I began walking through the shop. Tell me there's something here, I murmured to myself as I looked for anything that might be useful. In a magical pawn shop, you never really knew. I passed on golf clubs and unsharpened katanas and ended up pulling a 10-foot-long replica Native American spear off the wall that had been traded earlier in the year for a Casio keyboard. Its iron blade had sharpened edges, so I definitely got the better deal on that exchange. I handed it to Vale. "This might come in handy, since you're only a puny man," I said with a smirk. "I never said I was puny," he retorted with a smirk of his own. His hair was drying and curling into waves, and I badly wanted to touch it. I settled with accepting the damp towel he handed me and walking back through the beaded curtain. "How experienced are you with exorcisms?" I heard him ask. "Does being a fan of horror movies count?" I called back. "I've got all my eggs in Orlaton's basket for this one, though I doubt even he has done many, if he's done any at all. I'm going to change clothes real quick. I'm sorry I don't have any guys' things for you that would fit. My uncle was my height." "That's all right. I'm glad to hear that you don't." He didn't say anything more, and I forced myself not to read anything into that as I hastily dragged on a dry pair of jeans and switched out my damp burned top for a Henley and my heaviest leather jacket. Even though Vegas was warm at night, I hadn't forgotten how cold it had gotten in Tomes during the ritual to summon the Norwegian serial killer. As I dressed, I peered through the bead curtain into the shop. Moonlight streamed in through the shop's remaining unbroken front window, giving me an unencumbered view of Vale as he explored the shop, spear in hand. He didn't look skeptical or dismissive of the objects for sale as Christian had been, only curious. When I re-entered the shop, I saw that he had stopped in front of the painting of the English picnic. The mini-axe murderer had just finished up. Vale pointed at the bloody carnage on the canvas.
I'm guessing this isn't a Monet.
In 8 seconds, it'll reset itself. We watched the mini-axe murderer walk back into the forest. I could almost hear him whistling with satisfaction over a job well done. Watching it over and over again is a good way to toughen you up, I said.
Or make you lose all hope in humanity.
That too.
This place is cursed,
he observed, turning to fully face me. He searched my face.
It must be difficult, working here every day, surrounded by so much negative energy.
I tried to keep my tone light, but I couldn't stop some of the strain of working here seep into my voice as I replied. It has its days. He touched my elbow, and it was nothing, a brush of fingers over leather, but I felt some of my stress dissipate, as though he'd absorbed it from me.
Seems as though you're the one with the enemies, he said. I don't like that.
More like I inherited them, along with the shop. It's a long, strange story, and I don't mind telling it to you, but I want to get this demon out of you sooner rather than later, so... He caught my arm as I turned to go.
Thank you for helping me, Moody.
You don't need to thank me. This needs to be done. It's a bonus that I'm doing it for a friend. He frowned.
I'm friend-zoned already?
I floundered. I'm
teasing,
he said softly. I let out my breath and laughed at myself. His gaze moved over my face again, like he was mapping every inch of it. Another moment longer, and I would have expected him to lean forward, as if for a kiss. But he and I were currently in a horror movie, not a romance, and so the moment didn't come. He let go of my arm and led the way to the door.
You're right, Moody. 2's company, but 3's a crowd. We've still got a lot of work to do.
Thinking about the demon inside him, I mentally agreed. Threesomes just weren't my scene, even if this was Las Vegas. It was time to make this party a private one. Orlaton wasn't happy to see us. Big surprise. No, I don't have an appointment, I said as soon as his large eyes began to narrow in the door slot. But I do have everything you asked me for and then some. I placed my hand on Vale's shoulder. This is the Gargoyle Vale.
I know what he is. How did you pull him out of form?
Let's just say I have friends in low places, I said coyly. I could tell Orlaton was dying to know what that meant, but his ego wouldn't allow him to ask. It was no wonder his head was so large. With a heavy sigh, he opened the door for us. If Vale was startled by Orlaton's youth, he didn't let it show.
You've made things more difficult for yourselves,
Orlaton said as he again walked off without a backwards glance. What do you mean? I asked. We came to the center rotunda where the occultist had tried to contact the Norwegian serial killer. No one was in the room now, nor had I glimpsed anyone within the stacks as we'd walked through the shop. Orlaton stopped with his back to a bookshelf and crossed his arms over his chest. He peered disapprovingly at us from over the frames of his glasses.
You're Gargoyle. My name is Vale, and don't talk about me like I'm not here,
he said calmly. Orlaton pursed his lips, waited a measured beat to let us know he was ticked off by the interruption, and then continued.
Whoever did this to you clearly failed to warn you that in doing so they've measured your life in hours. Why don't you try elaborating on that?
Vale said, crossing his arms over his chest.
You were pulled out of your shifter form while still under the constraints of a curse.
What curse? I cut in. He rolled his eyes.
Planting a demon into an object isn't done as part of a spell. It's an act of black magic. It's a hex or a curse. And since that curse wasn't removed before he changed forms, the curse is now bastardized.
Orlaton added haughtily to Vale.
If you shift back into a gargoyle form, statue or other, while this modified curse remains active, you will never be a man again.
My jaw fell open. But that's inevitable as soon as the sun rises.
I'm surprised you weren't warned about this,
Orlaton said with the hint of a sneer on his face. Well, I think it was something of a last-minute decision, I mumbled. Had Liliana tricked us? Or had she not known this would happen?
What can be done about it?
Vale demanded.
I would have said nothing.
Except, Orlaton said, clearly relishing the drama he was creating.
This is no ordinary case of possession thanks to your multiple forms. If you exorcise the demon, it may also lift the curse.
This is definitely no ordinary possession, Vale said dryly.
The person who did this to me had intended something else. Magical mistakes lead to the downfall of so many.
Orlaton lamented, though his smirk suggested that other people's errors only made him feel better about his own skills, whatever they might be. We're all agreed that we need an exorcism, and we need you to do it, Orlaton, I told him firmly. You said you'd help, so here's your chance to impress us. He actually tisked like an actor in a British period drama. Impressing you, Miss Moody, will hardly affect my day nor my value to the magical community. Is this kid for real? Vale muttered to me. I pretended I hadn't heard him and focused on Orlaton. Just tell us what you need to get this done. I pointed at the imaginary watch on my wrist. The sun's coming up in a few hours, and I have a hunch this isn't a snap your fingers and it's done sort of thing. Hardly. Orlaton turned and disappeared into an aisle of books. I crossed my fingers that he was looking at books he might need and hadn't simply walked away to watch TV. No, he'd be too snobby for TV. He'd be the type to spend hours cataloging the larval stages of the tsetse fly. He returned less than a minute later, carrying a thick book bound in red leather. Its corners were frayed, and the edges of the pages were dark and shiny from use. Either it was a dictionary or it was a reference book on demons. Knowledge of the specific demon inside you will be helpful, Orlaton said, his tone droll, as he stopped in front of Vale and began thumbing through the red book. Also, he added almost as an afterthought, I need your name. Vale's eyes glittered, and a thin smile curled his lips. I'm not telling you my name. Orlaton raised his head, all wide-eyed innocence. Then how will I know you truly are the victim in this instance? How will I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're not here to mislead Miss Moody and myself? The young occultist took a hasty step backward when Vale advanced on him. You'll just have to trust me, Vale growled softly. I didn't see this scene ending well, so I put a hand on Vale's shoulder to stop him. I'll vouch for him, I told Orlaton. He's not in cahoots with this demon. He wants it banished just as much, no, more than we do. Orlaton sniffed and raised his chin, trying to appear unruffled. He bent over the red book again. Then I'll need to know which demon possesses you. Isn't it enough to know that it's a demon? I asked, painfully conscious of the time we were spending not performing an exorcism. I'll need its name, Miss Moody, so I can determine if it is ruled by an elemental or a compass direction, if it travels alone or if it commands subordinate spirits. Some demons, Miss Moody, only manifest at specific times of the day. Others can only be summoned on certain days of the week. Still others... Aglacis. Orlaton and I looked to Vale in surprise. His mouth was downturned as though he'd just spat out something disgusting. It told me once, to try to intimidate me. With narrowed eyes, Orlaton consulted the pages of the red book. If you had known who Aglacis is, you would have been suitably intimidated, gargoyle. His finger stopped on an entry in the book. Aglacis is a high-ranking demon with the ability to subvert distances, making them longer or shorter during travel as it sees fit. What, so Vagasso needed a demon to get him to New York in a hurry? Orlaton flicked me a brief glare. That is only one of its powers. More likely, Aglacis was chosen because upon command it will destroy the enemies of whoever has summoned it. He shut the book with a sharp snap. You said Vagasso. That is not a true name. Probably not. He's not a demon, but he's something super powerful. I shivered. You think you could find him in one of your books? Orlaton stared at me a moment, his expression unreadable, and then he disappeared between the bookstacks again. Is that a no? I called after him. I rubbed at my temples. Why did occultists have to be so socially inept? Why is it a big deal to have your name? I murmured to Vale while I massaged my head. He wasn't referring to what I call myself. He wanted to know my gargoyle elemental name, my spirit name. When you know a magical being's true name, you gain the power to curse them, or worse. That made sense, considering how much Orlaton mistrusted Vale. He's not a bad kid, despite all the weirdness. I tried. I don't think he wants to hurt you. Vale wasn't buying it. He's as dangerous as any sorcerer because he's ambitious. I prefer the term go-getter. He's also a know-it-all. Well-read sounds so much nicer. Vale sighed, exasperated. Moody, he's not your friend, despite whatever you've been telling yourself. He may be young, but he's not harmless.
If he runs this place, then he's associated with some heavy hitters in the occult world. You and I both know what kinds of people they can be.
Guilt by association? I shot back. That's hardly fair. I could tell Vale was bemused by my defense of Orlaton, and maybe I was a tad bewildered by it myself. The kid really was the type to electrify his doorbell just for the hell of it, and not just to give you a zap, but to stop your heart. I blamed my feelings on the locked trunk that Orlaton had shown me. As soon as someone revealed a weakness or vulnerability, I felt duty-bound to defend them. As noble as that sounded, it was actually pretty dumb on my part. Vale was right. If the opportunity ever came to gain true notoriety and power, Orlaton might throw me beneath one of Vegas's party buses. I opened my mouth to try to explain myself when Orlaton's voice floated to us from somewhere within the stacks.
Vale will need to be purified. There's a restroom near the front door. He'll need to bathe thoroughly and put on the robe that he finds in the cupboard.
I looked to Vale to see how he felt about this. To my surprise, he gave a nod. Desperate times called for desperate measures, including desperate showers. What should I do? I called back.
Make sure no one disturbs us. The shop is warded against the entrance of dark spirits, but it's a passive defense, and it won't hold up against sustained attack. If we're interrupted before the exorcism is successful, well, I'm sure I don't need to go into detail about just how unfortunate that would be for us.
No, I muttered. You don't.
I'd rather stand guard with you than get wet again,
Vale said, looking annoyed as we headed for the front of the shop. I had to shove that imagery to the far, far back of my head. Look at it this way, I said. Orlaton's probably got fabulous taste, so when this is all over, you can steal the robe. We found the restroom. It was immaculate, which was to be expected of Orlaton. He probably scrubbed it clean with a toothbrush every day. The only concessions to it being the bathroom of an occultist were the incense burners on the sink, the unlit black and white pillar candles, and the small bowls of salt that were arrayed around the top shelf that surrounded the shower. In the cupboard was a perfectly folded white waffle weave cotton robe. See you when you're clean, I said from the doorway. Vale had been holding the robe uncertainly, but at my words he clenched the fabric.
You trust this kid?
I held his gaze. I trust him enough for this. The truth was, I had no other alternatives. It was too late to call in any of the other magical beings I knew, but I doubted Vale wanted to hear that. He was putting everything on the line based on my word, so I looked him in the eye and tried to project a confidence I didn't completely feel. This will work. The taut lines of his face eased.
Okay, Moody.
I sort of hated myself then, but I told myself there was no point in stressing Vale out when there was nothing he or I could do to improve the situation. After I shut the door, I remained standing there and listened until I heard the water in the shower come on. Vale stepping under that spray was about more than washing off. It meant he had put his faith in me. I realized in that moment that I wanted us to survive this. I wanted the next time Vale took a shower for me to be in there with him, or at least waiting for him with a towel. With a heavy sigh that wasn't anywhere near as heavy as the burden of responsibility that now rested on my shoulders, I returned to the rotunda. Orlaton was back, and he'd been busy in the few minutes I'd been with Vale. He was dressed in a blood-red robe whose hems were covered with runes stitched in gold thread. It was extremely flashy, and I was pretty sure he could have gotten away with the plain black one, but this was Orlaton, and you had to allow the guy his drama. If gaining his help required him becoming His Highness the Grand Archbishop of Demonology and Hufflepuff Studies, so be it. He had pulled back a couple of the ornate rugs to reveal the wooden floorboards beneath. In his hand he held a small bag that looked like it contained sugar or salt, and in his other hand he held a long, thin sword. It had a carved hilt that was straight out of World of Warcraft. I would have bet money that Orlaton had bought it at a fan convention. Curiously, I noted that he'd engraved, perhaps with a Dremel tool, the letters AGLA onto one side of the blade. Orlaton caught me looking and smirked. A certain demographic would claim I've diminished the value of this sword. He turned the blade over, revealing that he'd clumsily etched 4 symbols into the metal. That demographic is made up of Cheetos-eating fools. I nodded, with no idea what he was talking about. I'll take your word for it. He looked put out, and an edge was in his voice when he barked. Follow me and pour a salt trail exactly 2 inches outside of the line that I carve. Be extremely precise. I took the salt and watched him begin cutting a line in the wood with the tip of the sword. He gouged the wood pretty deep, too, Wax and wood polish weren't going to heal the damage afterward. Geez, Orlaton, here I thought you had all these pretty rugs because you had good taste. Turns out you're just trying to cover up the mess you've made of your floors. When I perform a ritual, Miss Moody, I perform it correctly. Otherwise, you're no better than a child playing with the Ouija board. While I could do without the snark, I appreciated Orlaton's commitment to this. It gave me hope that this might turn out all right. After we'd made the double circles, we stepped outside of them, and Orlaton instructed me to light colored candles while he burned a variety of stinky herbs and waved them above our heads, creating a haze in the air. Just as I lit the last candle, Vale entered the room, freshly washed and carrying the spear I'd given him. "You sure you know what you're doing?" he asked as he stood in his bare feet, looking at the scene we'd set up. The robe he wore reached only to mid-thigh because he was so tall. He looked like a client at a spa. I wished I knew massage therapy. Orlaton sniffed and didn't reply to him. I gave Vale a just wait motion with my hands, and the two of us watched Orlaton finish up with his final preparations around the area. "Step inside the circle without breaking it," Orlaton told Vale without looking at him. "Leave the weapon outside." After Vale handed me the spear and entered the circle, Orlaton fetched a much smaller leather-bound book this time. He thumbed through it, mumbling to himself, before shaking his head. "I need the other one." He headed for the stacks again. "I hope it doesn't hurt," I said to Vale while we waited. "I'll grin and bear it. Anything's better than having this thing inside me, beating to get out." His gaze intensified. "But I appreciate your concern. You've been a good protector, Moody. I doubt anyone would be able to stand around and watch you have your soul eaten. In Vegas, you might be surprised." He paused for a moment. "The girls I've dated have been pretty self-involved." I had to grin at that. I can believe it. I'm glad you're different. What can I say? It's my hobby when I'm not running the shop, saving guys in distress. It's not a dress, it's a robe. I groaned. Truly the worst. We were being goofy, but I understood why. If we couldn't remove this demon and Vale transformed into the statue, he would be a prisoner of stone for the rest of his life. A life that might be cut short if the demon ate his soul. Failing was an option too awful to imagine, so we tried to distract each other. "This will work," Vale said. He sounded sure of himself. It had to be an act, but if so, it was a good one, and I appreciated it. If we were both strong, well, maybe we stood a chance of succeeding. I leaned, trying to peer past the stacks of books. As long as Orlaton gets his ass in... The carved circle around Vale began to glow green. As I turned to him, something warm splashed over my right cheek. I ran my fingers across my face. They came away smeared with blood. "What?" "I didn't want to do it," said a voice. I spun back around just as Orlaton staggered out from between the stacks. His face was bone white. He took another step toward me before he sprawled on his face on the floor. The red fabric of his robe began to liquefy and spread beneath him. No, that wasn't fabric. Orlaton's blood pooled on the floor of the rotunda. Diana, Christian's mother, emerged from the stacks to stand beside Orlaton's body. In her right hand glinted the sword he had used to carve the protection circle. Sitting on her left wrist was my missing panda pin. It was lit from within by some type of magic and glowed like a nightlight. "Are you a klepto or just rude?" I snarled, motioning at the pin she'd stolen from me. Her smile was a circus clown grimace. "Resourceful," she said, but in my head I thought, desperate. Something was wrong with Diana. She stood awkwardly, tilted slightly to one side. When she stepped further into the room, she did so with herky-jerky steps, like a marionette operated by someone who was terrible at it. It was the kind of unnatural movement you saw a lot in horror movies, and the effect was in no way diminished by seeing it in real life. With that long sword dragging behind her, she made me think of Pyramid Head. My leather jacket did nothing to suppress the goosebumps that leaped across my skin. "I thought you didn't want to summon a demon," I said. "Christian said you were tricked into doing it." I glanced back at Vale. He had fallen to one knee inside the circle, and his head was down. His fingers, braced on the floor, were white with tension. Around him, the intensity of the light coming off the green glowing circle was increasing, as though it were building towards something pretty damn bad. "It doesn't matter what I want," Diana said, again with the clown grimace. She wore a tea-length green dress that complemented her eyes, but the hems were ragged in places, and her left shin was scraped and blood dripped from her knee. "Looks like someone roughed you up." I pointed at her injuries, trying to buy time, though I don't know who I was buying it for. Something bad was happening to Vale. Orlaton appeared to be dead or dying. I was the only one who could do anything, but I had no idea what. I'd promised Christian that I wouldn't hurt his mother, so what options did that leave me? "Is Vegaso forcing you to do this, Diana? Is he behind this?" She blinked dumbly, like a cow. "He's here." On cue, the walls shook. Dozens of books jolted from their shelves and clattered across the floor. I felt the twang of the magical wards as they repelled something powerful. Picture King Kong bouncing off a chain-link fence. What had Orlaton said? That his wards would block dark spirits? Now I had confirmation for why Vegaso was so powerful. He wasn't human. Not completely, but even having a teaspoonful of spirit blood in his veins meant he was stronger than I was. "Vegaso can beat the wards all he wants, but he won't get in," I said, sounding more confident than I felt. I didn't know how long the wards would hold up, but I doubted it would be for long. "It's just you and me here, Diana. No one has to know if you turn around and run out. You could say I kicked your butt. I won't argue." "But you can't beat me," she said. She raised her left arm, the one with my panda pin resting on it. "Thanks to this." My panda pin wasn't strapped to her wrist with a band. It was embedded in her skin like a tick that had burrowed in. The skin around the edges of the pin was red and raw, and I thought I saw tiny blue veins spreading outwards from the pin as though poison were entering her bloodstream from the metal, or as if the pin, like an alien, had stuck tiny tendrils inside her in order to hang on. "What does that do?" I asked warily. "This." Diana slapped herself across the face. I felt the sting of it on my face. She pinched the skin of her forearm, and I hissed and rubbed at mine beneath the sleeve of my jacket. Great. Diana, or likely Vegaso, had turned her into a human voodoo doll that represented me. "You can't hurt me, and you can't stop me," she said. A single tear spilled from her eye. "Now, be a good girl and put down the spear and behave." Damn it. The tear told me that she was in there somewhere. Vegaso might be controlling her body, but like Vale, she was trying to resist the possession. But how could I fight her when every injury I inflicted on her hurt me? I made sure she watched me lay the spear on the floor. "Diana, you can fight this." She pointed behind me at Vale in the glowing circle. "Vegaso needs that demon. I have to take it, or he will never let me or my son go." "I'm sorry, but I can't let you take it. That demon needs to go back to hell." In my head, I tried to calculate how much time had passed and how much I had left. Sunrise was fast approaching, and I didn't know how long it would take to exorcise the demon from Vale, or even how to do it now that Orlaton was down and possibly dead. I did know that I needed to get on it, now. "Diana, you need to fight this compulsion," I said sternly. Behind me, I felt the air beginning to vibrate, like someone had plugged in an enormous refrigerator that hummed and ticked. Something bad was happening to Vale in the circle, but I couldn't turn to look. "Vegaso tried to get in here," I went on, "and he's learned that he can't. He knows better than to break down the wards. Every magical being in Las Vegas is aware of Orlaton and this shop. If it's destroyed, you'd better believe the odds makers will want to know who did it. Vegaso can't fight them without major magical muscle behind him. That means he's counting on you, Diana, to do his dirty work for him." "Yes," she said, her head bobbed up and down. She wasn't listening to a word I was saying. "Diana, that means if you don't give him the demon, Vegaso is out of luck. He can't take it himself." "I have to take it," she repeated. "I have no choice." She did something with her free hand, and the nearest bookshelf vomited its contents at me. I threw both arms around my head as I spun to put my back to the shelf. Heavy books slammed into my back and shoulders. The hard corner of one book struck a nerve in the back of my hand and made my fingers go temporarily numb. The bookshelf I had turned to face now began to shake. Great. I began to turn again, recognizing a repeat performance. I was too late. Books struck me in the chest and abdomen before I could shield myself. No wonder spies used to get beat up with phone books. I bit back a cry as the heavy books rebounded off my body. A sharp pain in my side left me gasping. Had I fractured a rib? "Diana!" I choked out. "Stop!" But she was driven to succeed. When another shelf began to tremble ominously, I hobbled in the opposite direction. Books flew after me like a swarm of angry hornets. One clipped me in the back of the thigh, dropping me to one knee. Another one bounced off my head. I actually saw stars for a moment, or at least flashing lights. I was in big trouble. More books hurtled toward me. With every two I blocked, at least one managed to hit me. I thought about curling into a ball and waiting it out, but Tomes was full of books. Diana could bury me alive and crush me beneath the weight of them. Amidst the bookstorm, I managed to crawl behind the bronze statue of a rearing monster that I recognized as a manticore. It had the head of a man, the body of a lion, and a pair of wings. The huge thing was tacky enough to be the centerpiece of Wayne Newton's front yard. It was currently my favorite piece of art, as it shielded me from getting hit by any more books. "Diana!" I called to her, wincing as I wrapped an arm around my sore middle. "I can help free you from Vegasso's influence. I helped Christian. I can help you too." In answer, she made more hand movements and muttered beneath her breath. The manticore statue twisted around suddenly, one lion's paw striking me across the face. It didn't break my cheekbone, but it was enough to send me sprawling across the floor, dazed. I'd have an impressive shiner if I lived long enough for it to bruise. A scream rent the air. With effort, I turned my head to look back across the room at the glowing protection circle. Vale was on both knees inside it. He arched his back and opened his mouth to scream again, except it wasn't only his voice that tore from his throat, but also that of a demon's. Its inhuman howl sent a shudder of deep-seated revulsion through me. Imagine an Icelandic death metal singer being punched in the balls, and you'd come close to the sound made by the demon inside Vale that strained to take over. "Yes!" Diana cried out. "Come to me, Iglesias! Free yourself!" Vale and the demon screamed again. "Oh, God," I moaned when I heard it. This time it was the demon's voice that had prevailed. Vale fell onto his back and began to convulse. His eyes rolled back until only the white showed. In another minute, he was going to bite his tongue off or begin to foam at the mouth. I had to do something. But what could I do? I was powerless against Diana. In this instant, she was me. To knock her unconscious was to do the same to me, rendering me unable to help Vale. I searched the room, even looking to Orlaton's body, hoping maybe he might still be alive even though there is so much blood. His eyes were open and staring at me. I sucked in my breath. Wait a second. That wasn't the stare of the dead. Orlaton was alive and he was trying to tell me something. The hand on his outstretched arm pointed weakly. Another howl filled the air behind me. It was the sound of hell, and it was so close I could feel my hair rising. The air temperature dropped by at least 50 degrees. My breath fogged. The candles blinked out and trailed gray streamers of smoke like ghosts. The growing stench of brimstone made me gag. Teeth chattering, I tried to understand what Orlaton was pointing at, but it didn't make sense. He seemed to be pointing down. I wanted to scream at him that yes, I was damn well aware that hell was coming up to greet us like a freight train, but he wasn't pointing that far. When he'd fallen forward, he'd disturbed some of the rugs covering the floor, causing two of them to slide and bunch up. As soon as I saw that, I didn't pause to think what I would do next. With a ladylike grunt, I rose to my feet and I ran straight at Diana. "I'm coming for you!" I yelled like a maniac. She shrieked wild-eyed. "Don't come closer!" She raised the sword and stumbled backward to keep me in front of her. Bingo. I called up Lucky and blasted him with energy. Diana threw up her hands, screaming, as my golden fury roared toward her like a train on fire. At the last second, Lucky dive-bombed into the floorboards at her feet, directly into the sigil Orlaton had carved there for a past ritual. The sigil exploded with light as my sorcery activated the magical symbol. Diana's hair lifted off her head like she'd touched a live wire. The panda pin on her wrist flared bright white. She gave a hoarse scream and collapsed in a dead faint across the rugs, nearly impaling herself on the sword as she did so. I sprinted for her falling body, skidding on my knees for the last few feet. Her chest rose and fell and her eyes moved behind their lids. Thank God she wasn't dead. I don't know what I would have told Christian if I'd killed his mom. The truth, hey, I didn't know what the sigil would do, but I figured you'd be okay with me risking your mom's life. Probably wouldn't have gone over so well. I picked up her left arm and took hold of my panda pin. The blue tendrils in her skin appeared to have vanished, but that might not have meant anything. With a firm grip on the pin, cringing, I yanked it off her wrist. It popped right off, no problem. Holy hell!
I gasped, falling backward with relief. I looked down at Diana. The back of her wrist had a small crater in it the shape of my pin, but I doubted that would kill her. I briefly considered taking the sword, but decided I wanted to keep my distance from whatever happened next. I jumped to my feet and snatched up the spear that Vale had brought along. I stood with it clenched in one hand. The demon hadn't fully materialized yet, but I could see the shadow of it straining to pull itself free of Vale's body. It reminded me of the first time I'd tried to climb out of an extra-firming spank slip. It had seemed impossible without ripping off half the skin from my body. The demon's upper body was rising out of Vale's in that same humiliating, squirming struggle. It hadn't formed facial features yet, but the sight of twisting horns rising pell-mell out of its head and the suggestion of dozens of glistening eyeballs was enough. I ground my teeth together, fighting back a scream. I'd faced something like this once before, and that memory was one I'd locked away for fear of going a little bit insane. To realize I was about to face another such horror made my knees weak. It cracked my confidence. I had lost in a big way during that previous encounter. Was I about to do it again? I hustled over to the other body lying on the floor. Orlaton, what do I do? The poor kid had blood on his lips, and he looked scared witless. I saw a tear in the back of his robe, where Diana must have stabbed him with his sword. Would he live? I had no idea. My only concern was whether we'd all survive the next few minutes. The blood sacrifice. My blood initiated its resurrection, he panted. You can't stop it, but that might be a good thing. I gaped at him. Are you out of your mind? Even at death's door, he managed to look droll. You want it out. It's coming out. Consider it food poisoning. Vale's body needs to expel it. I would have preferred a more controlled extraction, but this may suffice. This isn't the exorcism I paid for, I muttered, but Orlaton had a point. What happens once it's out? The good news is that the protection circle will keep it contained. I braced myself. And the bad news? Orlaton shook his head. It will kill Vale, since he's in there with it. Just great. There's got to be something I can do. Some words I can say? Cut up a chicken? Come on, Orlaton, give me something. Perhaps. He winced and pulled himself up to his elbows. Thanks to the blood loss, he looked like the living dead. He gave me a meaningful look. It might be useful to remember that demons can't be killed. I stared at him. Wow, Orlaton, that's a real help. Disgusted, I turned to face Vale again. The demon was trapped only by its hips now. Beneath it, Vale looked like he was on the verge of death, as if the demon were stripping his life out of him as well. Once the demon was out, would Vegaso be able to summon it? Could he pull it from the protection circle through a portal or another occult circle? A teleportation pod? 2 tin cans and a string? Hell, I had no idea how these things worked. I'd never worked with demons in this way. But one person had. In a second, I had dragged Diana into a sitting position against one of the bookshelves and was slapping her face none too gently. She gained consciousness quickly, her eyes rounding with terror as soon as she heard the demon howling. I quickly shushed her. You're free of Vegaso's compulsion, I assured her. I showed her the panda pen. She immediately looked at her injured wrist. Oh, thank you, she breathed, her lashes fluttering shut. I couldn't stop myself. I didn't want to do those things. She began to slump. I gave her a good smack. No, stay with me here, Diana. I need you to tell me how you sent the demon into Vale. Her eyes snapped open. It was an accident. I know that, I growled impatiently. You were trying to send it into a mirror. How were you intending to do that? I need you to tell me the process of the curse. She struggled like someone who'd just woken from a coma. I could practically see her digging through her foggy brain for the memory. But finally she found it. Haltingly, she managed to spit it out. When I thought I understood it all, I stood. You're going to help me, I said with a look that told her it wasn't a request. Looking fearful, either because of me or the horror show happening behind me, she nodded. The demon was nearly out of Vale, and from the look of things, Vale was nearly dead. I did my best not to think of him. With the pawnshop spear held in both hands, feeling like a female Attila the Hun, I approached the circle. It was with a growing sense of horror that I watched through the green glow as the demon pulled the rest of its dark form free. The moment it shook its clawed foot loose, Vale collapsed in a dead heap on the floor. He resembled the shed skin of the monster that had emerged. And what a monster it was! Hollywood liked to portray demons as humanoid, and yes, there were some that were versions of us.
Ones like Liliana, the kind that walked the earth and hid among us. But not this one. The deeper into hell you descended, the more twisted and horrific beings became, as though you were driving a car that had run off the road and was driving farther and farther into the darkness, smashing into bushes and plants and picking up leaves and limbs and mud that stuck to it and gradually transfigured the car's silhouette until it no longer resembled your Toyota. Aglacis was from somewhere deep, where things existed that defied physics and logic, where creatures were born from a primordial placenta of horror, rage, pain, and madness. Demons like Aglacis were never meant to walk upon the earth, and it showed. The ground seemed to quiver beneath it, as though repelled by it. I sympathized with the ground. I wanted to turn and run, wanted to vomit and pluck my eyes out as soon as I was far enough away, which, if Aglacis existed anywhere on Earth, meant another solar system entirely. "This is such a bad idea, Anne," I whispered as I stared up at the demon. I could feel my heart thudding against my rib cage. My skin was frosted with ice beneath my jacket. Hell wasn't yet in the bookshop, but it could be if Vagasso got his hands on this horrific demon. I couldn't let that happen, no matter how crazy my plan was, no matter how terrified I was of implementing it. I took a deep breath, and then I stepped forward. I swiped my foot through the circle of salt, breaking the protection circle that kept the demon safely contained. Immediately, Aglacis spun to face me, which was extra awful because I hadn't realized I had been looking at its back. Facing me, it looked like something you pulled up out of a clogged sink, all dripping, tangled, long black hair hanging from mottled, muscular limbs. 5 that I could see, but with the hair there could have been more. Its limbs were of varying thicknesses and lengths, so that the demon hunched over itself in a gruesome asymmetry that made my mind want to shriek. Even warped, it was nearly 7 feet tall. From the top of it, which may or may not have been its head, sprang twisted black horns. There was madness in her corkscrew reach, a tentacle-like hideousness. And then there were its eyes. Oh, Jesus, those eyes. So many. So bloody. I wanted to close my own and simply wail. Instead, I took one step inside the broken circle and thrust the spear through Aglacis's chest. The spearhead slid in easy, like a fork into a baked potato. Just like a fork, it wasn't a barbed hook. I wouldn't be able to keep the demon speared for more than a couple of seconds. So, as Aglacis roared its fury and hate, vibrating the spear handle violently in my grip, I called up Lucky and wrapped my golden dragon around the monstrosity riding on the end of the spear. Aglacis fought. Oh, did it fight. I braced the end of the spear's handle against the floor and put my foot against it for support. At the other end of the spear lay madness. It was worse than a python battling an alligator while both were balanced on the end of a toothpick. It was ugly and it was wild, and I could tell I was losing control. Until Vale's gargoyle leaped into the mix. Though only a fraction of the size of the other 2 creatures, the gargoyle was quick and fast, and more importantly, it was smart. It darted in with its clawed feet and scraped at the demon's multiple eyes. Whenever the demon began to gain the upper hand against Lucky, the gargoyle dove in like a hyper-aggressive eagle and ripped out tufts of black hair. The tide began to turn in my favor. With the spear braced on the floor between my feet, I used my weight and Lucky's help to swing the entire shish kebab of horror out of the circle. I heard Orlaton gasp, "You're mad!" And he was so right, and what I was attempting was so crazy that I actually laughed once, like a maniac. No, like a dragon. The staff shook wildly within my claw-like grip. I had to pour a dangerous amount of energy into Lucky to make him strong enough to stand up to Aglacis, more than I used at Christian's house. I could feel myself snarling and spitting. My body was on fire and bright enough to beat back all the shadows in the rotunda. The urge was nearly overwhelming to drop the spear and launch myself at the demon in my own dragon form, to rip its throat out, and then, with a roar of triumph, join Lucky in a gleeful rampage of the city. "You can't, Anne. You can't." Yeah, I didn't need that freaked-out voice in my head to know that this was one time I needed to be Wonder Woman both in strength and in goodness. If I gave in to the dragon, Las Vegas would become hell on earth, and not in a way that had anything to do with strip clubs or party drugs or tourists with blinding white legs in the summer. I had to beat this demon as plain ol' Anne Moody. I resisted the call of my ancestral blood and focused instead on the rest of my body. Adrenaline was a hell of a cocktail, and I was pretty much drunk on it. I tapped into it. Channeling Brienne from Game of Thrones, I swung the spear out of the circle while the coiling, writhing battle raged atop it. I glanced back at Diana, who had risen to her feet and stood fearfully beside the stacks. "You ready?" I yelled at her. She was muttering something I couldn't hear, and her hands were working again. Either she was having a stroke, or she was doing what she was supposed to be doing. "Diana!" I yelled again when she didn't respond. Still, she didn't look at me. I didn't know if I needed to wait, or if she wanted me to keep doing what I was doing. What a dilemma. Well, I never was very patient. "Now!" I shouted, praying I'd chosen correctly. I flung the demon off the end of the spear like a pitmaster shaking off a brisket. Aglacis and Lucky arched through the air. At the last second, I yanked Lucky back into me. It was like punching a porcupine into my chest. "God!" I wheezed, bending at the waist. It was total agony, but all I cared about was the demon, which crashed into the same manticore statue I had hid behind earlier. The statue rocked back beneath the impact, and then settled with a thunk on the floor again. Hairy, scary Aglacis was nowhere in sight. "Is it in?" I gasped. "Did you finish the curse?" Diana nodded slowly, but I wasn't completely sure she'd heard what I'd said. For several seconds after she uttered the last word, she stood staring in trepidation at the statue. She wasn't the only one. I kept waiting for the thing to burst into motion and tear us both to shreds. But as the seconds passed, I dared to loosen the death grip I had on the spear. "That worked," Diana finally whispered. She pressed her palms to her white cheeks. "I didn't think it would. I thought for certain it would devour our souls and we'd rot for eternity in hell." "Jesus, I'm glad you didn't tell me that before we tried it." She shrugged. "Would it have changed your mind?" She had a point. I glanced at the bloody figure on the floor. "Sorry, Orlaton," I said, not really sorry, and then I called up Lucky and had him smash the manticore statue into 1,000 pieces that scattered across the floor. "I liked that statue," Orlaton muttered. "I'll give you $100 credit at Moonlight." I slumped against the sphere. The temperature in the room was back to normal, and I was drenched in sweat. My limbs trembled like I'd run a marathon while carrying King Kong on my back. All of me ached, but I couldn't let down my guard yet. The wards hadn't been hit for a while, but I doubted that meant Pegaso had packed up his toys and left. More likely, he was waiting on Diana, or planning a way in that wouldn't alert the odds-makers that he was a powerful dark spirit. I looked hopefully to the gargoyle. It had shifted back into Bale, and he looked like he'd returned from visiting the place where I'd just sent the demon. "You put up some fight," I said to him, just to get him to raise his head, where he sat slumped on the floor, totally naked. Unfortunately, I was so exhausted that I was in no position to judge a Chippendale's dance-off, much less the attractiveness of a man who'd just vomited out a demon. "I need a drink," he said roughly. I snorted. "Shots are on me if we survive this." He dragged both hands down his face and peered over his fingertips at me. "I'm holding you to that." I retrieved his clothes from the bathroom and helped him redress. Together, we hobbled like an elderly couple for the door. "I'll call an ambulance, Orlaton," I said from over my shoulder. He lay with his head cradled on his arms and seemed to nod. "No," Diana spoke up. "I'll take care of him." She kneeled beside him and gently laid her hand upon his shoulder. "He's my responsibility. Besides, you don't want to answer to the odds-makers for bringing in outside help to clean up family business." I'd forgotten about the whole lay-low business. Seemed kind of pointless to worry about it now, but I guess Diana still thought she could get out of this without consequence. She lightly stroked Orlaton's thin hair. "This is my debt, and I will repay it to this young man." "Orlaton, you okay with this?" I asked him. "Just get out of my life, Miss Moody," he mumbled, "before you make it any worse." Gee, nothing like an appreciative audience. At the front door of Tomes, I brought Vale and I to a stop. He hung on me like another set of clothes, and I wasn't doing too hot either. But at least I hadn't just given birth to a monster. "If Pegaso is out there, this is going to get ugly fast," I warned him. "Maybe you should stay inside." He gave me a look. "Are you familiar with the word emasculating?" "Are you familiar with the word toast?" He tightened the arm that was slung across my shoulders, proving that he might be weak now, but he certainly didn't lack for muscles. "I want my pound of flesh too, Moody. If it wasn't for Pegaso and his demon, I'd be the big, strong man in this situation." "You make it sound so awful." I scoffed. I've seen you naked, and I'm halfway to molesting you. It wasn't all bad, Vale. He smirked tiredly, and his deep brown gaze met mine. When you put it that way, I guess it wasn't. I could have stood there all day, cracking jokes to make him smile and look at me like that. But there were things that needed doing. Specifically one dark spirit that needed the heave-ho. I propped Vale against the wall near the door. Let me see how bad it is, I told him. It may turn out that I'll take any help I can get, even help from a beat-up, raggedy-looking gargoyle. He snorted. You really know how to build up a guy's ego, Moody. I shot him a smile, then called up Lucky to hover over my shoulder as I carefully, slowly cracked open the front door of the bookshop. What I found outside wasn't at all what I was expecting. Chapter 8. Palms read, fortunes told. Find out if you're destined to be a lucky winner. Learn your lucky numbers. Christian was dressed in jeans and flip-flops and nothing else. Either he'd found that supersized bottle of aloe vera, or Waterfay had miraculous, accelerated healing factors because every naked inch I could see of him was perfect and gorgeous. All the young girls clustered around him seemed to share my opinion. Come on, ladies, he said, grinning at them in a way destined to break hearts. Come get your tarot read. See if you're destined for romance tonight. The girls tittered and made flirty comments. A few did as he suggested and gravitated to where Celestina had set up a table in the middle of the street in front of Tomes. The table was decked out with a starry tablecloth, and she'd set up 6 giant glowing star paper lanterns around her table, as well as a Bluetooth stereo that was blasting ambient trance. All were hooked up to an extension cord that led back to her shop. It was quite a production, and she'd caught the attention of at least a dozen people already. More were drifting over from nearby Fremont Street, following the monkey that was riding on the back of a black wolf. Melanie? I blurted, incredulous. In her monkey form, she was spinning one of those obnoxious rattlers that idiots handed out on New Year's Eve. In her other hand, she whipped a child-sized cowboy hat back and forth as she urged Lev in his wolf-shifter form to run around like an excited dog. I'm sorry, but if a rattle-holding cowboy hat-wearing monkey on a wolf didn't pique your interest, then you must be dead inside. What is going on? I asked aloud. Am I hallucinating? Did someone slip me crazy pills? Christian heard me and turned to grin at me. Pretty clever, eh? What in the world are you all doing? This looks like a low-rent street fair. My eyes rounded. Vegasso is here. Christian waved it off. Nah, he was here earlier, and we thought we were in big trouble because none of us can stand up to him. But then Celestina came up with the idea of dragging tourists here. She pointed out that Vegasso couldn't afford to use magic in front of them, not without bringing down major wrath from the oddsmakers. Which he definitely wouldn't want to do before he'd gotten his hands on a demon, I finished. I marveled at my friend's ingenuity. This is nuts, and absolutely awesome. Plus, Celestina is making bank off all the business we're drumming up for her, Christian said with a laugh. Then he sort of forgot about me because a girl in cut-off shorts and a too-tight tank top was gushing to him about how much she loved redheads. People started to dance because Melanie had jumped off of Lev and was showing off her moves, which were pretty impressive for a 2-foot-tall monkey, but I forced myself to look beyond the festivities and search for signs that Vegasso and his followers were still around. I looked, searching every shadow and creepy-looking hiding place, but I simply didn't see anything to suggest that they were lying in wait for Vale and me. My friends had truly driven them off. Brace yourself, I told Vale when I re-entered Tomes. I kept a straight face, but the music had drifted inside, and I could tell he knew something was up. He shook his head in disbelief when I helped him outside. Is this supposed to be the cavalry? Sure, Vegas style. When he began searching the way I had been earlier, I assured him, Vegasso's gone. Using magic in front of non-magicals would be a disaster. He's too smart to risk it this early in the game. For now, he agreed. Vegasso doesn't sound like the sort to give up. He'll attempt to summon another demon. Unfortunately, I think you're right. Hopefully someone will stop him. But who was I kidding? I had that awful feeling that I, and maybe my friends, would be the suckers who'd have to do that. Well, at the moment, I was content to pull a Scarlet O'Hara and deal with it tomorrow. I felt like ground dog meat, and I knew Vale shared my pain. I tightened my arm around his waist. Would you mind taking a rain check on the shots? I think I'm about to collapse. I shivered when he turned and murmured into my ear, You have a sofa I can crash on? I live in a studio. All I have is a bed. As long as it's not a twin, that's fine with me. I cleared my throat and said as casually as I could, "It's not a twin." Back at my place, door locked, open sign off. Since his clothes were still damp and I'd already seen him naked, Vale opted to sleep in the nude. I pointed out that I wasn't that kind of girl, and I told him he had to leave and go book a room in a hotel. Yeah, right. I shucked my own clothes and climbed right in beside him, and almost immediately passed out. A stroke along my shoulder woke me up again, though. "I concede," I whispered. "You're definitely some kind of stud if you still have energy after all we've been through." "Let's just say a certain sexy sorceress is giving me my second wind," he murmured as he kissed my shoulder. "Is that what that is? Thought it was your wand." I rolled over to face him. In the dim lighting coming in from the back window, he didn't look like a man who'd been fighting a demon and had barely escaped with his life. I reached up and brushed his wavy hair from his eyes. I loved his eyes. So serious and thoughtful. Nothing like the eyes of the guys I met at bars who couldn't focus for longer than a few minutes on anything that wasn't sports. Vale was deep, magical deep, and right now, I wanted to drown in him. His fingers brushed over my cheek. His lips followed, lightly tasting me. When he breathed against my mouth, I shivered and parted my lips for him. The first touch of his tongue to mine made my entire body sing. He kissed me slowly, like a man who was in no hurry, like one who believed we had all the time in the world and that magical monsters weren't waiting for us on the horizon. I fell under his spell, my movements unhurried, only my heart and my lungs racing with rising urgency. As he kissed down my neck, my hands found his unruly hair. I did what I'd wanted to do since I first saw him in the Chinese mirror. I buried my fingers in those lush waves and pulled, making him groan. He tossed the sheet off the bed and moved over me. I savored the press of his muscular body as he held me down. Even in this form he was strong, and I needed that. In this bed, I wanted to be a woman, not a powerful sorceress. He teased me, smiling when I groaned and begged him. But he wasn't cruel. When he finally slid inside me, his groan was as loud and relieved as mine. I clutched his ass with both hands as he moved in me. The bed rocked gently, and then not so gently. "Vale," I breathed into his ear, my desperation reaching its limit. I wished in that moment that I was a witch and knew a spell to keep him with me always. Then all thoughts dissolved in an explosion of lights and silence and ecstasy. Above me, Vale drove hard against me one final time, and then followed me over the edge with a rushed breath of pleasure. "Moody," was the last thing I heard him say before I fell asleep. Moody, because I was his. I forgot to put up the wards, which was dangerous and foolish, but the only fallout was Melanie slipping into moonlight and scaring the bejesus out of me when she launched herself onto the bed. I sat up with a gasp and looked at the sunlit mattress beside me. She hadn't crushed Vale because Vale was gone. The scent of him lingered, though, and it took all my willpower not to drop face first onto the sheets and fill my lungs with it.
"You are a naughty girl,"
Melanie teased, wagging her finger at me.
"I love it. How was he? Does he growl? I bet he growls."
I burst into laughter. I will neither confirm nor deny anything. My lips are sealed.
"Spoil sport?"
She flopped onto her back beside me. "Was he nice?" she asked in a softer voice. I smiled at the ceiling. My skin still held the memory of him. "Yeah, Melly, he was nice." I heard her sigh with contentment. "How's Christian?" I asked, giving her a nudge in the ribs.
"I will neither confirm nor deny anything."
I hit her with a pillow for that. She shifted into her monkey and jumped on my head. We giggled and played for a bit because, hey, we'd survived something pretty awful and come out relatively unscathed. We were allowed it. And because maybe in the back of our minds we knew it wasn't over. Vale must have left before the sun came up, I told Melanie after she'd changed back and we lay there again. The weird curse is gone.
Guess he didn't want you groping his statue while he couldn't stop you.
That comment is creepy and potentially accurate. Melanie giggled.
Well, Christian said he's talked his mother into moving out of Vegas. He wants her far away from Vegaso.
That's smart. He doesn't worry that Vegaso will go after him, too? I felt the sheets move as Melanie shrugged. I guess he's found something worth sticking around for. Ha ha! I made it sound like it's me, but we're not anything serious, Anne. We're only having fun. Nothing wrong with that. I yawned sleepily. I'd probably slept a good 5 or 6 hours, but I wouldn't have minded a few more. Still, for all I'd been through, I felt pretty good. Pigasso's going to try for another demon. I mused aloud. Yeah, probably. We should warn the odds makers. They totally need to know the details. That woke me up. That's not high on my list of things to do in Las Vegas, Melly. Mine neither, but I think we should. And then maybe we can let them know that you're not, a threat or anything. Melanie was right, but I wasn't happy about it. I'd gone on a very public bender with my sorcery. There was a pretty good chance the odds makers had noticed. They'd want to talk to me about it. They'd want to know about Lucky. Hopefully that would be all they wanted of me. But I didn't like the odds. Dread wanted to steal over me, but I refused to let it ruin my day. I had my bestie beside me, and my other friends were safe. Concentrate on that, I told myself, and I did. Melanie and I watched the shadows of the tree in the backyard twitch across the ceiling. It was another blustery day in the city. Not my favorite kind of weather. But you'd better believe I would take a windy day in Vegas over a windless day in hell. This has been Descended from Dragons, an urban fantasy, Moonlight Dragon Book 1. Written by Trisha Owens. Narrated by Elizabeth Phillips. Copyright 2016 by Trisha Owens. Production copyright 2016 by